And my ears.
Welcome to part 2 of the Gooners versus Cancer POD-A-THON. Got some different faces on. We swapped some people in, we swapped some people out. I am somehow being covered by my own emblem here. But hour 9 of the POD-A-THON, and we're still going strong. Owen's been here since the start. I've been here since the start. Mike finally got off his ass and is joining in.
I've been napping all day. I've done nothing.
I see what you did there. Stop your plugs, you piece of shit. It's a charity gig.
We're welcoming in the fantastic and talented Kelly, and then the also fantastic and talented, the man who created this at my beck and call, which I'd never take for granted. It was needed. It was done. The bottom, the upper left, I think, is the greatest part. I mean, I look silly in most of these, but the upper left one is just freaky because. But Sebi, it's great to be on with you. I always have just an absolute blast when we pod together. So,
yeah, glad to be here, guys.
And Kelly as well. All the same stuff I just said about Sebi, with minus the photoshopping.
You never asked me, Mike. All I got to do is ask.
I do ask you, but you're apparently one of those guys that can only pod at 4 o'clock in the morning UK time. That's not normally when we do the show.
No,
you know what it is, Mikey? Have I said, can you get your boys on with us? And they're like, no, they have jobs.
Oh wow, I'm being found out right now. So I've actually haven't even told Kelly you
never passed it along to them.
I was just trying to keep them for myself, so I kind of skipped that whole part.
You saw what happened with Owen and Tom Canton, and you're like, I'm not letting that happen to my guy.
I need a better agent, Mike. Mike's.
Oh God,
I'm like the most horrible agent ever.
So. We have let's see how are we going to handle this. I'm going to pass it over to you, Mikey, and we have. Do you want a segment of open mic, because we got Big Stevie who's up in the middle of the night over in the UK. I want to bring him on, but will it throw you off from a content standpoint?
No, don't worry about it. We could continue going. It's a pretty open game, so to say. We're just going to chit chat. So go ahead, bring him in, and I'll explain the game once he's on.
Beautiful. Well, Big Stevie is a good a newish friend of ours. Look how dark it is in the UK right now. Yep. I mean,
no.
Are you outdoors? I mean,
Steve, you're driving. See if I witness you dying on the internet, man.
I know it's late at night, and I know a lot. I mean, I know England, like houses in England, don't typically have air conditioning, but they do have light, right?
Yeah. No. So the last 5 weeks I've been taxi driving, and literally just as this has started, I've had 3 jobs in 3 hours, and as soon as I've come on live, I've just got a job coming.
Oh, okay.
Are they an Arsenal fan that you're picking up?
So
this is worse than the time I was in my car.
That's a horrible freeze frame right there.
All right, this, yeah. I mean,
dedication.
This makes it easy. I think Pee Wee Herman had that same freeze frame at one point. Nothing personal, but Steve, I mean, we want your full attention when you come on, and we will absolutely have you back. So WhatsApp me, let me know when you're fully able to come on and stuff, and we'll bring you back on again. He's still in the green room with that I gotta bring him back up.
It's absolutely brilliant.
This is still Yeah, it's still going on, but Mikey, over to you, my friend. Owen and I could use a break, so we're going to hand it to you, and we'll play guest.
Awesome. As Owen drinks his fourth or fifth Red Bull, I'm sure he already lost count. I'm already on my second or third cup of coffee for the day, but that's sadly normal to me. So we got 3 members of the Nat crew here, not another Arsenal podcast. I want to say I'm absolutely thrilled that we got a spot on this, man, because it means a lot that you've been doing some amazing work doing this for, what is this, 3-4 years now, Mikey? I kind of lost. Oh, cool. How nice of you to add the graphs. I completely forgot about that. So I feel at home now. So first and foremost, I just want to say thank you. Chat room, thank you for showing up. I see Joe, big Joe Tambini dropped by. So nice. Joe. And then Jared, I see you in the live chat. Do us all a favor, go to sleep because we need you back in, I don't know, like 30 minutes, okay? Just quick power nap. So little fun show that we like to do on Nap is take it or leave it. And that is we provide you guys with some of our maybe outrageous, popular, some unpopular type of opinions. And we just ask each other if you take it or leave it. So I might say something wild like, I don't know, Henry doesn't make it top 5 strikers in EPL. Take it or leave it.
Yeah,
and I know
if
that
you say that, I'm tossing you off your own podcast.
Yeah, can we call this "Get the Fuck"?
Yeah.
Okay. So you understand the meaning of the game. So awesome.
Yeah.
So what we're aiming for is not to get kicked out of the pod, though, Mikey. So don't do that to me. I'm just simply trying to spark some conversation. And if all goes well, Kelly, Seb, and I know we might end up talking about Chile's golden generation for about an hour. Because that's what happened last time.
Mikey,
somehow.
Your biggest fan is in the red room right now. Let me know if you want him brought on or not.
Oh, Dean, welcome aboard, dude. Come on through. Dean is
from
using
Texas. I'm sorry if you can't understand him.
A new mic. Yeah.
Howdy, y'all.
Dean's the one I have issues.
He hits it hard.
Love that, dude.
Okay,
Hey.
So you get the gist of it. I know. Mikey, I asked you to prepare. Owen, you jumped in, and Dean jumped in last minute, more or less. I'm assuming you guys can come up on the fly. If you cannot come up with one on the fly, let me know. Our good friend Chris that wasn't able to make it tonight, he literally DM'd me like fucking 20 or 30 of these things. So we're prepared to fill some time. So
yeah, I put some time in and made some up. So yeah, I'm good.
Oh well, you're not hosting though, Mike. So I'm not going to go with you. So
going in a different direction.
Yes.
Getting kicked off his own pod. Bravo.
Mike, I'm here to try to wake you up because I know you're what, 8 hours into this. So
I've been sleeping more recently than no one has. So at this point.
Okay, lovely stuff. So let's get the show on the road, then, gentlemen. So Kelly, you wanna go first? I'm gonna go clockwise. Let's start off with Kelly to give the other gentlemen some time to brainstorm and think about a few.
Okay.
I love the way he says gentlemen. It's like gentlemen. Genamen.
We're gonna call it a California accent.
I'm California. I'm gonna pretend that's how you say it in Spanish. That's what I'm gonna do because it makes me sound
gentleman is Spanish. Okay.
Gentlemen.
Okay. Since I completely forgot to do this because I'm a true professional.
You're not a gentleman.
I'm gonna say for a would you rather, a very very recent one, especially for people waking up in the UK or still awake. Would you rather Ramsdale at 25 million now?
Is this the game? Is it would you rather?
Or Onana, what's his name, for 8 million, but you have to wait till January. So Runnerson is your backup keeper until we get into the January window. So this is a hypothetical that might actually happen, but would you rather pay the 25 million, eat the amount, get Ramsdale, or
get? Have to give his
his
opinion and then we say whether we're in or out?
No, I think we just spin it, don't we, Mike?
We'll go with this answer, Kelly. But yeah, normally we just do the take it or leave it thing. Kelly, the professional.
Do you know how your own pod works, my friend?
See, Mike.
Dude, I'm usually I don't have to produce the content, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. See, this is why I never invited Kelly on your pod. See,
yeah, I'm a mess.
You never passed along the
I like the would you rather game better, Mike.
Okay, gentlemen, how about this? You come up with a would you rather, or you come up with a take it or leave it. I'm perfectly fine with it. So,
would you rather play take it or leave it?
That is what you rather do. Would you rather Ramsdale at 25 million now, or would you rather wait until January and get Andre Onana in here and then?
I know.
Okay, go ahead, Mikey.
Onana.
Absolutely
100% Onana.
You'd spin. What happens if Bernd Leno separates his shoulder next week? You're gonna have Runnerson in there for 4 months.
I'll put Carl Hein in there for 4 months. Our season's over anyway, so Jemima. Yeah, I'll do Onana, and doesn't Onana? Am I getting this right? I don't mean for this to be offensive if I'm wrong about this, but once
you're already well there.
Is he turning around and leaving again to go to the African Cup of Nations? Or am I thinking of someone else that we were thinking about signing?
No, you were thinking about Onana. I believe so.
So yeah, I mean, it's almost February or March before we'd have him full time, but long term, and Arteta can't really afford to wait long term. Long term, I would sign Onana over Ramsdale. Right
on. Oh, and before I go to you, I want to just say real thanks to my good friend Israel Madrigal. This is who I'm gonna refer to as my real friend, which is outside of this monitor.
To me.
This is
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm going to break your heart.
Self-indulgent. Jesus
I
Christ.
do. You know what it is?
Need fed anymore, bro.
I'm used to Israel being about me, not about you.
Yeah. Good Jewish joke, my friend. What it is not just true. What it is I asked a group of like 15 people that know nothing about football. And we're like, hey, guys, join the chat.
AKA not another Arsenal podcast.
Not another Arsenal podcast. Okay, this is going to be impossible to get under control. So, Sebi, do you want to hit us with your first take it or leave it before?
Sure.
Before Owen pisses himself?
Pascal Sigan had a better haircut than Javinho. Take it or leave it.
Dean, go for it.
Yeah, probably unpopular. I'm going to leave it. I like Gervinho's whatever he had going on there, so I'm gonna go with Gervinho on that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree
you're
with
the guy that likes his haircut.
I'm gonna have to agree with Dean as a man who's losing his hair. I respect the hustle of trying to cling on as long as you can. And in fact, I had an argument with my barber the other week. And I said, I'm going bald. I might just shave it. And he said, no, man, no, you've got a long time left in you yet. And then I said that to my brother, and it's like, you're a dickhead. He told me the same thing for years. And he walked around looking like he was an X-ray. His hair was that thin. It's like, because he doesn't want to lose the money of you getting your hair cut, you fucking idiot. So I'm going to shave it. So yeah, anyway, long story short, Gervinho.
You should have led with that.
Take it. What is it, David? Take it. Yeah.
Now, Mikey, as a man that is
hair challenge.
What do I say of this? Challenged in the hair department.
Follically
challenged.
He's got the Rob Holding haircut going on.
Yeah.
I've strategically placed myself under the Gooners versus Cancer logo now.
Oh, I thought that was a new yarmulke. Oh, my bad.
Oh,
Seb, do you feel more at home now?
Yes.
He's feeling comfy now.
I absolutely love this. All right, so Zamir in the chat room saying, "Mike, get a hold of this pod." I'm not going to be able to get a hold of this pod, so just completely forget it.
To me. He's basically like, take it over from her.
You know what's funny is last time we had Mike, this happened, and I was like, "Hey, 8 hours in, he's going to be a little bit more toned down. We're going to be able to power through this."
No, I'm just getting giddy now.
He's just getting giddy now.
All right, out of my system before we have the serious guests on again in the mornings.
All right, Dean, you want to take a stab at this one?
Sure, I'm going to play the game correct, unlike Kelly, who's actually the one who plays the game regularly.
Everybody's here for me, right?
Yeah.
Good.
So take it or leave it. Ramsdale at 17 million.
Take it.
See, I'm taking it because I looked at a Premier League player that was similarly rated in the U23s. He's English. I don't just put him as our backup goalkeeper. I put him as our future goalkeeper. That's the only reason I could convince myself that Arsenal was willing to invest this type of money. So For me,
who mentioned that, Owen, earlier in the podcast? It was either Simon Collings or Chris Wheatley, name drops there, but they were they basically said Ramsdale. Oh, it was Chris. Ramsdale isn't being bought to be the backup goaltender. He's being bought to be the future starting goaltender. And if you believe that, then as the price keeps dropping down to 17.
But what happened with James McNicholas? My voice to give up. I'm talking too much. James McNicholas tweeted out that apparently the deal has broke down now. So,
and I think Wheatley said, acknowledged that source was correct, and it sounds like we walked away from the table on it, where we wanted I think 20. We would do 20 plus add-ons, and they wanted 25 up front. And
good,
we found it.
And I bet you they drop it down to 20. I mean, if that's the way it goes, that's a win for us. I mean, look, Onana better long term, but I mean, we're not just giving money away to people unless they're from Brighton. I mean, if that is the case and we walked away from it, and we didn't really walk away from it, I'd actually appreciate that kind of negotiating from Arsenal once in a while.
Mm-hmm. And I think something that's frustrating too is that people have kind of said with Ramsdale, because I think objectively Ramsdale, by all the numbers and just watching him, he's an average keeper probably, but he is 23, he is homegrown. He is an enormous human being who seems to be able to move pretty quickly. So the raw materials are there, and there's some experience there too. But somebody kind of did the thing. It's like, well, are you going to let the people who picked Runnerson pick the next one? It's like, well, there's nobody to fucking do it. Like, if we don't get another goalkeeper and Leno's going to leave, these people are still going to be making the decision. So if they think through better scouting and better investment this year, and it seems to be doing things a lot smarter, I mean, those people are going to be picking it in the offseason, except Ramsdale might not be there, and they might have to go off the continent or on the continent too to do it. So I don't know. It's one of those things that it would be different if I thought Ramsdale was better. I think he can be better, but it scares the shit out of me that he's going to be our starting keeper next year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the one thing in this whole discussion about Ramsdale. I literally have no idea whether he's any good or not. Like I don't watch film, and I wouldn't really know the answers if I did watch film, especially when it comes to a keeper. Because I mean, the number of goals you give up doesn't solely come down to how good or bad you are as a keeper. It has more to do with the team. But I mean, he might be really good. He's one player of the season, I think, as I learned earlier in this podcast, for Sheffield United and his previous club, which was
Bournemouth.
Yeah,
all the clubs he takes down, he wins.
Oh, I
wins
thought he was
player of the
saying
season for.
I thought Giannis was saying that those teams were potty, like they belonged in the potty, or okay. Now I see.
Giannis looks cooler than that. I don't think he'd use that. He's not a father of three or anything.
No.
Giannis, he's way too hip for that. Mike, I thought being reigning champ of the Gooners podcast penalty kick shootout between you and Andy, I thought you would have more input on the whole goalie situation, but fair enough. So I'm gonna.
Andy supposedly is a goalie and couldn't stop 3 of my shots. So I don't know. What
See, from that video, I wanted to comment on. Andy has like freakishly strong calf muscles. He's got like that, that like old ass man calf muscles. That no matter how fat you are on top, you've got good calves. It's like, what the fuck's he doing?
He takes that supplement that you see at like 3:00 in the morning on CNN on the commercials that makes like the 75-year-old guy look buff, and yeah, he had strong calf muscles, but I wrong-weighed him so badly that he had to get knee surgery about a month after that, and he's blaming his knees for his performance, but in fact
not your performance for his knees.
Exactly. That's exactly the way it should be. I need some help from the chat. We are $5 away from 4,000. Thanks to the incredible donations that we've had come in. $39.95. Sounds like I'm selling a mattress or something like that, but $3,995 out of our $5,000 goal. If we can hit 4,000 in the near future on this show, I will be ever so thankful. And it'll just it's just another $5, but that symbolism of clicking over the toe board would be great. So in any case, what's next, Mikey?
There you go. I just told my friends that I would ban them all if they didn't donate $5 in the last 30 seconds. So time is clicking. Although that might be an incentive not to.
Arsenal people and friends.
Yeah, there's Arsenal people whom I go crazy with and stress with over shit that I have zero control with. and then I have like actual friends who I talk about like family with. So
Actual friends.
actual
Just
friends.
sticks it right in our fucking ear here.
Yeah.
Can we curse on this, Feinberg?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, good. I don't know how to pod any other way.
I was trying to keep like in general for this podcast. At times, I was trying to keep it generally a little bit more family friendly than it usually is. But I've been the worst proponent of not keeping to that. So I guess it depends on the guests that are on. And right now, you can just fucking curse all you want.
Oh, rabble.
Excellent. All right. So I'm going to continue on with the game and open up this one right here. Smith Rowe, the Smith, as some are trying to dub him. Not my favorite nickname. I just want to point that out. Is going to go this season 15 goals / assist. Playing considerably more minutes.
Goals.
15 goal contributions.
It'll go over the 15 mark, either 10 goals, 5 assists, 10 assists, whatever you want a variation of that. But for a combined of 15 goals / assist, you take it or leave it, Owen.
Leave it. I don't. Yeah, I don't think he does, to be honest with you, and partially down to the congestion in the wide areas, and I also think that we are going to sign an attacking midfielder that will probably be above him in the pecking order. So yeah, and another thing, Ray Anderson says I curse more than anybody. It's because I'm Irish. You're allowed to curse when you're Irish. It's a well-known fact. Love you, Ray.
Well-known fact.
I respect that guy so much. It's a shirt. It's his orange shirt that I absolutely fucking adore, man. I love it.
We've done
anyway,
it.
Yeah.
We're at 4,000, and I have a feeling I know who it was. I think Jimmy Howson was over there to put us over the limit.
Absolutely lovely stuff.
Yes, thank you. We are now 80% to our goal, and that's just phenomenal. Yeah, it was James. Thank you so much, buddy.
Well played. Thank you so much, gentlemen. So, that's the end of the show. We hit the 4,000 mark. That's how it works.
I'm out. See you.
We've done
Bye.
our best.
Bye.
That was the real goal. I was just kidding about 5,000.
Those were just jokes. No, so Owen, you're going to leave it, right? You think he's going to be displaced by Odegaard, let's say, or Madison that comes in potentially. And
so Mikey, so some frame of reference here. That's what Madison had all of last year, and it was one of his more prolific seasons for a much higher scoring team. So he had 8 goals and 5 assists, and he had 2 other goals in the Europa League. So he would have to do, that's the minimum expectation for ESR would be to do what Madison did last year in an abnormally productive season for him on a better offensive team. So that's why I would leave that. That seems like an awful lot.
But as a £100 million player, ESR is capable of doing that.
100%. 100%. I mean, he's clear. This
is our fan base. Our fan base overblow players and put too much pressure on them, and this is exactly why. Remember, Mike. Remember, I said
listening to this right now, and
remember I said I told Hertz earlier on Twitter that the toxic positivity, and this is
positive. That's what I've known. I'm sorry.
ESR is in the fetal position right now because he's watching this podcast and Mike, you got to stop.
It's because he's a fetus. That's why he can't.
Okay, Samir in the chat though, Madison played 31 matches in the Premier League, so he was hurt. But there's this idea that he was hurt for half the year because his hip is falling out of joint. He played 31 matches, which is the same he played the year before. So it's not like he's this giant injury case, nor was he hurt the entire year last. That's kind of another one that's kind of floating out there. That he's this granny who gets hurt all the time and has bad hips, and it's kind of, but not really, I guess. I don't know.
Look at Ryan with the hot take. Lacazette 16 goals in the league. I mean, the way things are looking right now, that league might be Serie A and Roma if we're believing the stories. But hey, Lacazette, I don't know. Maybe he can pull that off. So, Owen, you want to take a stab at one?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. He's signing something to me. 3, 2, 1. What's Kelly signing?
Locks it at 13 league goals.
Oh, okay. Here's one for you. An offer comes in for Nicola Pepe at 20 million. Do you take it?
Oh.
Last season,
No.
I would have snapped your arm off for that.
God.
But seeing how he's been on the upswing,
Hertz, you're so fucking negative, man. You can't even get behind the team. fucking guy needs a chance to adapt.
So this is what I've learned about you, Owen. You get really cranky when you don't sleep, is what I figured out. You just snapping at everybody.
I'm not cranky. I'm not good. Yeah, no, would you take it or leave it? Like in this market, you see Joe Willock going for in and around that price.
Yeah, so would you rather have Willock or Pepe on your team next season?
Thank you.
No, but what I'm saying is with the cover, Gabriel Martinelli, Aubameyang, Saka, Willian, players, the amount of players we have in that position, would you distribute the money better throughout the squad?
I don't take 50 right now, like Zamir said, because I think he is finally rounding into a top winger and attacker in the Premier League who can be unplayable at times. Now, look, he could regress this season, and it's like a stock you bought too high, and then you almost had a chance to get your money back, and you're like, no, this is coming all the way back, and then it does, and then it goes back down again. But right now, you don't sell that guy unless you're getting a profit on your 72 million, because this is the moment where he has the most potential. I'd almost extend him if he gets off to a good start to protect his value as a young player.
Look, I'm not saying I would do it, but when you ask somebody to make a question up on the spot, these are the kinds of things that they produce. It's
really, Owen, we've actually been talking about this for like 26 minutes now. I mean, I don't know if
not only
on the spot.
Next time, just change the format when they
bad.
ask you the question, and you'll be
20,
fine.
and, I mean, you could have come up with a better number than 20.
but like,
I think we're all leaving that. I think, right?
Yeah, see, it's easy.
Yeah.
All right, I
leaving
got
it.
one.
Yeah,
Michael,
go for it.
Go?
Go for it.
Auba is finished. Take it or leave it.
Define finished.
Done, complete.
I mean, I don't mean we'll never play again. I mean, his days as someone who deserves to be in the starting lineup regularly and performing well are finished.
Fuck, I don't like my responses, but I think I take that.
Ooh.
Which is weird because I've been a big Aubameyang guy, but whatever's happening right now has been happening for a while, and whether it's application or waning physical presence, like he does kind of feel like a guy who should be playing in like UAE now, doesn't he? Like really, like it used to be China, like
USA, but
yeah, I mean
he's not going to get 300,000 a week at the USA, but yeah, I mean,
he feels like he got there like 18 months faster than I thought, but he always was going to get here. And it puts an awful lot on us when he's making that kind of money and when he's the captain, because there's no graceful way to get rid of him. But I really hope that he can at least be a guy who can at least be a 10 to 15 goal guy for another year, so we have time to adequately replace him and prioritize what we want to do. But my fear is that if he's not happy and he's not getting the warm and fuzzies in his belly, he doesn't do shit. And he seems like, just like he did at Dortmund, he just kind of got over it, was just kind of over it and just kind of fucked off. It really scares me that he's doing that now.
It's the Jose Mourinho year 3 curse, but in a player situation. And we've seen it before. He can, all the signs are there. About 6 months ago, 8 months ago, I was like, you know what? I fully back him to come back from this. There's been a lot going on, distractions, family, illness. I back him to come back. I have completely gone on a 180 for that, because there's enough smoke with disciplinary issues, with the captaincy not really fitting him or suiting him well, with being late to the North London Derby. I'll take one for the team, Sophie. You don't even have to say it again. I'll say that was bullshit. And I don't think that ever really ever really resolved itself. All the signs of cracks in the armor are coming down, and I don't know that he's the type of player that can dig himself back out of that again. Mm-hmm. So that's why I came up with the question, but we only got one answer so far, and it was a good one. Sebi.
I'll take it. You guys are right. I totally backed the guy. I thought he was going to come back strong in the preseason, and he hasn't hit. We know it's preseason, but you'd like to see your main striker at least hit the back of the net once in preseason.
He's not coming back. He's not coming back from Europe. He's not coming back.
Yeah.
He should be as fresh can be.
I know. Yeah, Go ahead, guys. My question was similar to yours. I'll answer. I'll ask it when you guys are done answering this question.
You want to go to Dean?
Oh,
I'm gonna play
yeah, go for
I'll
it.
play devil advocate a little bit, and I'll leave it for now. I think if we play him up front, he can hopefully regain some of what we've been seeing. Like you said, 10 to 15 goals in league, something like that. If we're going to play him out left like we have been, then you have to take it all day because he's proven he can't play out there. But the hope, at least my hope, is we play him back up front, rotate him with Lacazette some, and hopefully he can get a little bit back of what he's shown us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna my faith in him dithering little by little. I'm gonna leave it for now, and this comes because Super Kev.
You can't
Super
leave
Kevin
it for
Campbell,
now. You have to either take it or leave it and stick
I'm going
by
to
that.
I'm going to leave it for the whole season. Okay, he is my captain. Okay, God damn it, and I'm gonna support him. I'm gonna leave it because Super Ken Campbell covers Arsenal games in I think it was Facebook. I think he might have mentioned it. He covers different things in different countries, I believe. But one thing that he mentioned was watching the game live that Aubameyang all last season would make run after run after run, putting himself into a spot where he could potentially get the ball where he's a threat and, potentially cut in, get that beautiful shot that he normally takes. So the thing that Kevin Campbell pointed out was not looking at it on TV, but watching it live, you get to see those runs and you get to see Xhaka and Elneny and other players not pass the ball to him. Like every once in a while we see it on TV where you're like, fuck's sake, he was just clear right into somebody passed the ball. And then, it was like a sideways pass, backwards pass. And so because of that, I'm going to keep faith in him in the sense that he's making them runs that I'm hoping with more progressive type players. We saw Sambi versus Tottenham with a really good Tottenham.
That's a new one.
What was that?
I haven't heard that awesome thing
Spurs.
before.
It's pronounced.
Forward,
It's
Robbie.
pronounced cunts.
And
You got to hit the U
sure,
real
yes.
hard.
And he provided some beautiful balls. Partey looked really sharp when don't Mikey know he looked really sharp in preseason when he was playing. So I'm going to leave it. I'm gonna hold my faith with Alba and hope that when he has more shots and more clear opportunity to score, he's gonna come good for us. So Kelly, my friend, you're up next.
All right. So take it or leave it. We get Vlahovic, but he costs us 50 million. So if you don't know Dusan Vlahovic is a very, very physically talented, relatively up to about halfway through last year, obscure. I think he's busy Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mike, you can make a Spanish pronunciation of that, but so he plays for Fiorentina, and he might be Serbian actually. I think he was from one of the Belgrade teams before, but he's a guy who basically just started scoring goals last year. He's incredibly physically talented. He looks like he's about 30 years old, but he's like 22. Scored 20 goals on a really shitty Fiorentina team that didn't create a lot of chances, and he just was like bulldozed past a bunch of people. He's really, really quick. He's really physical, and he's really decisive. He's like if Mitrovic wasn't a crackhead and he was marginally refined, this would probably be like the baby version of him. So I believe in his talent, but I think he's a huge risk. But whoever wants to jump in, take it or leave him, but you got to pay 50 million. So you got to pay a full ass whack, like a really, really high transfer fee for a guy who could flame or he could be flames, I guess.
I didn't realize this. He actually played in a game that Jake and I were in when we were in Florence against Roma.
You played in the game, Mike?
What'd you say?
You said the game you were in, you played him?
Yeah.
Stud.
Yeah, I was busy losing my passport at that game, which was not a good look for me. But yeah, he played in that game. I was too focused on watching Mkhitaryan turn the ball over and Dzeko at 94 years old. But I'd never heard of the guy, despite watching him play. I didn't. So I'm leaving it for 50 million.
I'm gonna leave it. So he's Serbian. He just turned 21 in January, so still young. But his
Wait, was Serbia a reason for leaving it?
Yeah,
It was
I was-
just-
well, no. He said he would-
What do you
Wow.
Just
got
not
against
keen
Well,
on
honestly,
Serbia.
if it was
Man.
Bosnian, I would have left it because of Klasinic. I don't want another Bosnian.
Dean, we don't discriminate around here, Dean. Please don't get us
Sorry,
canceled.
sorry.
Thank you.
No, I was just correcting. But up until last year for Fiorentina, he'd played 10 games, had no goals. The season before, he played 30 games, had 6 goals. Last year, he had 21 goals in 37 games. So he did explode last year. But I would rather have Tammy Abraham for, probably around 30, 35 million
I agree with that.
than have, what's his name? Vladic for 50 million.
Dusan Vlahovic.
I'd
You're
rather have
about to the
Balogun.
whole. Now that you mentioned Tammy, you're gonna make the whole chat room explode. No,
Just we see
Um,
on this side, it just starts on fire.
yeah,
It starts slowly burning down.
dude.
That's the
Look,
code word.
he's look,
He's like the nicest person ever.
Yeah.
I
And
know.
we're making like Jewish
Such a
jokes
sweetheart.
earlier.
I mean, you
That's
hadn't
the
been on a
text one,
pod with
sorry.
us. You hadn't been on a pod with us, not because we didn't want it. We were protecting you, Dean. See what you're exposing yourself to right now.
Poor
So,
Dean, we're terrible
look,
people.
I'll take Vlahovic all day long. He scores with both feet. He's 6'3", and we might cancel. Love it.
All right, guys.
Bye,
There's
Dean.
nothing on.
Nice knowing you. He's 6'3", scores all types of goals, scores header. If we're gonna be crossing the ball so damn much, I mean, we've seen the limp dick attempts of heading the ball that Aubameyang has had. So I think it gives another option, gives us a little bit of aerial threat, and I'm gonna go with it. So that I'm taking that one all day long. As you guys know, I've said this in multiple times in the past. I'm not too fussed of the value of the player as far as like the price. I don't get when like people are like, I'll take Odegaard for 50, 60. No fucking way. I don't want him for 60. And I don't get that. That's not me. If you, my head only goes to, oh, we could get that player. It's a possibility. I like that player. Yes. That's where my head, that's where my thought process ends. I've never really overanalyzed that the whole transfer fees or anything or the structure of the deal. So I kind of leave it there. So yeah, I'm taking that all day long. All right. Sebi, you're up next, sir.
Where's my question? Do we drop Oba if he doesn't score on Friday for the Chelsea game? Take it or leave it.
We drop him if he doesn't score a brace in the Chelsea game.
Ooh.
Which one? I don't know which one you say. Take it, yeah. I don't think he should start the Brentford game.
No. If he doesn't score in the Brentford game, if he doesn't score on Friday, do you drop him for Chelsea?
Well, Owen's already there, is what
But
he's
my,
saying.
my answer is that I wouldn't even start him against Brentford.
Okay.
I think that, and the question was earlier, which Mike Hurt skipped over me because obviously he's insulted and made fun of him earlier. But for the Aubameyang question about is he finished, and I think he is. And there's two reasons. I think his natural decline, and I think stylistically, he doesn't suit what Mikel Arteta wants from his striker, and he's consistently tried shoehorning Aubameyang in, whether it be up front or left wing, and he just doesn't provide what we need as a team. And I think subsequently the team's suffering for that. So for me, I would take it.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else want to add on to that one, or we're staying pretty convincing we're taking that one? Because I know most people seem to have lost faith in Alba, so I'm not.
It would be
not
weird.
sure.
It would be weird and unusual for Arteta to start him and then pull him after one game. I mean, if he's just not running, if he's looking forlorn and just like completely out of it, then sure. But if he plays hard and just doesn't score, I mean, I don't know that it's as easy as just his goal total against Brentford. It's the style of his play. But yeah, I don't think he should be starting against Brentford. I think we need to kick off on the right foot, and Aubameyang isn't the man to do it right now.
Yeah, Mike, I think from a style perspective too, I mean, Brentford don't deep block, which is why Brentford's been fun in the championship. But in that game, wanting to get a result in your first game up, is there going to be a ton of space for Aubameyang to run into? I mean, probably not. Lacazette has looked fitter than he's looked the last couple seasons too. And again, I know he approximates the style a little bit more, but I think that he is maybe physically on it, and he has the incentive of he's going to have one last 2 to 3 year contract somewhere, and he wants to score double-digit goals and look good, and he has looked relatively good too. So, yeah, I think we're. I guess I would be surprised if Lacazette does not start, and the only reason Auba starts on the left is for want of any other options. But I also. Just cheating for later that I think Saka is going to start at left wing on Friday because we're very irresponsible with young players and that player specifically. I don't think Arteta can run what he wants to do without him, and so we're going to cram him in there on 4 training sessions in 1 preseason game. We're just going to start him anyway, like Arsene used to do with Alexis. Just we can't do anything without you, so just go.
Oh shoot! All right. Yeah, I think Saka's going to start 100%. Like you said, Kelly, I think he's a vital part to our left wing. And look, it's not like we could just plug in Martinelli there, where he's played there every once in a while because he just came back to the Olympics. Which the Martinelli thing it's an odd one for me because he was training, so he's physically fit, but he didn't get a lot of game time. So I wonder how you classify that, whether he's ready to play for us or not, because it's not like
he played a lot of the Olympics. So
did he put in a lot of minutes though?
No,
I'm not sure.
He was like a super sub and then didn't come in the gold medal game, right?
Yeah, there you go.
So take it or leave it, Mark. Take it or leave it. Martinelli starts 10 Premier League games this year.
Oh, take it.
Take it.
Really?
No way Willian gets more time this time around.
Mike, we made it 40 minutes. Stop it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's our no word.
I have one that I think is a bit more, I don't know, maybe cause a little bit of a debate. Hector Bellerin should be 4th in the pecking order at right back.
Fucking take it.
Okay.
I knew you love that.
Kelly might be slightly biased, so I don't know.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Anybody who's new to our group, there are guys that you just
love their mustaches.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Also, since we have a bigger audience now,
since you have a bigger audience, you really want to let people know this.
Not a Bosnian guy with a mustache. Oh shit. He looks exactly like Tim Allen's mugshot. So Tim Allen got busted for dealing cocaine in the 80s. Hector Bellerin looks exactly like his fucking mugshot now. Look it up. You're welcome.
Look, he's gonna go. Yeah, give Mike a few seconds. He'll have it up on the screen.
So on my Twitter timeline, he's just referred to as 80s Tim Allen now.
Love it. Right on. Wait, so Owen, does that mean you're putting him behind Maitland-Niles?
Well, that's the argument I'm looking used to have.
Yeah, he looks like Tim Allen. Mugshot at Tim Allen. There. Okay, we can't escape that anymore. So, oh shit, he does.
That's not even what Tim Allen looks like, though. What was he doing?
How many protein bars have we eaten?
Whoa! Absolutely love this stuff. Okay, so Owen, yeah, you said 4th, so behind Maitland-Niles.
Yeah.
Behind Xhaka.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Hey, I could see Arteta playing Xhaka right back for the record. So
for the confusion, so you've got Hector Bellerin, Cedric, Callum Chambers, and Ainsley Maitland-Niles, and I'm saying that not in Mikel Arteta's mind, but he should be fourth in the pecking order. Who's echoing? We've got echo.
Hello.
Yeah.
Was that me? Echo?
I don't know.
Okay, so we'll see. Dean, we want to take a stab at it one?
Yeah, this one might be good too. So we get a £30 million offer for William Saliba in the winter, but it's from Tottenham, or the cunts, as Sebi calls them. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, no,
that's actually really good.
That is a good one.
I was on board when you said 30 million for Saliba. But
Yeah.
Are you poisoning them, or are you making them stronger? That's what you have to try to figure out.
Can we cut his Achilles tendon right before he leaves?
We could turn him into Hector Bellerin before we sell him.
I was gonna say, just don't let him eat for like 2 years and then blow his knee out.
Because the
Lock
thing
him out of
is,
the weight room.
Maybe we can get
thing
a
is,
bunch
if
of
we're-
hot guys to sit on a couch next to him and just see what happens.
Yeah, do we leak a
thing
few
is,
videos
if you sell him
before
in January
transfer?
and he plays the season, look, him and Gwendo they're going to walk the league. They have like no opposition in France. So Gwendo and Saliba are going to walk the league. So you're going to be selling Spurs.
They don't.
Excuse me,
There's not a
cunts.
team.
No, there's not no team. No,
They'll walk
Yeah.
past PSG.
they're just going to walk past. And
That's my favorite fucking game now. Is that we're gonna do all the counting stats for William Saliba in France. Where they're gonna be like playing against Montpellier, and he's gonna be like, oh, 90% pass. And it's like, who fucking cares?
That's
he will
one of
not
my,
play
that's
in
one of
England.
my take it or leave it was going to be more Arsenal fans will watch Marseille and Fenerbahce this season than Arsenal.
As long as Patrick Timmins goes away forever, that's fine.
okay, so I'm going to go back.
Any of my stuff, so F that guy.
Yeah, forget that guy. And before I go to you, our good friend Christian came up with a relatively reasonable one, if you ask me, and that is Willian weighs more than Gunnersaurus by the end of the season. Take it or leave it.
I appreciate you using Gunnersaurus rather than me as your example.
That
Yeah.
was very nice.
Dennis
Yeah.
Burris is going to be in the food kitchen line, so probably have to take it.
Can I just say, and I know this is all tongue in cheek. Well, for some people it is, for some people it isn't. That picture he was wearing a vest. He's not that fat. I have no excuse. Willian does.
That's not the shape of a vest.
I have an excuse. Wheeland.
And then the answer to that, of course, normally is how many vests was he wearing? But
Mike Feinberg, the camera adds 3 vests. We all know that.
yeah, exactly.
Yes. Okay, here's one.
I'm wearing 1,000 vests right now.
Going into this upcoming summer, the Arsenal job is now more appealing for a quality manager to get brought in. If taken into consideration the youth level of our squad, taking into consideration the amount of bad contracts and the wage and everything that's going to open up, this is the last year for players like Lassanac, the last year for players like Lacazette, assuming we don't move them on. So the whole conversation that always happens, we're like, what top manager is going to come into this Arsenal right now? This upcoming summer, throughout all the work that's been happening the last year and a half, 2 years with Arteta and Adu, it's a more appealing job to a world-class manager. Take it or leave it.
Take it because those world-class managers that you're referring to love to come into an upswing situation and ride the wave. Like you never see. I mean, you rarely see a world-class manager coming into a team to try to help them not fall further because they can see that coming from a mile away. Arsenal, by all accounts, should be on the upswing right now because how much worse can it get? And we have young, contracted, long-term managers or players that would be a joy to manage. So, yeah, I mean, if Arsenal could be a very appealing job for somebody if we keep the players that we have, but just underperform as a result of Arteta. So, yeah, I'm taking that.
Yeah, I would take it too. If you look at the collaboration. Geez, I've only been doing this for like 45 minutes. The collection of like under 25 really high quality players who play a prominent role. It looks pretty good here. And again, especially because of how we seem to be attacking like Ramsdale and some of those deals and not taking low balls. Like there's an air of competence in the recruitment that I haven't seen or we haven't really seen in the last couple of years. So, I mean, if we are pulling guys like Lokonga, who looks like he's going to start the first game and looks like he could be a potentially important player, able to identify and you're securing the guys like Ben White, even if you overpay for him a little bit. It strikes me as the project is certainly better than it was 2 years ago. I mean, we were trying to get rid of Mkhitaryan not too long ago, and we were paying off Ozil like 9 months ago. Like this is further forward, and the playing staff will be better this year. And a lot of those guys seem to be under 25 players, so it's going to be a better job. It's whether we have the right guy for it, and we don't to manage it, and we don't know that yet.
I have a fun game that we can play right now because I've just gone and again checked the tally, and we've bumped up by a couple $100 as soon as Mikey Hers sent out his bat signal to his friend. So let's go through the name of people who just donated, and we're going to determine real friend or fake friend of Mike Hernandez.
You know what is the thing is I just said it's a football podcast, and they thought I was going to talk about the Raiders. So
that's are they all from Las Vegas?
Out, so yes, yeah. So before we play this game, Sebi, that means that Zidane might potentially come to us next summer. So just you never know.
Oh,
okay,
fingers crossed.
We're looking good.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mike. You want to take a stab at this game?
Here's who's donated since we got put over 4,000 by Jimmy Howson. Nicholas Henry or Henri, friend or a real friend? By friend, I mean he's just a fellow Gooner. By real friend, I mean Mike knows him in personal life.
Nicholas is a good friend of the NAP podcast, but I'm gonna put him down on friend.
We are supposed to guess, not you, Mike.
Right?
You just
know the
us.
goddamn answer.
Oh, I thought. Okay, go for it. Go.
All right, Nicholas with a very generous donation. Thank you very much. Steve Orrington, I know,
and that's how you play the game.
He basically. I think he got a good fare, and he splurged on Gooners versus Cancer. The next one, and again, I may end up running the risk of this. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Carlos Banuelos is a real friend of Mike Hernandez.
It's friend or amigo.
What would make you think that?
So that is an amigo.
Yeah, I'm going amigo with that
one. Or Vato, as we.
I'm assuming you know Carlos in your personal life. All right. And we already know this; it's already been spoiled for us. But Israel Madrigal came in, but knowing him the way that you do, Mikey, as a real friend, take a guess at what amount he donated.
Jesus, that's
69.
50.
Who said 69?
I'll tell you right.
Did you cheat? Did you look at the thing?
No. Wait, let me ask you, was that Carlos or Izzy?
That's Izzy.
Okay, because Carlos in the text that I'm in with him, 69 is my favorite number. I donated 69.69 or 69.99.
That is. Well, that's
but he had two more bottoms.
But look, we appreciate any donation of any amount. There have been some very sexy ones though. There's been 69. There's been a bunch of 89s. There's $100.89.
Absolutely love it.
But yeah, we are now at $4,242, $42.42. Something about the meaning of life. Actually, now we're at $42.76. It just keeps going. This is fantastic. I'm gonna have to. I might have to raise the goal from 5,000.
Or we could just quit and go to bed once we reach 5,000.
We're not doing that.
No.
Well, you are, but we're not. So yeah, I'm probably going to raise the goal as soon as we hit it because this has just been phenomenal, and I don't want us to to rest on our laurels. We got more people, we got more drawings, but phenomenal, Mike. Thanks for sending out the bat signal to your real friends, your amigos.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Has Pepe Hernandez donated yet?
Not yet. No. He's trying to figure out the conversion rate between pesos and dollars. But I'll let my amigos know for sure.
I wasn't sure we get to 5,000 pesos today. So to get to almost $5,000 by the end of the ninth hour is fantastic.
5,000 pesos. Now. What's 5,000 pesos, real quick? Like $7.28. Once you convert
you owe money.
It is $250.
You tell us, Mike. Jesus.
It's $250.
I have to tell Ray Anderson as well, my bro in the chat. It's just coming on 4 a.m. here, Ray. So going strong.
And as is Mark, John is tapped out, which is unusual for him at such an early hour. But Mark Pacretin, I believe, is over there. Big Stevie's there. and up in the middle of the night. And I was going to ask Joshua Page, if I'm correct, he's over in the UK as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Matthew Hudson, I think might be as well. Just massive showing from people in the middle of the night. I really, really appreciate it. If there's anyone else that's up in the UK or, further east from there, and it's in the middle of the night where you are, let us know, because we certainly want to give you props and a shout out. So take it or leave it. Neither Guendouzi or Saliba ever play another game for Arsenal again.
Take it.
Take it.
I'll let Kelly explain why.
Well, Guendouzi doesn't play for us anymore, so he's probably never going to play for us again.
He's not on. Oh, he's a permanent transfer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, is Thomas Vermaelen ever going to play for us again?
I think Thomas Vermaelen would play for us again before Guendouzi would ever play for us again.
I forgot. I thought he was one of those guys that we just stashed there on a loan. I forgot it was a permanent.
No, we got our glorious $9 million for him and
made
moved
a
on.
profit.
Just barely.
Is that a loan with option to buy, or is it permanent?
It's a loan with a requirement to buy.
It's an obligation.
So he is still an Arsenal player. We could bring him back.
Yeah.
Well,
Arteta gets sacked in January. They bring him back. It could happen.
Wait, there's still hope.
Someone's neck and strips and smokes in the dressing room, and we lose him again. Oh
my God! There's less than no indication to think that Saliba is going to ever play here. Because if he was going to play here, he could have played here this year, but he isn't. And we took the fucking shirt right off his back and gave him to somebody else who also plays right center back, who we cost. More money than he did. So no, he's not playing here again. It's a matter of if we can break even, or if he's the best center back in France, then he'll cost $8 million to sell him.
We gave Elneny's shirt away and then brought him back into the fold. So but that's not the only thing that we.
Elneny is a cockroach, though. That you cannot fucking kill. Like he is around forever. Like he will see out every ounce of his contract anywhere. He's going to be playing somewhere in Egypt when he's 50. But he's also a guy who will eat shit and make $30,000 a year and be the fifth string and just play every now and then and be fine.
$30,000 a year?
What's that?
$30,000 a year doesn't sound that appealing, but yeah, he
$30,000 a week,
especially in London.
Yeah, no, I think he's a good squad player. I endorse Elneny staying around as long as he doesn't ever step on the pitch before the last 5 minutes of a game that we're holding on to a lead for.
I think he's Elneny has played here for so long just because of circumstance. But it's fine. Yeah. He's going to see out his contract and he's going to go play somewhere else. But I think Saliba, something is weird there. I think something probably stinks in our camp, and something certainly stinks in his camp. And if he's outright, if the rumors are true that he outright refused a loan to a mid to lower table Premier League team, and he went to Marseille, that guy turns into a pumpkin when he gets over the French border, and he should not play outside of France ever. And if he wants to flat track France the rest of his life, then so be it. And I really, really, as I tweeted recently, I really wish we would have sorted that out, that he does not want anything to do with playing outside of France. I really wish.
Have a wonderful season at Marseille, and may we get back the $26 million we paid for him. That's all I need.
Yeah, hopefully he does well over there this season and we get our money back. Maybe PSG will want to buy him, or another team in France with some money. But
can we return him? Say he was broken, or can we get our money back? If we had bought him from Costco instead of from
I'll tell you what,
I would be feeling good about the situation right now.
ESPN want their money back for the rights that they paid for La Liga. But let's not give up hope, okay, Sebi, because Arsenal is an appealing job. We could get Zidane and the French connection, right? And Saliba and Guendouzi, they come back and they win the Champions League for us.
Oh, yeah. Mikey, can I bring someone else into the fold who
you cannot bring John into this.
Don't do that to my Johnny boy. We need more Chicago representation in here.
This poor bastard has been out fucking forced to go shopping all day.
Oh my God.
What's up, John?
Now we know what you look like.
Sorry about that, guys. I was forced to go shopping earlier today.
Costco?
It was Crate and Barrel. All right, it was Crate and Barrel. I was buying some nice stuff for the new place.
No one emphasizes crate and Crate and Barrel. Like I've
Is
never
it
heard
It's Crate and Barrel, right?
It's Crate and Barrel. It's not Crate and Barrel. I mean, like only Mike Hernandez would say that. It'd be like
It's the whitest conversation we've ever had on this
I know.
podcast. We're an Arsenal podcast.
Kelly, it's so white that I don't even know what they're talking about.
He said Tottenham.
Sorry,
Tottenham.
Crate and Barrel. Sorry, I forgot to.
It's Crate E Barrel.
Crate Barrel.
E Barrel.
Yeah, you've also missed our mildly racist mannered game, friend or amigo.
Hey, if we're doing that, you know, I am Cuban, so if we're talking,
I'm a minority.
If we're talking about Crate and Barrels, I guess it means a whole different thing to me as a Cuban.
Oh my god! That's a method of transportation.
So John, you weren't
are we
like
getting canceled tonight? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah. So like
raising money for charity
we were curing cancer. Please take it
easy. We're all really tired. We're trying to cancel the show pretty quick here.
Groups.
Also,
So
John,
speaking of that, Cuba didn't win.
the latest picture of Hector Bellerin.
Oh, that's spot on, man.
If that spreads, I'm good for the rest of my Twitter career, man. That's
when you retire right there. You just pin that as your tweet.
When he showed up with that stupid early '90s haircut and his mustache, I think I dropped my phone and go, "Oh my god, it's the Tim Allen mugshot."
I think
that's what he looks like now.
And I hate to say this because it became popularized by someone who's an absolute douche, but he is kind of Zoolander in a sense.
Yes.
Why
man? Okay, lovely stuff.
Sandwich that got COVID.
Yeah, he can't turn either way. Not just left. He can't turn at all.
I like that. That was that's an unappreciated line.
I'm losing track. Mike keeps on moving everybody around. So, and you want to take a stab at that? Stab at it, take or leave it?
Oh, Jesus, you put me on the spot again.
Sebby, you want to take a stab at it, take or leave it? Give Owen some time to think.
That was me.
Arteta gets
a great question, but go ahead, Sam.
Okay, there you go. Owen's in that spot now. Owen, you want to take a stab at take or leave it?
No, I'm done. It's Savvy.
All right, you sure?
Yeah, go, man. You're far better at this than I am. Anyway,
I don't know about that, but Arteta gets the sack mid-January if things aren't looking well.
Whoa, hold on. What was the second part of that?
Whoa.
If things aren't looking well in mid-January,
You can't say that because
take it or leave it.
Well,
He gets a sack if we're top of the league. He gets a sack in January.
The question is our ownership just completely tone deaf to the situation? Will they make a change? So that's a fair question, actually.
They gesticulate between being completely tone deaf and being motivated specifically by what the fans are saying online. So it just depends on what day you're catching them on, I think.
That's true. That's how Wenger got it.
In this scenario, Sebster, what position are they in the league in January? Keeping in mind that last season in January we were 13th after a couple weeks after Boxing Day.
Yeah, I'm not even saying January. I'm saying mid-September.
I thought you said January.
No, did I say January? Mid-September.
You absolutely said January.
My bad.
Mid-September.
Yeah.
No,
so we lose the
month. That's like next month.
We lose the first 4 games.
That's like 3 weeks away.
Sebby, I will side bet you.
After we lose against Chelsea and City, out of here.
No, if we lose, we could lose the first 5 games and he would not get sacked.
We've got Chelsea and City. Is it within the first?
And then Spurs a couple weeks after.
The reckoning will be in Jan. If we are kicking around 12 to 16th in like at Boxing Day again, he'll be sacked.
I would laugh at that, except we did that last week.
We did that. That was a real thing.
Yeah. So if we do the same thing that we did before, he's not going to get another window. He's going to get fired. We're going to pull Graham Potter off Brighton. That's what's going to happen.
I mean, if first of all, how did Sebby get the translucent thing? Whereas with me, my head was being blocked by the thing.
Why does Sabby have branches growing out of his wall like something out of fucking Jumanji?
But
stop making obscure references. I understand. I'm warning you.
Imagine 3 of Jumanji just was released in Ireland. Imagine we start off the season with 5 losses and they do
10 years after Ramones died.
The level of hatred. I mean, look, we're all going to be upset.
It's already there.
We're all going to be upset if we have 1 point out of 15 or something, or not, or something like that. But the level of why didn't we just sack him over the summer and replace him is going to be.
So you're gonna have the same
So-
amount of people go losing their shit saying sack him now, get somebody in, we can still save the season. If like we lose our five first games. So I don't know.
Well, we're 5 wins on the trot in the Premier League right now, so I see no reason why that trend shouldn't continue. But yeah, I mean, we do tend to do the opposite of what we're supposed to do. But yeah, a rough start this next 4 or 5 games, and it's going to be a shit show with supporters back in the stadium. I mean, there will be violence. I hope not. But.
So I'm going to align with my good friend Christian in the group. It says, with our ownership, Arteta doesn't get the sack unless we risk relegation. And that's what I truly feel. I still stand by the idea that he is the project, not so much the players that are coming in. And he has to do something pretty harsh to get the sack, in my opinion.
Do you think that, and I know this is a bit of a tangent here, but do you think that we are making these sort of judgments based on the fact that for the last 18 months or so, we've been watching football without any fans in the stadium and forgetting what the actual atmosphere of the fan base in general is like, and we're making our judgments more to the fact that we're viewing the reactions on Twitter? Do you think that it might not be as bad?
It makes you think like, because one of the big kind of like jokes about everyone coming back from COVID and everyone actually remembering what it's like to be a human and not doing it so well. So I wonder how much that's going to actually translate into a full packed stadium with emotions and support and fans and everything like that. I like to think that we're going to be all right, but you got to imagine that it's going to be whatever kind of like consternation there is like in the stadium, it's going to be amplified with people just not remembering what it is to be a civil
no person. Social cues. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. You've seen what's happening on airplanes right now.
Exactly. Yeah.
No,
I think
good.
that people just need to like being a social animal is something that takes like practice. Like if you don't do it for a while, you have to remember what it's like.
What's happening on airplanes? What's happening?
You missed it?
Yeah.
People are getting duct taped to seats.
The people are acting like absolute just
douchebags,
mobsters
by the flight crew.
Something that
it's like the captain. The captain's like coming out of the cockpit and like
gaffer tape.
Yeah,
there's like battle royales going on planes right now.
You grow up a couple flight attendants, and you get duct taped to a seat. Now, come on.
I'm leaving this up here because it happens so seldomly. By the way, the Giannis has said he's going to bed about 7 different times, and Jumanji drew him back in. Yeah. I imagine him in bed like with like listening to the podcast as he drifts off to sleep, and then Jumanji's brought up, and he's like
such a good reference. That was so good.
He said we rolled a 7.
Listener retention that's what I'm here for.
That absolutely. So, Seb, I'm assuming the New York subway is like that plane video, like just all the time.
It's worse. The rats duct tape you to the subway.
The rats.
Like you have obviously never flown with Ryanair because you would pay extra to get duct taped to a seat in those death traps of fucking tin pop planes. So I love America. These are fucking.
We have a worse version of Ryanair here called Spirit Airlines. So
Spirit's awful. I was just about
the
to say
Walmart of airplanes.
Jake almost
the Walmart
of
your flight is $16, but then we're going to give you $900 in fees. You want to wear shoes on the plane? It's $50.
It's $100 if you don't die on the way over for your oxygen.
They get your deposit back.
You have a landing fee.
There's no fee for the airplane. It's a deposit that they return to you if they get you there safely.
I gotta say,
your life on layaway.
That kid is sick. So I love that.
Okay.
I love that kid.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, Owen, go for it. Your turn.
Fuck you. You keep fucking adding me in these things. Let me see. Right, here we go. Right. This is more of a would you rather. We win the FA Cup this year and finish 6th, but fans aren't allowed to return back to the stadium for the full season.
Well, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you're setting Americans up with this one, bro.
No, you know what? I'm going to go because I have this just ever-present need to be liked. I'm looking after the match-going fans here.
We haven't noticed, Mike. We haven't noticed that, Mike.
I don't always act like it, but it is a deep insecurity of mine. And yeah, so I know enough people who have been, absolutely just missing out on a daily and weekly routine of their lives in the last 2 years that, honestly, for the sake of the fan base at this point, I'd rather, if the two were in some way cosmically related, fans in the stadium, but we do worse, or no fans in the stadium, but we do better. I'm not so, entitled and needing wins all the time to deprive what we really need, which is the fan base getting back in, the players getting back in. So obviously the two have no relation to each other, but in this scenario, I'd rather miss out on Europe and silverware if it meant a full year of Arsenal fans remembering what it's like to be Arsenal fans over there. So
here, can I add one part to that? So
I'm trying not to get canceled.
Hold on, wait.
Mike, that was beautiful. I'll take that FA Cup.
That wasn't beautiful. That was mean. He wants his Arsenal fans to suffer and instead of enjoying their time with their families, watching their team win.
Twitter and I don't care.
I think John was going to give us something very insightful there.
I want to add one thing to that. So what if everything's the same, except you add that Spurs don't win another don't win a trophy. So they get to all this crap that we're going through right now. Spurs finish outside of Europe, and we win a trophy, and they don't. But you don't get to go in the stadium.
Yeah, I'll take that. Fuck those guys.
Right? That's what I'm saying. So I think that's
Ooh, I got
Every
one.
man has its price. I absolutely love it.
You got me, John. You got me.
I got you.
I got one. I got one. Hers.
Go for it.
So take it or leave it. Spurs win a trophy, but it's the Mickey Mouse Vice Europa League thing.
Oh,
that they would try to claim the Europa Conference League, and they would try to
Oh.
claim it forever as a real trophy because they wouldn't win anything fucking else for
Is
decades.
it better than the Audi Cup or less than the Audi Cup?
That gets them in the
what we need
Europa
to find
League.
out.
So if they finish like 9th, but they win that trophy, then they're in Europe again.
They're
for
in
the
Europe,
season.
right?
Okay. They don't win any other trophy for 20 years, but we have to give them the Conference League this year.
That's the trade-off.
That's the trade-off.
I'll take that shit.
They're not going to win trophies for the next 20
Did any of
years.
you see the picture of a team in the Europa Conference League and they had to draw with permanent marker their names onto the back?
I think I would take the security of them trying to argue with us for 2 decades that was a real trophy. I think I would take that to assure that they wouldn't win the FA Cup, they wouldn't win the Champions League, wouldn't win the Europa League. They wouldn't win the FA Cup or the League Cup for the next 2 decades. For sure.
Here's one: would you rather Arsenal get relegated?
No.
And Spurs don't win a trophy for another 30 years, or Spurs win the Premier League and Arsenal stay in the Premier League?
I'd take a relegation for that. I got ESPN Plus. I could just go watch them. It's fine.
That's a really good one.
We could
win the championship
that league next season if
we could win the championship.
Yeah, we could win the league.
We won the league. We win the league.
A-League.
Yeah, we win the league. There is a trophy. I mean, they celebrate with the trophy on the pitch when you win the championship. So Stan says, Mark, I thought my missus was the only one who says duct tape. You mean it's not?
Duct tape. I said duct tape.
It's duct tape, right?
Duct tape.
Yeah.
But I say
duct tape. I say duct tape too. Damn.
Yeah.
I also say crate and barrel, so I don't know what the.
No, it's duct tape. We got to use duct tape.
Stop it. Dean, hit us on one, dude.
Take it or leave it. Arsenal are going to win the league within the next 5 years.
Leave it.
Leave it.
Negative Nancy's. I'm going to take it.
There's
taking that.
Mike, please, for the love of God, make your. I love you, and you're a beacon of happiness and positivity in my life. But how on earth are we winning the Premier League in the next 5 years?
I wasn't expecting to give an explanation, Kelly.
Is Stan Kroenke going to make a army and take over the oil companies for himself? And he'll just be a warlord of the Middle East.
When the other 9 teams in our way join the European Super League without us,
we're gonna draft well.
ESR. We're gonna draft really well. We're gonna take Mbappe's illegitimate son. Number one overall.
But here, John is onto something.
Yes, Tierney, Saka, Emile Smith Rowe in their prime, mid-20s, and they're just going to go to another. I don't think it's going to.
They'll win Premier Leagues, no doubt. At Man City.
Yeah. You see, you get They'll
those guys will win Premier League.
Dude, I don't like mentioning podcasts that aren't here with us, but I think Clive Palmer said today, 2 years from now, if we don't put a good project up for Saka, who do you think their City's going to call when Sterling ages out in 2 years?
Saka.
I know. I was sitting at a stop sign. I swear I sat there for an extra 3 seconds. Like, God, that was the worst fucking thing I've heard all day. It was awful, just awful and true.
And this leads into to my last one that I have, which is actually completely relevant to this. Take it or leave it. It'll take 5 more years and the sale of 2 of our famous young guns before the reputation of chumps in the transfer market can be shed.
Oh, I hate this game.
Not if we just irresponsibly spend our money, but do it better.
You're up next, dude. We got to get you into this.
Because right now we got the chump thing. I mean, I can see that we're somewhat breaking out of it, but everyone tries to lowball us on players they want to buy from us, and everyone just highballs us on players that we want to buy.
Yeah, but that's because we think that we're entitled to get massive money for the players that we want to sell, which it doesn't work like that. You get good money for the players that you don't want to sell. That's how it works.
Right, but we've been chumps in the sense that, I mean, I don't think we haven't been holding out for more money with people we want to sell. We've just been giving players away and this is the first season that I could remember where we're actually trying to sell somebody instead of just letting Ramsey, Alexis, and yada 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 walk away for free.
Yeah. So, to Owen's point, where yada yada yada,
yada 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 Sonogo.
Hey, yada yada yada. Hey, Seinfeld. Hey, Seinfeld. Mike, you know him, right? Hopefully, Mikey gets that. You got that reference. There you go. Here's the thing, right? To Owen's point. Roma wanted Xhaka. We're like, hell no, raise the bid. They didn't do it. We kept him. He's a player that teams want. Arsenal saw the value, wanted to hold on and say either you give the value of the player or not, right?
Where are the other teams that are in for him then?
Okay, well, that's not it. Well, I think it's a skewed market in general. I think if it's not within England, you're going to have that type of bids. Not a lot of movement has happened out of Europe. But then you flip the switch, right? And we're talking about Bellerin. To Owen's point, we're talking about a player that we all kind of established that he's like the 4th right back in our team, and the 4th right back in our team is what fans are like. We should get at least 20 million for him. Well, he's probably behind like Cedric and Timbers and Mainsley at this point in the pecking order. So realistically, can Arsenal go into negotiations and try to tell a team, no, look, trust us, Bellerin is worth 25? I don't know. I think we're already there, Mikey, is what I'm getting at. I think we're there. I don't think we're going to.
It's so weird. Like Barcelona was like sniffing around like just a season and a half ago, it feels like.
Well, Barcelona is such stupid money that they're fucking bankrupt now. So that's kind of the thing. We need to find dumber money in the top 8 of the Premier League because we're the only league that has money.
This is the point that
Aston Villa has £100 million right now.
Dumber money.
Who did they take this up with there?
Be like, you know what really piss off Arsenal fans? Buy Bellerin. Everyone loves Bellerin. Take him.
I took this up earlier, Mike, and it was a bit of a difficult question to ask a journalist to criticise Arsenal's plan and their business. But what do you guys think of the fact that last year Arsenal were willing to fork out 50-odd million for Houssam Aouar, but this season they're not even willing to offer 20 for him? Is that obviously just bad scouting? Is that evidence that their judgment on players appears to be poor?
Appears to be what?
Poor. You can't make fun of my accent, man. All right?
Meow.
What is that? I don't understand that.
Poor.
No, he's talking about the
poor.
No,
shit.
poor,
I'm sorry.
like Mertesacker.
Now you guys are just taking the piss out of
fucking Americans, man.
Maybe it's one of those Thomas Lamar type close calls that we avoided. I mean, I didn't believe that we were in for him at 92 or even considering that at 92 million, but
dude, he fucking sucks. He is not very good.
Yeah, I mean, what
genuinely,
what would he be sold for if anyone wanted him right now? 15,
20. Yeah, like 15, 20.
Yeah.
So I mean, the Aouar thing. I've always been worried about Aouar because while he might be silky smooth in France, we haven't seen a lot of French flair players, save maybe for Payet and Saint-Maximin, that have come from the French league and come over to the U. And I don't include Giroud in that because he's not that kind of player, but we haven't seen a lot of like sleek, dribbling possession footballers come over and be successful in the Premier League. It took a long time for Pepe to reach the point where he might end up being that, but I just felt like the Aouar thing could have ended up being another Pepe, but worse. And So I think that was actually one avoided, and you can tell because anybody could have him right now for what 2025, and no
17.
one 17.
17 is what they're
That's what I
saying.
saw today. Yeah.
He
Wait,
needs to
we're
disown his
talking about
brother,
transfer
man.
valuation.
I'll take him for
not Davidson.
17. Why are we not doing that?
This is like
Well-
this is like when you see like a big screen television go down to like $200, and you're like, well, if it's $200, it must really suck. I'm not going to buy it.
Yeah,
But,
that's
like,
a good point.
But there's a lot smarter clubs in England, certainly, and across the continent that should be buying that. So what the fuck is? Yeah, Mike, what is wrong with him? Like, well, I know you have to pay his brother about $75 million in an agent fee for some reason.
Probably just answered your own question.
Yeah, there you go. But like its brother is just like shitting in the deal. Like you get in the conference room, he just takes like what movie? There was like a teen movie in the US a while ago. He's like somebody just like takes a shit in a garbage can in the middle of his college
That's
interview.
Van Wilder.
Yeah, Van Wilder. Like his brother does that every time he gets into a conference room with him or something.
That was the Gooners podcast episode 6.03 as well.
Shout out to Giannis, who I'm convinced is now chatting with us live while he sleeps. If we're going based on all the previous times he said goodnight to us. John, you want to give us one, dude? Take it or leave it.
Do I have to like come up with one?
Yeah, go for it.
For you to give us one, you would have to come up with it.
He said,
All right, take it or leave it. Arteta leaves in January, and we rehire Arsene Wenger.
Leave it.
Leave it.
Jesus.
I don't
He's
know.
100.
Well,
Leave it.
would you take Arsene Wenger over Arteta right now? I think a lot of people might.
Yes, I would.
Sebi, our French correspondent and expert.
I'll leave it.
Leave it.
Yeah.
All right.
I want Arsene to have a statue, and if he comes back and takes over a shitty team and does worse, he's not getting his statue.
Take it or leave it. The statue should be that picture of him lying on the beach with his legs crossed.
I was going to actually say
Fans.
it should be an animatronic statue or a mannequin where it's just him
Like
trying
Chuck E.
to
Cheese?
trying to zip his jacket.
trying to zip his jacket.
It's like a really creepy, uncomfortable one. It's like,
John, I'm like leaving that one. Leaving. Like I just don't see how things could get better if we bring him back. I want to piss off not even half, everybody in the chat and my fellow podcasters right now. I'll take Unai back before I take Arsene Wenger.
Oh, get the fuck out! Get out!
Yeah, I said it.
There we go. All right. Take it or leave it. All right, we lose Arteta, but we sign Unai Emery.
No.
Leave it.
I mean, I'm of the mind that
Wait. Let me rephrase.
The man
Would you rather have
Chelsea to
Arsene Wenger come
penalties.
back or Unai Emery come back?
Arsene Wenger in a
Me
heartbeat.
too.
Yeah,
Me too.
Arsene.
I would rather
also
Arsene
would
Wenger.
I'm
I
not
would rather
convinced that
Arsene Wenger than Mikel Arteta.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not convinced that Arsene would be worse than Arteta is right now.
He's had a few years off. He's sunning himself, doing a bit of TV punditry. The dude's relaxed. He's probably dicking down everything.
We would take the $75 million in transfer fees we just paid for our two center backs, and it would turn into 5 immediately.
There we go. Look at that guy.
Just like it's all right. Hey, Ben White, you're
honestly,
looking good.
if we're gonna lose
3 players on an island for the next year and a half,
If we're gonna be out of Europe, if we're gonna be out of Europe,
white legs, which is what this picture is.
If we're gonna be out of Europe, I'd rather see Arsene Wenger than doing press conferences than anyone else right now. So if it's gonna happen that way. If it's going to happen that way, one way or another.
First and foremost, I need a Spanish name with the R so I could continue, flexing my R rolls.
Jose
so that's
Mourinho.
why I might be Mourinho. There. Oh yeah, that's the one right there. That's
Mourinho's
the
Portuguese.
It's not Daniel Craig.
The real question.
He comes.
So if Arsene comes back, is that like a new signing?
Yes.
It's like a new
Jesus
signing. I absolutely
Christ.
love that. So
like scars are being cut open now.
I'm gonna surrender mine, take it or leave it for my good Korean Christian in the chat. He's surrounded by multiple children, a dog and his wife, so he couldn't be with us. But here's one.
Hold on a second. No.
Go.
This dude can't fuck off and not turn up and then arrive here thinking he gets to ask questions.
That's true.
He's the Aubameyang of not another Arsenal podcast.
I would say that's
He
true.
is.
Owen. He can't do what you exactly did to Andy and I. That is true. He should not be able to do that.
What?
I said Christian should not be able to do what you did to Andy and I in the last Gooner podcast.
Yeah, the other
Show
night
up on
when
the
we
chat,
both
but not on
couldn't
the
make it,
pod.
we were both in the chat.
That's different. I love you, Christian. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
So, Christian, take it or leave it. Lukonga will play more minutes in all competitions than Partey this season. I'm assuming our glaring injury record is what he's bringing up, but Kelly just looks distraught at that one.
It's such a good question, Chris. He hasn't been drinking for the last hour and a half.
I have.
Or 8 or 9 hours. God, I wish I could push. Like, I leave it. I hope, because Xhaka is made of iron, so he's not going to take any minutes off of him. Like, you could run Xhaka through a trash compactor and he'd just pop up and dust himself off and play for the next 10 games in a row,
and then move on.
So he can't play. So he can't play there. So the only real thing is that Partey is going to be so soft tissue injury ridden that he's going to play 40% of the minutes instead of 60. And I really hope not. I hope not. I hope Lukonga plays 15 games and Partey plays 23. I don't know. No, leave it, but just barely. Gross, man. That sucks. I don't like that. Stop it, Chris.
No way, Partey. I'm gonna leave it myself. I don't think Partey's gonna have that much bad luck again going to the season where he's gonna miss so much. So I'm gonna leave it. I think Lukonga will feature more than Oneni. If you want to take that or leave that, John, what do you think about that?
I'm gonna leave it as well. I want to see. I really want to see Partey get some good minutes in there. As much as Lukonga looks like an exciting prospect. And like it's obvious that he's getting some time there, but I'd be really upset if Partey, who's an extraordinarily exciting player, doesn't get the time that he could with it would suck.
Lovely stuff. Seb, you want to throw one out there?
Shite. I don't think I have any more. Go ahead. Ask somebody else. I'll think of one.
Dean, Owen, you guys want to?
I'll come up with one. Give me 1 second.
Chris had like 25 of them. Give another Chris.
I do. I can. I'm just because Christian is dropping them in the chat. I do have multiple ones that he sent. So if anybody can't come up with one real quick,
it'd be better a well thought through one than one from like the likes of me or Owen.
Thanks for your faith, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm basing that off of your own impression of your own, things. So
okay, so here's one.
Alexander Lacazette will get a 2-year contract extension. Take it or leave it.
Oh well, wait, hold on. Do we get to clarify anything? I mean, is that?
It's pretty straightforward. He gets an extra.
The lawyer and John. The lawyer and John, like
his career is longer at Arsenal.
No, but the only reason I asked is because like he was barely getting first team starts last season. So is he getting an extension as like what he was last season, where we're not even seeing him that much, or is this like our starting striker for the next 2 years?
You missed it. We basically got rid of Oba in the beginning of the pod. So
I missed that shit. Sorry.
Yeah. So essentially the way this works is that see the way Lacazette has 1 year left on his deal.
Right. Now he has 2.
Add another 2 onto that.
So there's 3. Okay. Leave that.
I'm gonna leave that.
Leave it.
All right.
Leave that. Bring in Abraham.
Okay, here's one.
Yeah, how about we do take it or leave it? Tammy Abraham for $30 million.
Take it. Oh my God, take it.
Leave it.
Yeah, Kelly likes himself some Tammy.
Leave that shit.
I'm biased though because my first crush in third grade, and it was a mutual thing. Her name was Tammy. So
I thought you were gonna say Abraham.
No, that was
they're going to yeshiva school.
At the same time, I had a crush on her. I was learning about Abraham in Hebrew school, so that there is that.
Nice. That was good.
See, dude, what's funny to me, like this Tammy situation is like it's all
trash. You can say
it's so funny. Like I see how fans
right there, like that.
So John's with it. See, like I've only seen like two reaction to this. Hell yeah or fuck no. Like there's no in between with getting caught.
By the way, Kareem.
You blocked me. I think I'd have to go away.
Jake's best friend Kareem wants Canton on the pod solely so he can hear Canton explain how he lost at
FIFA
tournament finals tonight. He's not a fan of Canton's podcasting, his Arsenal writing, anything like
He's
that.
he's
He
got the
just
Real
wants to-
Madrid thing going on too.
He
He's
wants
not-
to take the piss. Yeah,
Absolutely.
So
He's an
Tammy
Arsenal fan,
Abraham-
Kareem, although he does root for them.
Oh,
Because of his
Kelly's-
burner account.
So okay.
Kelly's
so
about
Tammy,
to learn you something on Tammy.
So
right
Tammy
now.
Abraham is 23 years old, right? So how old is
So
our
far,
good
so
friend
good.
Florian Balogun? How old is Balogun?
19?
18.
No,
he's
19?
20.
Is he 20? Okay.
So Balogun's 20. He has played under like 200 minutes of first team football. Tammy Abraham is 23. He has scored like 75 professional goals in 3 different, all in England, right? So he's played in League One, the Championship, and the Premier League. He's a 15-goal champion, or 15-goal season in the Premier League. He is big, he is fast, he is technical. He has scored 1 million goals at every international, like youth international level. That is, if you can buy that guy, who fits the age profile of all of our other younger players perfectly, who can score different types of goals and is technically, it is idiotic to not buy him. We should be going
with
and
his head. He can hold the ball up. Maybe not like Lacazette yet, but
he doesn't. He's 7 out of 10 at everything, and he's a perfect physical specimen for being a center forward in the Premier League. And he's proved it at every. He's gotten the shit kicked out of him at every level. It's idiotic to go and spend it again. I watch Serie A, and I think Vlahovic is very good. I would 100%, 10 times out of 10, buy Abraham for 30 million before I buy.
Kelly,
I don't think he's technical for the kind of play that we want to do. He's not.
I agree.
Neither is Vlahovic. Neither is Aubameyang.
No, I don't think Aubameyang should be our our main striker right now as well. I think he's better on the left, and I've said that for a while. So
I think Tammy Abraham does everything that Lacazette can do, but he's going to score you at least 15 goals more easily.
With Tammy
No
Abraham
penalties.
is that his club keeps buying 70 million pound strikers to play in front of him.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is Dean's wife's name is Tammy. Stan's first love was Tammy. My first love was Tammy. Ray's first love is Tammy. I don't get this. I've never heard this anymore.
It's a sign from God.
I think we need to do better than 30 million. That's my problem with that. If we're getting him
less
for
than 30.
Yeah, I
This
think
comes
that
back-
look,
this
he's
comes back to
surplus
my-
to requirements there. If we listen, part of this comes down to our inability to actually make these deals for
but
like
Roma
players
wants
that
him too. We're not bidding against no one in this case.
who's bidding for him right now?
Jose.
Yeah, Roma
Yeah.
was like bidding like 34 or
Roma
35 for him.
But he doesn't want to go there.
He doesn't want to
Like
go.
that's where fucking 30-year-old
England.
washouts go to mid-table Serie. Like Tammy Abraham does not want to go and take a pay decrease to go and fuck around for the 18 months that Jose Mourinho is going to be in Roma. If he goes to Roma, he wants to go there for 1 year. He wants to score 30 goals, be really, really good, and come back for 60 million to somebody. Like he's going there to audition. He's not going there to stay.
Yeah, he's not going to want it. So I think we're more of an attractive option.
Why don't we just buy him instead of paying 55 million for Tammy Abraham after he scores 25 goals and has 10 assists in Serie A? Why don't we just buy him now?
Yeah,
100%.
I don't know.
We'll see what happens.
That is literally
Jose.
you get fucking timestamp. Like I'm serious. Like he's gonna go there. He's gonna score 20 goals. He's gonna look like one of the best players in the league. And then we Arsenal will go and pay 50 million for him next year when we could have just bought him for 30
Or
this
we'll
year.
just not get him, and someone and a team that's in our that's competing.
Aston
against
Villa
us
will
for-
get him, and then
City.
all the Arsenal fans will say,
Villa will get him for 5.
"Yeah,
because
Yeah, so-
because Emmy will somehow have a relationship with him, and we'll convince him to come over.
Here's one. I got one for you. Bernardo Silva over James Maddison or Martin Odegaard.
Yeah,
I want
Take it or
Martin.
leave it.
Yeah,
take it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
I'll take that too.
And I really like Odegaard. I
too.
just think Bernardo Silva, having worked with Arteta before and played in the league substantially more than Odegaard, and he's at a prime year as well. He's not old. What is he, like 24, 25, something like that, more or less. So, I'm all in Bernardo Silva. And I saw like one random report saying that we were like in talks, and I'm like, okay, ITK. It wasn't the gerbil, so I can't really.
I've seen a few things saying informal talks or some shit.
Because it just kind of makes sense when you see the guy who's probably getting pushed out by the shiny new signing, and then and all of a sudden that's one of those things that would make sense. The Mahrez thing would also make sense, but I don't think there's anything to that. Soph certainly likes it.
Soph's all in.
What was Odegaard? I get it. I really like Odegaard, and I liked him when Real Madrid signed him, I distinctly remember going, why don't we ever get these kind of like wonder kids like at Arsenal? We used to, like we had Cess, and I guess now we do. We have Asaka and everything, but we had to grow them up. We didn't like none of these kids wanted to come play for us. So I remembered that distinctly. So I rate Odegaard, but I mean Bernardo Silva is just class.
Okay, got one.
Trippier, take it or leave it.
Look at the face that Kelly is making right now.
Kelly doesn't go half in on anything.
No.
It's full
You know
board.
when you
I
do those
respect
surveys where it's like strongly agree.
Yeah. You're all
strongly
ones and fives
agree
and
or
I'm
disagree.
like a
Yeah,
really
but look,
guy.
that's better
You're a
than
1 and a 5 guy.
no. That's better than the two Mikes. You two guys have fucking splinters so far lodged up your ass from sitting on the fence on every subject.
I am a fence sitter, man. I'll proudly admit to, well, not proudly, but I will admit to that. I mean, it's I like to wait.
You look like fucking hedgehogs.
I won't be proud about it, but yes, I do that a lot. So take it or leave it. Either Saka or Smith Rowe will be a one man player, one club player. I think they're going to stick around longer than most people think.
Dean, we're clubbing you to death with our opinions. Dean, jump in.
I'll take it. Territory.
Dean, jump in.
Dean.
I wasn't listening. I was typing. I'm sorry. What was it?
He was listening.
You tried. You tweeted that for me.
Kelly cut off John.
Yeah.
To give it to Dean that wasn't listening. That's brilliant.
Well, I was lost.
What have you learned, Kelly? What have you learned?
What have you learned, Kelly?
John, what do you think?
Take it or leave it.
Soccer and ESR is a one. I got you.
As a one club, like they're not leaving Arsenal.
Ever.
I would like to take it, but I'm going to leave it because somebody's going to come in with a lot of money and offer it for Saka, definitely. Probably like we've talked about Man City or somebody like that. And I think it's going to be a number we can't turn down. So it's going to be kind of almost like a Harry Kane to Spur, City. It's going to be 100 million, something stupid expensive. And I think we're going to have to take it.
But you, John?
I think we lose what's the alternative? That we lose both of them at some point. So if we can keep one of them, I mean that's ideal, right?
I think hers was just saying which one would you rather be the one club guy for his whole career?
Oh, I thought
right?
it said that one of them would be.
I guess what the take or leave it was I could see at least one of them sticking around until he retires.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like coming from
ESR retires because of injury.
Yeah,
he's still bound.
Between sticking around for having grown up with the club and having that connection, like I could see Martinelli leaving way sooner than Saka or Smith Rowe. So, in my opinion, one of them, I could see one of them sticking around for their whole career.
It's funny now though because football isn't like it used to be, and what you tend to see now, like Sophie put into the chat there, even Gerard came to LA Galaxy. And I think that's what's different about football now is that there's always that big money move at the end of your career where you go somewhere simply for the profit.
Like Messi.
Like China or Saudi Arabia or wherever the hell the money is.
Bosnia.
Serbia.
Not Serbia, though. Don't piss Dean off.
Don't go to Serbia.
Yeah. No, so no, I can't see that. I'll leave.
Yeah, John, in case you don't know, but Dean just hates Serbia. Absolutely hates.
Not Serbia, Serbians.
Like, that's even worse.
Listen,
he is not a fan of Herzegovina either.
No.
He's not a fan of the other one either.
Kosovo all day.
What happened? What happened with you and
Mike
Serbia?
Herzegovina?
I don't know. He just started like insulting them for no reason.
It's all so many microaggressions we can't even handle.
Yeah, it's a very delicate, subject.
Diplomatic.
I'll leave it alone. I touched a nerve,
There you go.
so I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Dean is never going to want to come back. Okay, so just on the
Very
Stevie G going to Galaxy.
Stevie who?
Stevie G going to the Galaxy.
Is that Spanish?
Yeah.
Great barrel.
If you want to.
Stevie G.
He will look. I am convinced that like Smith Rowe will be with us. Look, if you guys want to paint it until like he's 33, but his prime will be spent with Arsenal FC. That's what I am going to choose to believe. So,
really suck for the next 5 years. Though. I mean, wouldn't like I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's very many players in today's game that could say that about any team that they're that players who come up in their teens or 20. I don't know that you'll see a one club player anymore. I mean, what was it, De Rossi, that did it for Roma? Yeah. Mikey.
Oh no, well, I mean, again, right? Talking about one of those
Juniors,
players that leave in their prime, right? Because like he spent the whole career there, but then he went to Boca Junior. Totti did it.
Totti did it with
Totti did it. Maldini with Milan.
Del Piero.
Del Piero.
Del Piero again. He left as well. I mean,
he left.
Granted, he went to I think like Middle East. I think he went, but it like retire. Those I can't think of one actually, other than like Totti and Maldini. I think those are legitimately the last ones.
What about
Tony Adams?
Yeah,
Adams.
I was just gonna say that.
Puyol
on Arsenal podcast. I can't remember.
Was he at Valencia before that? Before Barcelona?
Are you talking about like youth career too, or just first team?
Like youth career.
Yeah.
Oh,
Letizia. Did he? Yeah, he was one.
Oh,
what about Buffon? What about Buffon? Buffon was someone before
Buffon
Parma.
came from Parma.
Buffon was from Parma too.
He's actually back at Parma too now.
And he went back. That's right.
Here's one for you.
But wait, so are we distinguishing between a player that leaves at some point, like even when they're not like playing like at the top level anymore? Or
no. If they leave at all and sign for another professional club, they're not a one club man.
I would say that even like 10 20 years ago that was rare as well, so it's not like it's changed. Like that's always been a rare thing,
but it's especially less common now.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because like even like you think like people would even think sometimes of people like Stevie G or Andres Iniesta as one club men, even though they went on to have that move at the end of their career, but here's one for you. Speaking of Andres Iniesta, take it or leave it, La Liga is done as a top level league.
Oh, Tom, are you listening?
Take it.
Take it.
I mean, it was a feeder league before. Now it's going to be like a feeder to the feeder league.
No. I'm not just saying that because of the Messi leaving thing. I'm talking about the financial implications of the pandemic and the financial.
Oh, you mean like the club is like the league is done?
Not finished. It's not going to cease to exist. I mean, it's just as a top level league, it's just not going to be on the same as the Premier League or the Bundesliga or Serie A.
I think that. Do something
but look at the Spanish national team, Mike. It's went so far downhill in the past decade.
Feinberg, like the actual country is injecting money into the league, though, correct? Like they allowed the league to be purchased by
like 10% or something.
Like by like a multinational like equity fund, right? So like they're allowing like outside investors that will run it like a business. And
I think thought that had to do something with preventing the Super League. Am I wrong for that? I heard something about because the agreement is like La Liga and its teams, thus blocking some scandalous thing. Because right now, Tebas and Tebas, the La Liga, whoever the guy that organizes it, just keeps on fighting with the Madrid president over this because
Fiorentino Perez for us.
Fiorentino was like, I don't want no part about this, and Tebas was like, tough shit. So I thought this had a little bit to do not only with the financial, outlay. Obviously, they're suffering, but I think the whole Super League still has many leagues still rattled up. I think England did something to secure that, right? Like the teams agreed to some deal where they're just like they're not allowed to leave for whatever reason, or they'll be like fined up their rear end.
Yeah.
I know Mike's last name.
Reading the comments there.
I do know Mike's last name.
All right. Seb. Oh, Sebi, did you come up with another one? I forgot. I remember you said
this will be after the next one. I'm gonna kind of pull the strings back to being a Gooners versus Cancer thing for real quick, and then with whatever time we have left before 2:00, we'll finish off. So one more take it or leave it, and then we're gonna do another drawing.
John, you want to come up with one?
A take it or leave it.
Weren't you just going
Yes,
to
sir.
Seb?
No, I don't got one.
He doesn't have one. Yeah.
Ain't got one.
Ooh, let me think about it.
He's a lawyer. He'll think fast, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. We sign. So Lacazette starts, but we sign Giroud again as a backup off the bench.
I'll take it.
I'll
Me
take
too.
it. I
So
would
we,
take
so,
that.
so
I'll tell
we,
you-
so we, the punishment is we have to start Lacazette, or we
Yes.
get to start Lacazette, and
So-
then we have to take Giroud back.
How about
So-
this? How about just a straight swap for Giroud?
Yeah. So
For,
Lacazette
for
Giroud. How about that?
Aubameyang.
No, I'm not.
Oh, for Aubameyang.
Oh,
Yeah.
Aubameyang for Giroud. How about that? Take it or leave
Do we
it.
have? Can we get rid of
Is
these
Giroud
fucking
getting
guys? Do
the
they have to
Aubameyang
hang around like a
contract or-
curse?
Yes.
for
This is Arsenal.
years?
They have to hang around. Sorry, Kelly.
Jesus Christ!
Vic
I should have
Giroud.
typed John.
Hard
Yeah.
to argue.
I would take it at the minute just for stylistic difference.
Just imagine Tierney crosses to Giroud. That's it. Tierney to Giroud. Tierney to Giroud. Tierney to
You know,
Beautiful
you know what's sad
fucking
about
forehead.
this?
he's not
Yeah.
35 years old.
What's sad about this? That this whole thing, I'm
Tierney to
thinking,
Giroud.
I don't want Milan to lose Giroud. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not even
Well, get
thinking
the
about
fuck
Arsenal
outta
right
here.
now.
I just
way to put.
There's so
your,
many good players.
your
I just
real-
want to make
Giroud.
Becca happy. So
not
yeah.
another
Yeah.
Milan podcast.
Right.
Mhm.
Are there any
So
Milan
what do you
podcasts?
think, Sebby? Take it or leave it, Sebby.
I'll take it just to make our good friend Becca happy.
Ah, yes, she
Nice,
is the
love it.
biggest.
Yes.
I think Giroud's underrated. She properly rates him, but like,
He's the only person to rival the Sol Campbell bum picture.
He's
I
the,
miss
he's the
Beckham,
beat
man.
off from the Monaco game, right? That's that guy.
Ooh. I don't.
Right-
I don't
right-
think
right,
game's
that guy.
over. I don't think
he has
game's
scored
over.
over
That.
100
Fucking,
goals.
I got you know. You talk about like
another
player
7,000
fatigue.
goals, They were beautiful.
Oh, God, I got so fucking sick of watching that guy run slower than me and just
I do this a
swallow
lot.
his
How
own
about
fucking dick.
how about
when it got
15,
serious?
16,
Every time he got
when-
fouled?
when Leicester won the league and we were top of the league after Danny
16
Welbeck scored the
goals,
header
like-
and then he went 16
Okay.
games without scoring
Okay,
a single
he-
goal as our
he's not
What? How do
Robert
you
Lewandowski,
excuse
okay?
that? How do you excuse that?
You excuse it by just the joy.
Looking at
that
his
he brought.
gorgeous hair.
He's
enough.
beautiful. That's how
You're
you
right.
excuse
You're
it.
right. He is beautiful.
John, you know what's funny about that too? So, like, I remember that moment so specifically when Welbeck scored that goal because my daughter was my firstborn kid was very, very new, and I
too.
jumped when Welbeck scored the header. And
I thought it was
I've
gonna
never
win the league.
seen my wife look at me like that before. It's like, what the fuck are you like? My daughter was like she was born on January 7th. I swear to God that game was like a week later.
It was
and so I
February,
jumped.
February 14th. It was Valentine's.
Okay, it was.
February 14th.
Do you
It was
actually, Mike? Do you
Valentine's
actually
Day.
remember that?
I was
today?
I was in New York City. I was at my brother-in-law's house with my wife. He was out of town. He lives uptown. I wanted to get. It was a 7 a.m. kickoff, and I wanted to go to O'Hanlon's and watch the game. And my wife had a cold. She was not feeling well. She woke up. She wasn't having it. So I went downstairs and watched the game downstairs. And when Welbeck scored that goal, I went absolutely nuts. She was like scared that I was going to break her brother's apartment. And
I was in a bar.
instantly-
It wasn't even an Arsenal bar.
no,
It wasn't even
Well-
an Arsenal bar. And it was on the TV and I started screaming and they were like going to call the cops on me. And I was
I
like,
went so
relax.
crazy.
Like, we're going to win the league. You don't get it. We're going to win the league.
and I felt so bad that I hadn't been at the pub with other people watching that I told Steph, I'm like, get in the cab. We're going down to O'Hanlon for the aftermath. And we went down there and I met I saw Eric Schlackman again who's donated to our I didn't know Sebi yet, I don't think at that point.
No.
Or at least we hadn't met in person, but like we went to O'Hanlon's after the game, like an hour after the game, because I just wanted to soak in the atmosphere, and I was so regretful for not having gone.
Yep. Yeah, it's so funny because like it's so bizarre that like something so innocuous now, looking back like many years later, is like such a big like I took again with my firstborn child. I have 2.5 kids now. Like I jumped up and was like yelling, and my daughter's like flapping and everything, and my wife looks at me like, "The fuck are you doing? Like, sit down. That's our baby, you moron!"
And
Like you're jumping up like because this
Like,
guy
it's
did
the
a
fucking
thing.
Premier League, you.
The next
No,
five
it's-
games, like, they were.
Invincible. I start like trying to make a case for myself. She's like, I don't fucking sit down. She's sleeping.
And we
There's your
followed
fairy
that
tale,
game.
baby. There's your fairy tale.
We followed that game up with like giving Rashford a dream start to his career, then a home loss against Swansea, which was the game that I point to.
That's
where
the
I
Chambers
completely
game,
lost
right?
faith in Arsene Wenger. I said, "This
Is that the Jefferson Montero game, Mike?
Yeah,
the Chambers game.
Yeah,
That was the
I think
Chambers
so.
game.
But I'm like, if this team's going to roll over against Marcus Rashford, and then 4 days later, midweek, roll over against Swansea in a game that we absolutely needed to win, then they're not playing for him anymore. I finally tapped out. Which, ironically, then I think we didn't lose another game until the FA Cup victory against Chelsea or something like that. But outside of the FA Cup game against Watford, but yeah, that was the season. I don't know how we got on that tangent, but
we did because we were talking about Giroud, and then he went from January 20th.
With
How about
no
the New Year's
goals.
Day Scorpion? I mean, look, major goals and Puskas awards don't make you good.
Thanks,
All
John. We
right.
needed that.
All right, he had a bad patch. He had whatever the opposite of a purple patch is. He had like a yellow patch.
Was that when he got
Brown.
caught fucking around on his wife? Was it that year they blamed it
No,
on? Or
that
was
was
it a
before. That
different
was
year?
2014, 13-14, I think. That was when we won the FA Cup, wasn't it? That year?
Yes, and we don't win that FA Cup if not for Giroud. We don't win the one against
or Yaya Sanogo, technically.
Boom.
Well, yes, but every good goal that Ramsey scored, every good goal that Wilshere scored, like the Norwich goal, Giroud was a major part of that. So
Good.
yeah, he didn't bring home the trophies
No.
in the league, and he did have some bad patches, but my God, that guy knew how to
He's
create
beautiful.
beauty on the pitch, and he's the last person on our team who you can say that about.
Yeah. So
Fair.
Yaya Sanogo has more trophies than Harry Kane. I just should throw it out there.
Okay.
My
Oh,
son
yeah,
had
yeah.
more trophies than Harry
So
Kane.
was Matt Smith.
My son had
Matt
many
Smith.
trophies at the senior
The most
level.
generic white man ever to live, Matt Smith.
What happened to
Okay.
Matt Smith, by the way?
I'm sure he's still sitting in the same spot in the sideline. Like, we just haven't noticed him in years.
I didn't see him in the U23 in the academy team, so he must be either on loan someplace or we.
Dude, I would
He's on
Google
loan.
him, but how many fucking Matt Smith, like, where would we even begin?
Matt Smith, Arsenal. He now plays. Oh, he's
There's
on
like
loan to
5 Matt
Doncaster
Smiths in
Rovers.
Arsenal.
He's on loan to Doncaster after being on loan earlier this year to Charlton. So that's going well.
Charlton's in they're in the 3rd division now, aren't they in League One? Or are they past
yeah,
that? Are they in
but-
League 2?
But they've got new ownership. Who, by the way, we are. I say we. Andy is good friends with the owner of Charlton Athletic.
We're like this
And,
real
um,
tight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we're going to become if they ever make it to the Premier League, we're going to become a Charlton Athletic podcast, which is
Absolutely.
good because we're all already.
I thought we were.
addicts.
Why am I here?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna pass on to you, Mike, so you could go back to the Gooners versus Cancer. I would say I want to point something out because everybody makes this thing like Gnabry right now. Martinez. It's not the same with Willock. It doesn't work like that all the time because remember Bielich, the guy that left to Charlton, and everybody was like, "He's our next great thing." I can't believe we sold him, and they sold him for like
Christian.
10 mil. Looking back it's a pretty decent deal. So just as a reminder, there's a whole lot more Bielich type deals of players that leave this club than there are Gnabry's and Martinez. So, Mikey, back to you, sir.
Dean, any chance Bielik is Serbian?
I'll pick it up. We'll see.
He's Google searching it right. How about Dragovic? Did we have a Dragovic?
I would know if he was.
Vlad
Dragomir was
Dragomir.
like,
That's what it was.
I wanted him to make his debut on Halloween. Like Vlad Dragomir was the best name of a footballer, and I hate that it didn't work out for him. Yeah, I know, Chris, that he's Polish. I was making a joke. All right, so something I'm not going to make a joke about is how this is going. We are at this point 86% of the way. We are less than 50% of the way through the podcast. 9 hours 53 minutes of 24. Owen, you've been here for the whole thing. You are an absolute champ. You've got one more hour in you, and then you're going to rest up until later. But we are at a total right now of, whenever I start talking slowly, it means I'm trying to bring the thing up on the screen. We're at $4,327 raised of a $5,000 goal. If we can, by the time the the East Coast starts waking up for the third part of the pod. If we can hit 5,000, I'll raise it to 6,000 because I want to be chasing after something. But this is phenomenal. Thank you to everybody that's donated. You're all entered in with the opportunity to win a great prize. Did we just change the format? I just came back to the screen.
I know. I looked up and I'm like, why does it look different?
I don't know. This is we're going to switch it back. So, I'm really touched by how this is going, and and the fact that you guys are here and that so many people, like we said in the chat, both U.S. based and over in Europe, are sticking with us. It's that I didn't expect, and I appreciate it. And long may it continue. Giannis, at this point, if you don't chime in every hour between now and the end of the pod, we're revoking your Patreon membership to our podcast. So it's time for another drawing, and
how valuable those Patreons are.
Yeah, I mean, our Patreon is when we give it away, we're giving something valuable away. So, all right, and thank you to Soph again, and Soph sent me a wonderfully lovely private message earlier, and I just wanted to say thank you, and Soph, I love you, man. I love you, man. But bro. Yeah, I'm just I'm verklempt at the moment, as it were.
Full of Red Bull and protein bars, nothing else.
Red Bull. I had pepperoni rolls. When I kept going on and off the screen earlier, I was having me some pepperoni rolls that my boy microwaved for me. He didn't put them in the kettle. So yeah, and this is the kind of podcast where you discover new talent, and Dean has really come out of the gates swinging with xenophobia and comedy and adorability. I'm kidding about the xenophobia. I know that can stick, and yeah, you've been great.
I was actually going to plug my new podcast, Why I Hate Serbians, but I'll say that.
not another I Hate Serbian podcast.
Not another Serbian.
Put the cancel sign on.
Serbia. We love Serbia.
I just checked on Twitter. Dean, why did you block me?
Yeah, our top 5 countries that the people that listen to us are the U.S., the U.K., Ireland, Nigeria, and Serbia.
Not anymore.
But not anymore. I think
No.
it's just been replaced with.
You see Dean just getting hauled off by the ankles.
Yeah, Dean. I lost the canceled thing. I'm on the wrong thing, but nice. All right, so I might have to refresh this then before the draw.
I'm about to donate 51 right now, John.
Do it, please.
$50.99.
I am
Suarez bid.
all about bidding wars going
51
on
plus 1 coming up.
Did we just broadcast John's credit card number?
No.
I took a screenshot, Mike.
I'm sure we can hit our goal if we just put your credit card number out there.
You totally he's probably got like a 40,000 limit on that thing.
Well, if you know John like I do, that limit's already been hit for the month. Okay.
That was hit at
Crate and Barrel.
So I did it for my buddy Norman.
Yeah.
Well, look, man. The comments, by the way, don't show up on the website, but I see them, and there have been some comments about the reason people are donating and the inspiration for their donation, and it's just all. I mean, it's all very heartwarming. And
that's Norman.
Oh man, Norman. Oh, Gooner.
Yeah, he was. He just passed away recently with cancer. And he was in Miami. And he's like such a nice guy. And it was terrible. This is a guy that was with us from when I was in the Miami Sports Club. He was there from the beginning, pretty much, and it just sucks. It's terrible.
It is. We have got to stop this thing. It's out of control, and the only way it's going to happen is by raising money for research. And while it's still something that threatens us and our families and our friends, at least having something like the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society that helps families out when they are dealing with these horrible diseases is a godsend. And so I absolutely appreciate everything that everybody is doing for this. So now our next drawing is another Ruth Beck print. Our following drawing in the next hour is going to be for this shirt, for the not this exact one, but for the 89 shirt. But for now, we're doing a Ruth Beck drawing, and it is another nostalgic one. this one very close and dear to my heart. A picture of the east stand of Highbury.
That's awesome.
The old East Stand back when there was still a box office there and gates that I used to pass through on my way to the North Bank. So this is the wrong side of the East Stand though. I didn't go through these doors. I went through the ones that were kind of down here, but that was back when I fit through turnstiles.
Stop.
I think Jake can tell you, I literally have struggled like at the Millwall turnstiles and the Brentford. Like I have had issues. It's not cool what they do over there. But anyway, so yeah, we're gonna draw for that now. We've got all the recent donors into the drawing. So let me bring up the randomizer. And while we have 6 people here, I want to crowdsource an idea that I've had. The drawings are fair and random, but of course it's weighted because as a method of trying to get people to donate, if you donate $500, you get 400 entries. If you donate $30, you get 10 entries. So you'd expect the larger donors to have a greater chance of winning. That is how it works if you buy a lottery ticket. Should we cap the number of prizes a person can win at 3? Yes. Because we've basically given away 4 prizes, and 2 of them went to one person and 2 of them went to another person. Is it fair to do? And John, as the lawyer in the house, is it fair to do that? Is it fair to do that in midstream? Or if we have someone that wins 8 out of the 18 prizes, should that just be the way it works?
Well, the only thing is they're going to benefit down the
road. I want the lawyer's
viewpoint,
Owen.
The more that. So the whole point is you want people to spend more money. The whole point is you want people to donate more money to the cause, and I think that that by donating more money, you get a chance to win a prize more. But you shouldn't, just because you donate more money, win more prizes than someone else. But you should have more of a chance to win at least one. So I think that still incentivizes you to get more money, but it's still fair to everyone else who's donating.
All right, so I'm confused. You're saying I should cap it?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm specifically saying 3 because we've had 2 two-time winners, and I don't want to say okay, you're done. Because again, if you win 3 prizes, whatever those prizes are, you're unlikely to complain about the fact that you didn't have an opportunity to win more. I hope that that's the case anyway. So do you think 3 is fair? Does anyone else have a different opinion on that?
Not that you want to know it anyway. You fucking piece of shit.
Well, now that we've gotten the legal opinion, I can go to the layman.
What the fuck's that supposed to mean?
Owen and Mike are like a married couple. They spend the last 10 hours together.
It's like the Seinfeld gif when Jerry and George are like slap fighting with each other.
Yeah, exactly, right?
No, Mike, I think you're spot on, man. I think.
Mike, did you just win your own prize?
Any more than 3 is a bit excessive.
No, that's not what that means.
And then they're still going to benefit from those donations down the road in the main raffle as well, Mike. So there's
that's a great point. That's a great point. If you're Kishar Ashar or if you're Steve Manios and you win 3 prizes and you're maxed out of getting any of the ones at the end, you are still those entries do go to the final the raffle that's going to be going on. I just came out with a corollary to this. This is going to be a clip that is going to be played in courts all over the world. It's going to be played for Interpol and the what's the European court that's in Switzerland? The Hague.
The Hague.
Okay.
Netherlands.
What I'm going to do is, if your name comes up for a 3rd time, but we have not yet gotten to the final 3 hours, where the signed kit from Kevin Campbell, the team jersey, and the team signed jersey is, I'm going to redraw. So you can only win 3, but I'm not going to penalize you for winning 3 prints. Not that these prints aren't great, but I'm not going to penalize you because you donated a lot and your name came up early and often when we were doing mostly prints. Is that fair?
That's a good idea.
Okay, so if a name comes up for the 3rd time, we're going to throw it back because we want you to have a chance for your big donation to win a prize that most people would consider of higher value. So that's what we're going to do. We have the ruling, and that's that. So the drawing has been completed. Let's see the results of the Highbury East Stand Ruth Beck art print. Congratulations to Eric Schlackman. We were just talking about Eric. Eric has won the East Stand. Eric's somebody that I met in London. I met him in London. He's an American. He's from New York City. I met him in London when we were on a Arsenal America road trip, but he wasn't on that trip. He was just there for whatever reasons. Then I ran into him outside Selhurst Park when we went to a game there. Then I saw him in New York. So I keep running into this guy, and the next time I'm just going to carry this with me everywhere I go because it'll probably get to him quicker than if I mail it. But Eric, congratulations on the print. Thank you for your very generous donation. And it's funny. I knew when I brought you up with that Leicester City story that you were going to end up somehow winning a prize. So, fellas, we are now into our 11th hour. It's been a 2-hour episode of Not Another Arsenal podcast that I told Mike he would host, and then I've probably bullied him out of that position. I'm sorry.
No, Feinberg, did what you do what you do best, Mikey.
I said I wouldn't do that on the podcast though because we're trying not to get canceled.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Mikey. You do what you do best.
Deeply racist. Deeply.
When
John. All right, so I'm going to go about I'm going to do the whole sign off thing, and John, I'm glad you came back because that throbbing view of your face that happens when you're on audio on StreamYard was mildly disturbing. I prefer the real throbbing of view of your face.
I've been throbbing for the last hour, so we're good.
Well, so this is John post Crate and Barrel, and where can we find you besides Crate and Barrel?
At 305 Cast on Twitter.
Are you going to change it to 312 Cast?
I feel weird doing that.
Yeah, don't do that.
I feel dirty doing that. What's the other one in Chicago? There's a bunch, but
yeah, 312 is the big one. You nailed the big one.
That's the OG area code in Chicago.
Yeah.
All right, we'll follow. And you're going to do how many podcasts this year?
Yep. Yes.
Yes.
Dean at the Chug 31. We haven't seen you chug anything, unlike Owen. Other than Serbian energy drinks, but
right. Yeah.
Dude, it's been great having you on for the entire 2 hours. Thanks for coming on. I poked fun at you earlier for like reacting to our 30 guests by pointing out that you get 6 straight hours of Mikey and Owen and Kelly and F. Alan Smith, I guess was your point. But no,
it's never coming back to this.
Look, if we can get people to tune in for this, just imagine what the numbers are going to be when we have real guests on.
Exactly. No.
Fair.
Thank you for letting me join the screen and share some time with my idols, Mike and Kelly, and you can catch me and Mike at the Home Depot together.
I can't right now.
I'm sticking with this.
Oh, Giselle
I could change it, right, Mike?
A good director sticks with the money shot as long as possible. Yeah. Speaking of money shot, Sebi.
Sebi took the wood that he had, the Jumanji shit.
My Jumanji set? There. Yeah, you can find me on the set of Jumanji. My other
Dwayne Johnson stunt double.
Dinner podcast. Within the next 20 minutes, we're going to see our faces on top of whatever Jumanji. I don't even know what Jumanji. I know it's a movie, but like whatever the Jumanji situation is, where you could put one of our faces on it, we're going to be seeing those on Twitter.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
For sure, Sebi, one of the first people I met through this podcast. Friggin' love you, man.
Yes,
hung out with you in person. I believe I don't really remember it that well, but
it was a foggy night.
You left me on the street without my sign and without my pride, but that's okay. It was just Brooklyn. That's all. It was perfectly safe, I'm sure.
Brooklyn's gentrified now. You're fine there.
Well, I thought and
you're right by Williams. You were right by Williamsburg.
Could have happened upon me and killed me.
Your people are there. They would have taken care of you. Don't worry about it. I knew you were in safe hands.
I was in safe hands. Sebi, you almost made me do it again. I almost had to clean my computer off. because of spitting something out. Not
Yeah.
All right, so Sebi, you're still doing. This is bad because I haven't listened to it in years. Although it should be
Dinner podcast.
Dinner and a podcast.
Yeah, I do a podcast, pop culture show of 4 of my best friends from high school.
I have to get back into listening to that because when I started listening to it in 2016, I mean I think you weren't full time on it yet. They were probably 80 or 90 episodes in, and it was
what's it called?
Dinner and a podcast.
It was still being done like at a diner, right? Like
yeah.
Funniest, most chemistry laden show. I was jealous of that podcast because Andy and I really hadn't found our stride yet, and you guys were just killing it with hilarity every single week, and I can only imagine that chemistry just grows with time. So. If you're into the non-Arsenal podcast, that's the first one I would go to because it is hilarious.
Thank you very much.
Even with Sebi on it full time now. Kelly,
hey, just real quick, Mike, Riyadh, dude.
Boom.
It's
Cheers.
we're just playing around, dude. Dean didn't really have a go at Serbians.
No,
so
okay.
I know I see things escalating.
Yeah.
That's done. That's fine. That's fine. That's done.
All right.
Okay.
Moving on. Go ahead, Mike.
Really? I feel bad about that because I like to take the piss, and I don't want that to be your epitaph or whatever.
Dean, we got you, man. Don't worry, we got you.
Yeah, yeah. Anybody that watched it from the start know where we're coming from. We're good.
No, we got it. No problems.
I thought he actually didn't like Serbians.
No.
No, we're just pulling it.
No,
We're
we
pulling
just
his
squash
tits,
it. Don't reunite it.
Dean loves
we're absolutely pulling his tip. He's good
of their creed,
especially Guatemalans.
This is that one happened to me a couple seconds ago. I love Owen's reaction to that. The cascading. Oh my God! Did that really just happen?
Yeah.
Milanovic Savage jersey now.
And now we've just now received a copyright strike within 10 seconds from YouTube, but we're not monetizing this anyway, so they can have it. Kelly, I'm going to call you 5s and 1s from now on because on those surveys, man, you will never put a 2, 3, or 4, and you come strong with deeply unsatisfied or highly satisfied, one way or the other, and I love you for it.
I'm a mercurial man, Mike. I appreciate you having me on to help a good cause.
There's one thing that we love on this podcast, Kelly, and it's men who come strong. It's a love of ours. So
there are teenagers watching this right now.
Go see my other camera that's from the waist down, guys.
That's for adult OnlyFans.
That's on the Patreon.
We should do a podcast where there's like, instead of there just being 7 of us, there's 14 of us, but it's just like there's a top shot and a bottom shot, and you have to figure out who belongs to who.
Have you guys checked out my OnlyFans?
You couldn't pay me.
We will now
to buy your OnlyFans. Who else we got? I think that's everybody that's not sticking around. So thank you for joining us. This has been a modified version of Not Another Arsenal podcast on the Gooners podcast for the benefit of Gooners versus Cancer by the people. No, I'm going to continue with that name. I think that's it, guys. I don't know how to end things, so I'm just going to end it.
We love you. We love you.
Yeah.
Later, guys.
Love you guys. Take care. Who else do I need to get out? Oh, here we go. Oh, that's not a flattering angle. All right, so here's where we get. Oh, did I overlook something in the private chat where some of these guys were going to stay on with us?
I don't know if John was going to stick around. I knew Sebi had to cut out, and Kelly. John is still in the waiting room, or Kelly.
All right. Yeah, don't leave yet. I think well, Kelly said he might be willing to stay, but I think that's it. So, John, you want to come back on? We're getting personal here.
Yeah.
You got more time? All right. All right.
Can I go mix a drink and then come back?
I think
absolutely.
You might want to.
Yes, probably do.
Because it's about to get heavy.
We're gonna shed.
I'll be right back.
Gonna shed some man tears. Get all emotional up in this shit.
That's right. And quite honestly, the next hour after this is meant to be a replay of the Podley game that we did. And if we end up skipping that because we're riffing so much, that's fine. Because pre-recorded content, I thought we'd be grasping for straws in hour 12. So, if we want to roll through that, we can. And then we hit morning time in the UK with Fergus Keating. So, where are we at? In the
real
Gooners
quick,
versus-
Mikey, just to let you know, if we do continue rolling past the pre-recording, I might have to cut out because I do
that's
need
true, and
to.
Owen does too. So that I forgot about.
Yeah, because I need to move my little recording station to another room because as of right now I'm hogging up the bedroom, keeping my wife and kid out of here. So
no.
so, yeah. And that's little man right there, as you can hear him.
Have you figured out how to get her pregnant again while she's actually pregnant right now?
Yeah, there's actually two babies loading up there.
Next for the two of you?
That's actually amazing. It's like one. Hey, mind you, she was in the room right now. She's fucking dying right now. So we got one September
one
and
in, one out. Is that the way it works? It's
yeah. But we streamlined the process, so we just moving along. So there's one due in September and January at this point. So we're looking good.
It's like an assembly line.
Yeah,
it's like Laverne. It's like the Laverne and Shirley intro. If anyone in this podcast world is old enough to remember that,
no.
But yeah, so so the format here is
stop saying old stuff, Mike.
Yeah.
Stop saying old stuff.
Who's your ass? That's.
Why are you so concerned about how my ass is?
Well, that's the first personal question, Mike. How is your ass right now?
I mean, I've been treated by a gastrointestinal doctor for 29 years, but that's none of your business.
It's a personal or everything's my business.
Well, that's true. If this is when we'll talk about it. So, normally when we do podcasts, we're like, we got to come up with different content that viewers are going to find to be engaging and interesting. And where's that coming from, Mikey? Yes, it's Mikey.
Yeah, it's fucking hurts.
So, anyway, we try to come up with stuff that we think is going to be interesting and engaging. This is our 11 of 24. We don't care if it's interesting or engaging, but we're struggling for information. So here's what we're going to do. Robbie Ford is staying up with us. He knows what I'm talking about, if you know what I'm saying.
I mean.
And Ray, you mentioned earlier that you were going to try to pull this off with us, and we welcome you as long as you can go. Again, Ray, I think if I remember correctly, you're in Long Island. If I'm remembering correctly, we'll be going until 2 p.m. tomorrow your time. So,
Jamaica.
Yeah, I thought Ray was.
Ray, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, raised in Jamaica, which is even better for some reason.
Thanks, Dean.
Good night, Dean. And we just want to make it clear, Dean loves Serbia and Serbians.
He's a fucking huge fan of Serbians.
He is huge. He actually bought like the jersey, like I have an England jersey. Hers has an Italian jersey. Jake now has a France jersey. Dean has 14 Serbia jerseys.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Now, Canadians, on the other hand, I'm not sure he's that keen on.
No. Giannis wanted to leave. We got him hooked. You are not going to want to leave for the next hour or so.
Yeah, it's all about Jumanji. So stick around.
This is the Jumanji hour. So this is called. This is an idea we kind of came up with in our little chat a couple days ago, and it's called the Way Too Personal Game.
Oh boy!
It's inspired by.
But that looks fancy, John.
It's inspired by like a very successful, long-running, recurring episode on Gooner Craig podcast called what was it called? On the Big Couch or the Big Stool?
on the tall stool.
On the tall stool. I was the first and only guest, and then the tall stool broke. So yeah, it was a really. I mean, like, dude knew about my sister, my father. Like it was.
Yeah, did. Yeah, fucking did.
You did a tremendous amount of research. I had more of my real friends, my amigos, coming out of the closet, telling me that you had called them for references. It was scary, but like, it's time to get to know the men behind the podcast. And yes, I'm intentionally sounding like we're more important than we actually are as our numbers go down right now. So we're going to have some questions that have nothing to do with Arsenal. And look, we're not trying to expose anybody or get anybody canceled. So if you don't want to answer the question, you can just pass. But you want to get us started, Owen? I'm assuming since you came up with the idea, I've got some questions, but you want to come up with the idea and see how this goes?
Buddy, you far away. This is your ship.
No, it's not. It's our ship.
I know, but
I have no idea what's going on right now, so I'm just
fucking sail the thing.
All right.
Just think about the most insensitive shit you would never ask a stranger, John, and just ask us.
So that's like every day on the chat with Mike, basically.
Yeah, there you go. Bingo.
Got it. Let's just agree to disagree, okay? All right. Here's the first question. Do you remember your first real kiss? Like, not the peck on the cheek, like the real deal. Yep. Your age, the situation, the person's name. Like, do you remember it? We're gonna start, and I'm sure the answer was age 4. Mikey.
5. Thank you. I was a late bloomer in Guatemala. No.
His name was Pedro. He
sold the equivalent of a prude in Guatemala.
Yeah. He sold bag juice on the corner.
Her name was Alida.
Oh,
of course.
Alida.
Was she 5'2"? That's a bit fucked up.
And we coordinated in recess to like both ask for a bathroom break. Oh, right. So she was in
so romantic.
You fucking
so she was
baller.
like in one class. I was in another class, and then we went into like we went and made out in the bathrooms. And at this time, she was like the first girl I had like officially kissed, and she had already dated. So it was more of a me like. And she's doing like all the work. I didn't even know how to react, and I like slowly was just
all
like
the work.
She did all the work, dude.
She had like a tool set with her and like a.
I'm just there. Hey, my hands are like this. I don't know. I'm like I don't know what to do with my hands.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Well, there was no need for this at that age. So
how old? I can't tell, dude. 14, 15, like around thereabout. Yeah. That would be. I'm pretty sure that was my first.
Standing at the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we stuck out, and then 50 minutes, while we're on the kissing comments here. Here's
the kissing wall.
The kissing wall. Here's a side one. When I was older, I already had like an established girlfriend, and we were at. You guys are gonna love this, Mike. Don't run away with this too much. We were rehearsing in our band. It's like one of the school bands. So we do that over there. So, anyways, this girl.
Did you play the triangle?
Drums, So
with the triangle.
We would we would rehearse late after school, and so my girlfriend and I at the time, we don't start Mike. We sneak off, right? And then the band it ends the rehearsal, right? But we sneak off to the teacher's lounge, and we're like making out there, and there's a big window out to see outside, right? And then next thing we know, we're just making out for whatever amount of time we're there, and then I just hear, "I'm with Mike," and I switch around and there's like 30 of them outside, and they're like whistling, cheering upon me and shit. In the teacher's lounge, yeah, you can do it. Just imagine, right? That was one of the better ones I've had when it comes to that, dude. That,
oh my God,
yeah,
that
it's
is awesome.
Absolutely lovely stuff.
Oh my God, I completely forgot that my son was able to watch this.
Jake, cut off here, buddy.
Yeah, his numerous hookups. I've yet to hear one of them. So you come back in 5 years when you have something to talk about.
Maybe.
All right, John. Same question.
All right, so I actually, when you guys said that, I was curious. I was like,
it was after the FA Cup against Chelsea. No.
It was after, yeah, it was recently. It was in middle school. I was probably about 11 or 12, and I remember like a bunch of guys liked her at the time, and like she like picked me, and we were in her.
She picked me. Were you like
we were in her?
Were you at like the whatever the ranch is in Reno, like the like lined up?
It was like Ollivander's wand shop. Like she chose me, like like so yeah, and it's actually interesting. I haven't even thought about her since this, and like I guess I found her on the internet, so she's there still. She's still alive.
We're ending relationships and marriages right now. Yeah, Crate and Barrel's the least of your problems going forward.
She's
right now.
no. I'm not like I didn't like add her or anything, but I just thought about it. And,
yeah,
I was 11 years old, and it was on her. It was a couch. Yeah, it was on her couch.
Fair play.
And like it's one of those things like you kind of like. You're like, oh, when's it ever gonna happen? And then it does, and you're like, this is awesome. This is so cool. That's basically what it was like.
All right.
Awesome.
Owen.
I was 10, I think 10. And at the end,
I did not add her.
Don't tell me how to was her name Tammy? What was it?
You're not gonna believe my answer to this, but
I remember it was primary 7, which is your final year in primary school before you go into secondary school, and our school went on this retreat to like an outdoor activity center thing, but like numerous schools would be doing the same, and there was a girls' school, and I remember there was this girl called Siobhan, and she was an absolute smoke show, right? And whatever happened, there was a disco on the final night, and I got to kiss her, and I always remember that the weird part of this was that there was a song, and still to this day I remember that all the boys made up for her, and it was that
Milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
No, it was that it was that Siobhan was here, but now she's gone. She left her thong to turn us on, and that seemed really cool at the time. But now I remember the fact that she was like 10 or 11, and back then that's pretty fucked up to be. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, so yeah, that was my first time. I was awful at it, and I thought it was an absolute dawn.
Did she tell you were awful at it, or did you self-judge your performance?
It was self-judged. It's in comparison to today's standards.
Oh, so you're saying you've gotten much better?
Oh, high standards AF, bro.
You have to be, right? You had to.
AF.
You didn't know what the hell you're doing back then.
No.
Okay. So
she was,
So you were 10 though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So my first, the not the real kiss, but I had a very similar story to Mikey.
Hey, Mike's son is in the chat. Watch out what you say. So
yeah, I'm gonna be careful. But you know what? There's nothing I wouldn't tell Jake in private anyway. He's old enough to handle it at this point.
Jake's like Jake's 12. Jake's 12. He's like, so it was 3 years ago.
No, my first experience with any of this came when I was really nervous about it. Came in the same situation. I was actually in 4th grade
in Mexico.
Not the real kiss, but the 4th grade thing where me and Tammy, my crush, who is Tammy, not Abraham, but Ferguson. She and I would both like asked to be like we had to miss gym class or whatever it was, and then we would find ourselves back in the classroom when everybody had already walked out of the thing, and it was like we would passing notes like do you want to try it today, like we weren't sure we could get like the confidence.
Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, it was like a yes, no, maybe thing. Do we want to try it? And so like
check
in
the
4th
box.
grade, we were in the nerd classes, by the way. We were like the geeky, gifted, and talented things. So we were a little off to begin with, but we had like statistics. My friend Jamie's a Chelsea fan now, but my friend Jamie and I kept statistics. Like he was like 2 for 7 at one point. There was like baseball. He was 2 for 7, which means like out of the 7 times he was alone with Natalie, they were only able to get up the nerve to kiss twice. And I was like 1 for 5 or something like that. Like it was the most nerdy, ridiculous thing. But those weren't real kisses anyway. We were 3 or 4. And a couple of years later, when we were a little older, a little more mature, we would go into the art supply room, and we would time it. Like somehow, just like kissing and standing there for 50 seconds was more romantic than for 5 seconds. So we were still just sitting there for 50 seconds. First real kiss.
Yeah,
took me by surprise. Was in it was at summer camp. I think I was 13 or 14 years old. Her name was Heidi, and she had bright red hair. And I forget the situation, but we were like we had a crush on each other, something like that. And so we were right in the middle of the camp, like right in the middle of the grass, and she leans in and kisses me, and the next thing I know, there's this tongue in my mouth, and I'm like, what is this? Like literally, I was shocked by that, and I remember afterwards, I actually felt a little sick to my stomach. I was like, what was that?
The bitch just put her tongue in my mouth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I that's how
Like pushed away.
That
Stop!
was the
No,
whole
don't.
point, though.
What
That
the
was the
fuck?
whole
No,
point.
I mean, I liked it, but I wasn't expecting it. So yeah, it was Heidi, not Jewish.
There's no way
Heidi
Heidi is not Jewish.
No, but yeah. So that was my first kiss.
As soon as Mike says, and then there was a tongue in my mouth, Giannis comes in. That's cute.
Yeah, cute is not the word I would use to describe that. Now,
Can we move on to a different subject rather than kissing when we were children?
I got one.
Well, we didn't kiss children. We were children.
I'm with Owen
at
on this
the
one.
time. I mean,
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
but
we were
it sounds so
children.
much
You're
worse.
making it sound way worse.
but we're reminiscing about that time, and we're
Okay, so your girl walked into the room. Got it. Okay. Near death.
I got a text that said, "Please stop yelling."
She got a text. Hey, she said, I saw you at her.
Was it from your wife, or yeah?
You
Was
just-
it from your wife, or was it
just
from,
to-
from
Did she
girl?
accept the request? John?
text her back and tell her I'm just talking about my ex, babe. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, how
Don't worry,
about
I'm just rekindling a prior relationship.
any of you have a near death experience
Oh, this is
where
getting
you can't?
dark.
I can answer this one straight away.
Yeah, let
Okay.
Owen go. I'm
Yeah.
gonna close
So
the door over there.
when I was 6, I was in a gas explosion. Me and my brother and 2 of my friends were around. It was like an old abandoned house that was being renovated just across the street from our house, and we went around the backyard, and some older guys that lived on the street were like lighting barbecue coal bags on fire that were left there. And whatever happened, the fire got out of control, and they tried to beat it out with like a big gas cylinder. But the gas cylinder caught fire and started fucking hissing and shooting. But all the older kids ran away. But obviously, me and my younger brother and our 2 other friends were didn't really know what was going on, and it exploded, and it fucking we got, I think, what's the worst one? 3rd degree burns.
Yes.
Yeah, over like 80% of her body, face and down the arms. I still have quite scarred arms down the side, down the back of my leg, and some scarring along the top of my head and stuff. But yeah, we were on life support machine for 2 weeks, and then in hospital for 6 months in total. So
Wow.
And we would not have had the
gonna crack.
podcasting prodigy that we have today. Had that.
yeah, well, I actually did die technically twice. My heart stopped twice in the ambulance on the way to hospital.
Jesus,
Yeah.
bro.
No one beats that one. We're good. Next
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Yeah,
win.
by
It
the
wasn't
way,
a
Ray
competition,
Anderson-
but you
I
win.
also had a quick one. I'll not go into this. I got ran over by a boat when I was wakeboarding before as well, but we were drunk, so that was our own fault.
Didn't count, right?
Nah, it doesn't count when you're drunk.
No.
Yeah, so twice.
All right.
I mean,
2 times.
this wasn't a near-death experience, but I did get hit by a car.
That's pretty close. Like
well,
that's
I got
Yeah,
lucky,
it's like
though.
I got
mean,
shot in the face. I don't know if that
It
counts.
could have gone badly. It could have gone much worse than it did. But this is actually when I lived in Knightsbridge in London, and I was grounded. I had done something wrong. I'm sure it involved like going to the pub that I wasn't supposed to go to or something like that. I was grounded, but then my mom and my stepfather went out of town someplace because he had a lot of travel for work, and he, they were like somewhere on the continent or something. And my sister, who was a college freshman, so she was 18 at the time. I was 15 at the time, 15 or 16. She was watching me, and she didn't watch me too great. So I snuck out of the house. I was going to meet my friends, I think, at Leicester Square or something like that, where we used to go a lot. And I walk across Brompton Road, right across the street from Harrods, and did that thing where I forgot that the cars come from the opposite direction.
Oh yeah.
And there was a stopped lane of cars, and I crossed across the stop lane into the next lane next to it where a car was not stopped, and it hit me in the right hip. I went flying about like 10 or 15 feet, landed on the ground, and was so like embarrassed and mortified that like I popped right up and limped off the street and turned around and went home. But that could have been a lot worse than it was. My mom, she found out about 5 years ago that happened, but yeah, that could have been. I had one other situation. I'm going to bring it up a little bit later though, but I'm not so comfortable bringing it up in front of Jake, to be honest with you. But
he's going to cut off the Wi-Fi in the house. So
the near-death experience. John, ever come close?
Not even close to what you guys got. So
yeah, they topped mine dramatically.
I thought I had one, but it was like, nope, not even close. So forget it.
He doesn't even want to participate with you guys.
Attacked by a great white. I'm missing my entire lower half of my body.
Yeah, it was like I got, I was put in the ICU and this, and I was like, my dad ran over my foot in the car once.
I did get stretchered out of the DC Arsenal Supporters Club pub on June 22nd, 2014.
Alcohol?
No.
That's what I assumed.
No, it was not alcohol. It was an injury. If you saw me tweet that picture a couple of days ago to make Elliot feel better about his daughter losing her teeth, I fell down a very, very steep thing of stairs. Somebody in the chat who's here was actually there that night.
So that's actually I actually have something now that he mentioned it. Giannis mentioned that. So
yeah,
yes.
It was an injury. I can tell you, I've never hated a footballer more for something that he had absolutely nothing to do with than Jermaine Jones, because it was just as Jermaine Jones scored in the World Cup for the U.S. against Portugal.
I remember that.
And the next thing that I know,
that's when Germany won.
Yes. Next thing I know, I'm in the hospital, having been stretchered out of a packed pub that I was a regular in. Separated shoulder or dislocated shoulder, broken arm, 2 front teeth knocked out. Still can't grow my beard right here because of stitches. So I suppose that I was much more seriously injured then than I was when I got hit by the car. When I got hit by the car, somehow I was skiing a week and a half later. So. So yeah, 2000. Yeah, here. This is the perfect explanation for that. That was not a fun year for me, but
it was a good World Cup.
It was a good World Cup, but I
World Cup. Yeah.
Watched most of it with. And when Arsenal came that summer to New York City, all the pictures of me in New York City are with like a really thick goatee because I couldn't shave.
That's
and
awesome.
and my arm in a sling.
So real Janice mentioned that in court with a serial killer. Actually, I did. I had that, and because I used to be like a district attorney kind of a thing, and
kind of a thing.
And I would get it was.
Were you an ADA?
Yeah, well, it was called an assistant state attorney in Florida.
Oh, okay.
And I actually got like basically a letter from an inmate getting out relatively soon.
Oh no!
That like I'm gonna come get you, and so that was like I was pretty freaked out about that, to be honest.
So what's your real name?
Was like
real name?
Yeah,
I assume you're
honestly. I only found out I've known John for 4 years or so, and I only found out his real name like a month or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand why that isn't publicly out there. So.
Yeah. Even like my registration on my car is blocked out and everything like that. But like no, it was pretty. That was pretty crazy.
It's Berkowitz, by the way. No.
Yes. Exactly.
Is there Richard?
Yes.
Does she look like a dick? Sorry, I'm just joking.
No, that was great.
Somebody's even more giddy than I am. Mikey, any near-death experience?
This time of the day.
Look, I escaped a really bad situation. I was going to say, and now I'm not one to like believe in spirits and ghosts and stuff, and like everybody.
I do.
Are you big on that? Because there's some people that are.
I'm not like I wouldn't say I'm like big on it, but like I don't know, like my I don't know. It's like a Hispanic thing. I guess.
So I double.
Is it more of a curiosity or an obsession with it than an actual belief? Would you say? Is that what it is? Because that's what I'm like. I like the thought of it. It's cool, but I'm not.
That's it. Yeah.
So I'm merging on the freeway, and my brand new shiny Mustang that I bought. I was like 18, 19 at the time. I was proud as hell. driving way faster than I was supposed to. I'm about to merge on the freeway without really looking. I'm like speeding up way sooner than I have to. And till this day, I swear, as my dad was in the car with me and I hear my father's voice say, Maikito. It's something he used to always call me. And I look over to my left shoulder, and it's a big rig coming just straight at me to like it was just gonna jam me up. I mean that was
Dude,
the end for me.
I just got goosebumps.
Dude, and
Crazy.
I till this day, like I swerve right, I run myself into the shoulder of the freeway, and I call my dad, and my dad's like, no, I'm home just chilling. And I like, but dude, I'm like hell bent that I heard my father's voice call my name, and when I look to my left, literally it's a huge semi truck coming straight at me. It would just T-bone the truck. That would have been the end of my career for sure.
Yep.
And Mike, that would have stopped my career. That would have been me at 23 babies. You know, I know I'm working on baby number 49 now and whatnot. But yeah, so that's like the craziest thing that happened to me in that sense, man, because I've never had an experience like that. Because normally when people talk to me like ghost or something, I'm like, you are out of your mind.
No, that's like
Angele,
yeah. Man. That's Angele.
Yeah, I've always been super dismissive of it for whatever reason, right? Well, you know what it is I grew up with my dad telling me, hey, people that are alive could hurt you. Dead people can't hurt you. And I think that kind of just stuck with me, and I'm like, I don't believe in none of it. Like I was telling I joke around, and like this mug next to me could just like fly across the room, and I'm like, I'm sorry, it's really gusty in here, guys. So it's some wind. Like I'll come up to just justify it sometimes, but that's like the craziest experience I had in that sense, where like I would have been toast, dude. But I swear to this day, it's crazy. As if my father was in the car with me, and it's like weird to say the very least for me. Yeah,
that's amazing. We're gonna take a quick pause from this for an inspirational view from an inspirational dude. Big Steve is back, and he tells me that it is now morning in England. England being as north as it is, 5:45 a.m. We get a sunrise. Where exactly are you, Stevie?
So I'm down in Ramsgate, which is the south.
Is it South Coast, or is it like Kent type of area?
Yeah, Kent, southeast. Not too far from Clandy.
Okay. Well, that's a beautiful sunrise, man.
It is lovely, isn't it?
It is. And speaking of lovely, every time we see you, man, you're looking better and better, my friend. I mean, put it back on yourself. I mean, this is how many? I mean, I hate to keep focusing on this, but I'm assuming you're proud of it. How many pounds have you dropped, man?
102 now.
Wow.
102
well done,
pounds in
holy shit.
17 weeks tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's phenomenal, man.
Killing it, man. Killing it.
Yeah, it shows. I mean, you just look back at appearances that Steve has had, and you're looking healthier and better, and I know you're still working on it. So absolute inspiration, and that sunrise is beautiful. It's the perfect interlude for this podcast. We're going to bring you back on when Fergus was on, but yeah, I looked at the time and I saw that it was light where you were, and I'm like, it normally doesn't get light here until about maybe 6:30, 7 in the morning now. But I forget how much further north you are. But that's a really, really nice view.
Yeah,
what are you doing down there?
My hair is awful.
No, it looks great. Leave it.
You're no Simon Collings. Let's put it that way. But
you have more hair than I do. Don't worry.
You'll do in a pinch.
Yeah. What's the total up to now? Last I heard, it was over 4,000.
Yeah, we are. Thank you for prompting me on that. We are at. Let me just bring it up live. I won't even take a look at it first. We are at. Oh, hold on. A total of 4,327 out of 5,000, which is phenomenal. And Steve and John and I mean everyone else that's been on the podcast. I mean, you don't have to do this. There's not a price of admission, but I've seen that you guys have all contributed, and I appreciate that. I certainly hope that some of the prizes go your way. But
definitely, it's crazy because obviously I popped on earlier on. It was absolutely dead when I popped on. I'd done 3 jobs in about 2.5 hours, and since then I haven't stopped. It's just so that was, I think that was the cue for me. I think as soon as I start to,
you drive a taxi, right, or an Uber?
yeah, I've been doing that 5 weeks.
I just wanted to clarify what the jobs are that you've been doing.
Yeah,
Is it Uber?
yeah.
Is it actually Uber?
No, like private hire. So
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't know what your equivalent would be over there, because obviously you got the yellow cabs and
I think that's the equivalent.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all right. It's okay. I mean, it fits around music well. It's flexible. I can work whatever hours I want. I can gig whenever I want. I can watch the Arsenal whenever I want. So
Nice.
do podcasts whenever I want. So
Exactly.
Watch the sunrise. Watch the sunrise.
You can watch
I normally
the sunrise
do. So
whenever you want.
I normally work through the night. So yeah, sometimes I've got some nice morning sunrises, and good for the Instagram and the aesthetic.
It's beautiful. And and do you watch birds like Russell Hogg, or are we? We're not into
I like
birds.
birds, but I'm not a bird watcher. But
So Andre Kossak, great show, guys. Would love from Istanbul. Always love hearing where people are from. The vast majority of our viewership comes from 3 places. They come from the US, they come from the UK, or they come from Bulgaria. But I know we've got
Bosnia.
Not
Bosnia though, eh?
No, not Serbia apparently, but
not Serbia. You're not allowed.
That was it, Serbia. Yeah.
But Andre from Istanbul, we love seeing you there. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself some Mesut Ozil these days. Steve, you're gonna come back with us when Fergus is on?
Yeah, if I don't completely crash out once I get home, then yes, I'll see you at 7.
All right, mate. Fantastic to see you, and thanks for sharing that incredible sunrise with us, buddy.
No worries. I'll see you soon.
Take care, bud.
Steve.
All right, so let's get back to this personal shit. Who goes next? Who hasn't asked one yet? Mikey?
Yes.
No, I just asked the near-death one.
Oh, okay. Then
John or Owen.
Get out of that.
Owen, you're up.
John, what was the happiest moment of your life?
My wedding.
Are you saying that because you said that your missus can hear you?
No.
You can whisper something else.
It was when that girl accepted his friend request 5 minutes ago.
No, it was my wedding. It was pretty crazy. And it was pretty cool because like my wife's Ukrainian, and we got married in Kiev in Ukraine, and we had about 50 people from the United States, like all of my family and friends. Like they like fly up. Like normally you have a destination wedding and like no one shows up, but like everyone went over there. So it was just like amazing like venue, and it was just awesome. It was awesome.
We had a destination wedding in Miami.
Did you really?
Yeah, we got married at the Eden Rock.
Oh, cool. This was at the
about a week before they found Andrew Cunanan about 4 blocks away in a boathouse.
Oh yeah, that was the thing. Yeah, so it was awesome, and that was probably the best. And then I think a close second is when we went the entire season undefeated and won it at Tottenham at White Hart Lane. I'm not gonna lie, man, that's
close.
That was a close second.
Like closer.
It was
close, or like my wife is listening close.
It was like it was not even close. It was not
close, or close. My son is watching close.
Yeah.
I like that this has all been like scariest, awfulest, near death. Thank you for Owen bringing some positivity into this podcast.
No worries. I've got a funny feeling that the 3 of us will likely go for the same thing.
No, my answer is not going to be what people would expect it to be based on my persona on the podcast. It was not May 26, 1989. My happiest moment of my life was literally the birth of my son. And I'm not saying that because he's listening. Now, I have 2 children, and Jake was the second one, but I'm going to clarify. This is not favoritism. My daughter's birth was a traumatic, scary thing that if you ask what the scariest moment of my life was, it would be that. Okay. And God bless her. She's 20. She's thriving. She's amazing. I love her. I don't talk about her a ton on the podcast because she's, not really wanting to be She doesn't want to be
We get
associated
it.
with
We
that.
get it. We get it. We get it.
But yeah, so her birth was incredible. She made me a father, but it was I wouldn't say it was the best moment of my life because of how scary it was. My son was born healthy. Within 4 seconds of being pulled, my wife had a C-section. Within 4 seconds of him being alive,
He was like Wenger out.
the very first thing he did, that would have been awful because it was about 8 months before the Invincible. The first thing he did, literally, was take the piss on me.
Take the piss on you. Love
I
it.
have video
Literally.
of that. It's the old style video though. It's not like in digital video. So I got it. He literally came out of the womb, and I also wouldn't show it on the podcast because his penis is in it. But like he literally, they held him up to me and said, "This is your son," and all of a sudden I got like sprayed all over from his. I mean, like he had been holding that in for 9 months. But I was never happier. God, this is going to sound awful, and it's going to be taken out of context. I was never more happy to be urinated on than I was in that moment because he was healthy. And
You took my question. You took my question.
When was that?
What was the happiest time you ever did?
I'm gonna have to clip that now. Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was the greatest moment of my life, and it was just beginning because I mean the 18 years with him ever since has just gotten better and better. But and he hasn't done that to me again, which I appreciate.
Good run, 18 years, pretty good.
Yeah, he hasn't peed on me yet again.
Shit, Mike. I was gonna say my son too. It's for slide. Yeah,
You're not allowed to have the same happiest moment.
Son number 14.
Well,
I'm joking with you. I'm joking, bro. Of
yeah,
course.
no, here's what it is my daughter was born similar to Mike, 2 children, and fun thing that
Steve,
wife and I like to do.
Wife and I,
what we like to do is we don't like to find out what the baby's going to be. So
Yeah,
when we had a daughter, it was a surprise. When we had a son, it was a surprise. But
they couldn't believe she was human.
yeah, but when our daughter was born, I was still. When her daughter was born, I was still really young, right? 21, 22. And I remember that the experience was hijacked by, holy fuck, what I'm going to do with the baby. Holy fuck, how I'm going to pay bills. Holy fuck. Just overwhelmed with so much other shit. So fast forward literally 9 years later, that's the gap between my daughter and my son. Here's baby boy. Now life is completely different, a little bit more financially stable, different priorities, a bigger sense of what life is all about. I wept, dude. I wept. Like I couldn't make the phone call to my dad and keep my shit straight. Like,
the greatest part about that is that finally the world knew that the name Hernandez would go on.
Yes, maybe, I don't know, dude, but baby comes out. We find out it's a boy. I already had a predetermined boy name and a predetermined girl name. We always kind of agree on that going into labor, and Michael Thomas was born, as we know, as I mentioned on the podcast before, right? Yeah. So did the whole umbilical cord. They hand me my baby boy.
Did the doctor say it's up for grabs now?
It's up for grabs. Case. It's up for grabs now. You can literally grab him, and so I'm there. And here's the thing. Here's kind of the funny thing is my wife was slightly on the fence on Michael Thomas for the name. And I'm holding this little dude, and I'm push this.
Yes.
I love that. Giannis, for somebody that's been sleeping for 5 hours, you are a fucking treat, dude. I absolutely love you.
Sleep and he was awake.
Yeah, and so I'm there. I'm holding him, dude, and I guess a true appreciation of life just fucking hit me at that moment. I guess is what I could tell you. And I'm crying my fucking eyes out. My wife looks at me from the bed and she goes, "Just name him Michael Thomas. He's your boy." And then I was like, and that was it. But dude. I mean, Mike. I mean, I guess I'm going. Luckily, he didn't piss on me, so that's a big plus. Thanks to my son on that one. So Michael Thomas 1, Jake 0 on that one. But yeah, dude. I there's few moments where I in life where like I had that type of moment, that feeling It just broke me down. Wow, Denmark, that is absolutely awesome.
I absolutely love this, man. If just tell us where you're from. I don't care if you're from the UK or other. Just if you're waking up, let us know where you're from. We got Denmark in the house.
Hell yeah, Denmark. Is that your real middle name?
Ho.
And Jacobson, I like the guy already. He's got a great last name.
That Henrik Ho Jacobson is one of the coolest names I ever heard.
That is like absolute Viking. Like that guy would eat you
awesome.
for breakfast.
I would follow you into battle.
I would, and
that'd be my next baby's name for sure.
If I move out of the U.S., which I've contemplated in many occasions, kind of on a semi-serious basis, given what's happening over here, just in general.
Just move to Texas.
But I would move to Denmark. It just seems like such a happy place.
It's so it really.
And that was before I knew there were guys named Henrik Ho Jacobson there.
Yeah, that's an awesome.
Denmark,
that's such a cool
Turkey,
name.
Jamaica, U.S., UK in the house. If you're from anywhere else, let me know. We also have Virginia in the house. Said boy who loves taking the piss out of me, not on me. So did we all get the happiest moment now? John, did you get yours? Yes,
I did. I started it.
No, I'm the same as you. It was just the birth of my daughter. We've just had our first child just over a year and a half ago. But it was same as Mike. We didn't find out what it was going to be, and it was because in my family it has been just boys for years. It's my mum was the only girl, and she had 3 brothers, and then she had 4 sons, me and my 3 brothers, and then she had 4 grandsons. So there was no girls in my family for years. So she was the first girl, which made it a bit extra special as well. So obviously I'm not going to repeat the same things you boys said, but I never anticipated the sort of.
Did she pee on you?
No, thankfully not. But it was fucked up. It was sort of fucked up. Like you need the thing I thought about on the first day was like you need a license to drive a car. You need a passport to travel. You need all these things, but you don't. They just let you take this fucking person home and rear it without. It's like, what the fuck, person? Yeah, but now she's a dick. She's like, man, she's such a fucking dick. She's just like me.
Yeah, toddlers could be overwhelming.
Yeah.
So those are some happy memories. Who hasn't asked a question yet then?
I don't know, but I'm going to have to jump off if you are looking me to be back here.
Oh, you know what? That's right. We're actually at the end of the segment. So, yeah, let's end it there because the next question I was going to ask is one that I don't really want to answer in front of my son. So,
yeah.
It is 1:00 Eastern time, 10:00 Pacific time, 6 a.m. in the UK. We're getting ready for a whole slew of people to wake up. And the first thing they do when they're going to wake up is, of course, come to the Gooners podcast and watch until 7 p.m. at night. But thank you, John, for joining us. We're up to $4,377. That's 87% of our goal.
Hell yeah.
And we're nowhere near done yet. And the next hour is going to be kind of a replay segment. We're going to play one of my favorite podcasts. It's timeless. Not a lot of people saw it when it was aired, but it's called the Podley Game, and it's a podcast that we did with some of our favorite podcast guests. It was Arsblog and Gunnerblog, who will be joining us in the morning as well. But they were with us, Soph and Amanda. Again, this was probably a year or so ago. And so Soph and Amanda from the Highbury Squad at the time, and then Andy and I, and it was just a barrel of laughs for about an hour, and I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to play that now, assuming that the video works. We will be back live, and by we, I mean myself and who's joining me for that hour. Mikey, are you going to still be around, or is that Jared?
I'm hoping to still be around. Right now, we're going to take I'm going to set up outside and check out how the sleeping / situation is. So I might be gone for 1 extra hour, Mikey, but I will let you know.
And if you can't make it back, I mean, Fergus and I have a lot to talk about. So if you can't make it back, don't stress it. I can go solo with Fergus. Fergus is another podcast host, so it's not anyone I'm going to have to challenge to come up with interesting content. So, okay. So if you're leaving us now, I appreciate everything that you've done and staying up late for us. If you're coming back in an hour, I appreciate it. And if you watch the next hour of the podcast, let me know that you stayed through and watched the whole thing, because I will have mad respect for you. Good night, Gary from New Jersey. Good night, Rob Ford. Good night, Moon. Good night, Stars. And John, Owen, Mikey, I love you guys.
Cheers, guys.
Pleasure, peeps.
All right, now let me figure out how to get this this thing on here, because I somehow could not figure out how to do it before when I was going to show the Orlando thing. It gave me some sort of codec error, which if this happens again,
this is the most anticlimactic.
Well, it is, you know. But look, this is a 24-hour podcast. If you want nice, seamless transitions, you should have watched the first few hours, not now. But yeah, we're going to go to what hopefully we'll play now, and it's the Podley WWII game.
Later, guys.
There we go. See you guys. Hello and welcome to a very special edition of the Gooners podcast. Andy, we have a full house tonight, a little bit different format. And because it's an Arsenal podcast, statistically speaking, somewhere between 1 and 2 of us will have a devastating knee injury by the end of this podcast. So here's the deal. You know, Andy, ever since coronavirus started, we've been trying to do podcasts that are a little off the beaten path. I mean, what are we going to talk about every week? Trying to be a little bit different, complement some of the creativity and content from our esteemed guest panel here tonight. Try to kind of take people's minds off the fact that there's been no Arsenal. Now our job is to try to take people's minds off the fact that there is Arsenal. So we're going to try to do that through some silly games, different concepts, unique interviews. So tonight we're going to record a podcast that is going to be a little bit different. When I was a young lad, I used to love game shows, and one of my favorite was called the Newlywed Game, which I believe across the pond may have been called Mr. and Mrs. So as we know, I think we talked about this the first time we potted together, Andrew, so many years ago. All of my podcast ideas come in the shower, which is why I only get a good idea like once every 6 weeks or something.
Horrible visual.
This time, in my most recent shower, I came up with a good way to kind of blow off some steam. And so here we have the Podley WWII game. So we have 2 all-star Podley WWII teams to play against Andy and I. And I like to do long, big introductions, but we're gonna shave those off and just say hello. Our first pair of Podley WWIIs who generate outstanding and interesting content, both individually and together. Unlike Andy and I, they have an open relationship, so they podcast together and with others. Seems to work for them. Thank you for joining us. The man who started the art of podcasting, and no less than 49,000 other people have followed in your footsteps, trying to accomplish and coming nowhere close to your level. Andrew Mangan, aka Arsblock. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
You know, when you started podcasting 14 years ago, as an extension to your writing and your voiceover career, did you ever imagine there would be such a low barrier to entry in the podcasting game?
I'll tell you this: I never thought I would be sitting here doing this
with us.
I lied to him what this was going to be all about.
Is this the payback for the Uber?
This is everything. I mean, my nephew just started a new podcast, and he's a fetus. So, I mean, it's easier than ever. Joining us with Andrew, his podcast spouse, Andy, is that what we're going to call it?
If it's a Newlywed Game, doesn't that make sense?
Mistress.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm fine with spouse.
Yes.
It's respectable.
We'll talk about top versus bottom later, but another multimedia talent. He's an actor, a writer, director. His greatest achievement by far is that he's been on our podcast 4 or 5 times. He's one of our own, which I know that has absolutely no application to what we're talking about. Welcome back, James McNicholas, a.k.a. Gunner Block.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm very excited to reveal how little I know about Andrew Mangan.
You know, people would just assume, I would think, that you spend all of your time outside of the studio together, even though you live in 2 different countries.
We have to not, otherwise we'd have nothing to talk about.
Yes, we're going to get exposed here tonight, but hey.
Well, look.
You mean you don't have a WhatsApp group?
Oh, we've got a WhatsApp group.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you.
We've got a number of them.
Yeah.
Make sure you leave that to us in your will.
They're still on the AOL messaging system.
Yeah, they're on Prodigy. Prodigy.com/R-Squad.
I've got a pager, and Andrew contacts me on it regularly.
where you exchange all your show ideas. All right. Our next two Podley are very good friends of ours as well. Trailblazers, legends. One of them, I think, may or may not have been at Anfield 89.
Who was going to say that?
It's the ladies from the Highbury Squad. First, Sophie Nicolau. Great to see you again.
Great to see you. I actually remember the theme tune to Mr. and Mrs. It was like Mr. and Mrs. Be nice to each other.
Yeah.
I thought that was the theme song to Barnet.
Barnet Football Club?
No.
Barney?
Oh,
Barney
Barney.
the dinosaur.
No, he's with the family. He's the family one, right?
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah.
So you've had quite the life and movie and TV biz, living in La La Land, reporting on football.
I know, I have, haven't I?
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you.
Really?
Most recently appearing on the Highbury Squad with Kevin Campbell and our next guest, which is Amanda. How about that?
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello.
I usually go for 5 minutes, but we're just going to go with it's Amanda.
It's Amanda, that's enough.
Yeah. So last but not least, the man is going to be our impartial host today. We could not play this game without an impartial host, because if I had made and seen the questions and hosted the game, how could I be treated as being a fair contestant? So we have, we're nothing if not all about integrity, Andy. This is the Integrity Podcast. Was what we're going to call
This is where we rise above the rest of these folks, is the integrity portion.
That's right. It's the Integrity Cast. We asked this young gentleman to create the questions, host the game, so we can't be accused of cheating. By the way, I just want to point out we're taping this prior to the Brighton game, but I've just got a sense that we're gonna
Brighton. We've had Brighton. You mean Southampton?
You just ruined it.
Oh.
I was going to make a big prediction about the Brighton game, but now you're
More editing for you now.
Oh, dear.
So we would like to welcome. It's summertime. He's got nothing else to do anyway, except play FIFA and FaceTime me from his bed the other night. It's our podcast son, the handsome and talented Mr. Thomas, the Gooner Cock TV. Good to see you again, Tommy.
And our friend.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's a weird feeling when you're asked on to be the host of a Mr. and Mrs. game, which must mean I'm the loneliest person you know.
No, you're the 9th person that said yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have a list of hosts that goes this long, and you were on it.
Right.
Just because you do your podcast on your own and don't have a partner of many, many years, so we thought you'd be perfect for it. So
That's talent.
So I've not seen the questions. Tom's been tasked with it, so the quality of this game rests solely on the shoulders.
Yeah, but he's a teacher, so the questions should be quite good.
All right.
If they're about geography, yeah.
I'd win if it was geography. It's the only thing I'm good at.
So
I know the capital of Ethiopia.
A quick rundown on the rules. There's going to be 3 rounds of questions. First round are going to be Arsenal-related questions. This is not a trivia contest. This is a game to basically see how well we each know each other that we do our podcast with. So the first set, we will be asking the older member of the pod to write down their answers for 3 separate questions.
Oh.
Then, one by one, we will go through the big reveal where the younger member of the podcast will try to guess what the older member thinks. And matches are going to be worth points. Not matches should hopefully produce arguments and lifelong rifts between the two.
What do points make? Prizes. Thank you.
I really need some alcohol, and I don't even drink.
So, without further ado, Tom, would you like to get us started? And what are we going to start out with the older folks?
Yes.
So, come on.
So I'm going to ask a question, and the older person has to write down their answer as Michael suggested. So the younger person is guessing. And your first question is: which member of Arsenal's playing staff would your partner say they wish had never signed for the club?
Current squad.
It could be many.
Wow.
Past or present, which member of Arsenal's playing staff would your partner say?
Hang on, past or present?
Yes, anyone that has played for Arsenal.
Anyone
ever.
Wow, it's very broad.
Oh, wow. That's
So I'm answering this. Is that
No,
right?
no, I'm answering because I'm older than you.
So do I have to write down my guess?
Yeah.
I'm writing down my answer.
But then do I write down my guess?
I answer.
Yes.
Yeah, but
This
I
is
guess.
your podcast.
Hang on. What happens? What happens?
I have to guess what you think.
Read the
Right.
question again, please.
So which member of Arsenal's playing staff would your partner say they wish had never signed for the club?
So I've answered that for you, okay? Because
Right.
you're younger. Done that.
Okay.
So Andy has to guess what Mike thinks.
All right, but we're going to do all three questions first.
Okay, that's question one. So question two. What Arsenal trophy win would your partner describe gave them the most pleasure above all others? So which Arsenal trophy win would your partner describe gave them more pleasure above all others?
Easy. 91 Littlewoods Cup.
The Intertoto Cup. Did we ever win that? I think we did.
Ferris City Cup? Centennial?
The Emirates Cup.
And
All
we're
right. Question three.
summer 2009.
We good for number three?
Yeah.
If your partner could go back in time and change any decision that was made by Ivan Gazidis during his employment, what would that decision be?
I'm pretty
they could
confident on
change
this one.
Any
I'd be
decision
confident on
that
any
he
of them,
made.
so I'm afraid. Anyway, moving on.
These are quite hard, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
You can tell what kind of teacher Tom is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going A-level.
Change my mind. Am I allowed to do that? Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, we'll let you.
Do I have to change mine as
When-
well?
Andrew,
No.
That's how linked
I don't know if you do.
when
No,
you're the
the
pod,
first
when you're
answer
the
then is
when you're the
change.
pod father, you actually even get a mulligan, in my opinion. I'm just
All
saying.
right. Fair enough.
What's a mulligan?
It's a free shot. It's a
Free
golf.
shot, babe.
Oh, I don't know any of these words.
It's a word used in golf and podcast.
Okay.
So, Mike and Andy, let's go first. So, which member of Arsenal's playing staff did you think your partner would say they wish had never played for the club or never signed?
This was a tough one. I put Mustafi.
Hey, there we go.
I'm not sure I feel this way, but I didn't have enough time to think about it, and so there we go.
So 10 points.
I
10
feel like I'm not
points.
going to be the only person.
Oh, yeah, we should have said about point system. Question 1 was 10 points, 2 is 15, and 3 is 20. Okay, let's go
I would just like
to
to point out time.
Amanda. What did you guess, Amanda?
You did get the point of the questions. These are good.
I really don't know, and I don't think she's going to agree, but she don't like him very much.
You know what? No, sorry, babe. As much as I don't,
Now, are you talking about when you wish you had never signed him to begin with, or like an hour ago?
no, we hated the signing from the get-go, both of us. But I don't like Ozil. This is true for many reasons.
I do listen.
James, what did we guess?
Can I just clarify? Was it past or present?
Yeah, anyone.
Okay. I guessed William Gallas.
Oh, I would have thought he said Mustafi.
I had Mustafi and I crossed it out.
Oh, look at that.
What is it? I can't see. Hang on.
Gallas.
William Gallas.
Ah, there you go.
Mustafi, which is
Backwards, or does it show? What way does it show?
It
up?
does show. It shows
Good
correctly.
showing.
Okay.
So you had Mustafi, which is
Good one.
When he wrote first. Then he changed his mind, and then you changed your mind. So you were linked
Yeah.
up.
Okay, so
That might be
after
worth
round
11 points.
1.5, Mike and Andy and James and Andrew are both on 10 points, and Amanda and Sophie are on 0. Still time to catch up.
Don't rub it in.
So, what Arsenal trophy win would your partner describe gave them the most pleasure above all others?
Changed my mind about 3 times.
Andy.
Right, go on.
All right.
You
I think
know.
he talks about this moment more than he talks about his own family. I'm going to say the 89 Anfield win.
Yeah, see, that's not fair. She'd have known. She'd have got that from me.
Hey, look, it's out in the second Emirates Cup, the Sonogo one. But
Amanda.
Yeah, baby doll, the invincible.
Hey, good girl. I changed it right at the last moment.
Sauce. Has to
And
be.
James.
I think I've got this wrong. I said 2014 FA Cup.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
But that's
go.
brilliant. Are
There
you
you
too
go.
light on your WhatsApp group?
No, absolutely
Oh,
not.
do we had a WhatsApp group?
Yeah, it's either that or you're writing
pager.
8 pads of paper in
Or
front
they
of
just actually know each other?
Yeah, it's just one of those because I think it was probably the first trophy that we won in our kind of experience together as, friends and podcast hosts, and it was just a great day. And which isn't to say it was the best win of all time, but just you said the most pleasure. So there you go.
That's true.
Okay, so question 17. Question 3. If your partner could go back in time and change any decision made by Ivan Gazidis during his employment at the club, what would it have been? Let's go in reverse order. So, James, what did you suggest, Andrew?
Well, this is the one where I changed my mind because I originally had signed Mustafi and then I crossed that out. I just had Emery.
This is the one that I changed my mind because my initial answer was going to be Ivan Gazidis taking the job in the first place. Like that was a little bit too meta, and I put down.
Yes,
oh my God, you're going to whoop it, you lot.
He said during his tenure, and he emphasized that. So I pretty much. I mean, I'm not going to go any further than that. But he did.
Amanda.
Yes, I'm here. Right, so think about this.
Yes, Wenger sacking, baby.
I do know you.
We'll give you that one.
It's the same, right? I mean, seriously.
That's the same. That's the same.
And Andy.
Following suit, that's what I put. Not extending Arsenal's contract.
I just put just generally remaining employed. I thought he was a dick for doing that, but yeah, that probably would have been a better answer. So
You know what, though, Mike? I was going to put something along the lines of Ivan not being in the job, like Andrew said, but then I figured, well, that's not really part of the question.
Look, we don't know each other as well as we thought we did. We can just leave it at that. You don't have to explain.
That's fine. That's fine.
So I'm doing this in my head, so this could be probably wrong, but I have in the lead Andrew and James on 30 points so far. Is that right, Mike? You've been doing scores?
No, they've got 45 because the point difference increased as we went
Geography teacher, not a maths
Buckers
teacher.
are playing like Liverpool.
No, geography all the way, not maths. I know exactly where you all are, but I don't know how many points you've got.
45 for the Arsblog Arscast Extra. We've got 35 for the Highbury Squad and 25 for the Gooners pod.
Excellent. We're City right now, Amanda.
We're not losing. We're not last.
That's right. Buy yourself.
Always get the lemons.
Okay, so we're swapping roles now. So, question 4. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. So, when would your partner say specifically Arsene Wenger should have moved on from the club, if at all? So, when would your partner say when Arsene Wenger specifically should have moved on from the club, if at all? So that's question 4.
Well, if she's listened to me in these pods, then she'll get this.
Well, it's my answer, right? And
you've got to guess, and I've written down.
I think we're on the same page on this one.
I hope so.
I hope so, babe.
Next question. What was the reason why your partner became a lifelong Arsenal fan?
Oh, so for God's sake. You don't get this.
Very personal. Question 6. Are we ready?
1 sec.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
Question 6, last one of round 1. Arsenal have been linked to a whole host of players this summer, and it's not even over yet. But which of those linked would your partner most want us to sign? So of all the players, so this relies not just on knowledge, but how much you've been paying attention to the raft of links that we've had.
You should know this after what I've been what I've been freaking going on about over the last few weeks.
No, it's you knowing about me. It's the other way round. No, it's you've got to guess what I think.
Yeah, Sophie, you've got to guess what Amanda thinks.
Oh, okay. So shit. Hold on. Okay, so I know that. Right, that one's wrong.
These are hard.
And
I think this round is harder.
Yeah, I do.
Especially for Andrew, because typically I just say I don't know to all questions, so he's in a tricky position.
Okay.
The answer is what's the bird? Magpie.
Magpie.
Yeah.
Right.
What's the bird? Okay.
Which player?
My bird recall is just really suffering from.
Okay, so when you're ready, we will go and reveal the answers to those questions.
Okay.
Are we ready, Soph? I mean, you're contemplating life right now.
The player, there's like 3 or 4, and I just go on. I'll have my answer before you get to me. Don't worry.
Okay, go. So, question 4: when would your partner say specifically Arsene Wenger should have moved on from the club? Andrew, what did you say James would say?
The season that Leicester City won the league.
Oh, that's a good one. 16? I actually put 2014.
Right. Okay.
After the FA Cup.
That was tough, though.
Yeah.
Sophie, what did you say that Amanda would say?
I said, where is it? Before any of the FA Cup wins.
I always say this.
After the whole cup final.
Every time I say that, he should have gone, yes.
Why before any of it? I mean, if it's before any of the FA Cup wins, then you might as well have said 2008.
Exactly.
Feel like we're creating divides within podcasts.
That's our goal. That's our one
Fucking
solitary goal. To shake up the whole industry and see where we all win.
This is how
I might need another podcast. I might need another podcast to go to soon.
Andy,
Okay,
what did
the
we say?
first one.
I've got to pick what Andy said. Yeah.
2012 when he sold RVP to United.
Son of, so you're the only one that didn't answer this, and I
That's me.
He sold RVP.
How do you sell a best
No
player?
points. No points.
How do you
Question
sell-
5.
You did it
We're going to go in
very,
reverse
very
order
well,
this
very,
time.
very often.
So, Andy, what did you say that Mike would say about what the reason he has for supporting Arsenal?
Other way around. I got to pick why Andy.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
yes,
get
of
it.
course. Sorry, Mike. So, again.
Family, friends.
Grew up in North London. Everyone in his family, except for his dad, was a Gooner. His dad was a West Ham fan. That
My dad at my
Sophie.
wedding said it was the biggest mistake of his life was that I was an Arsenal supporter.
Well, now it is.
Oh,
It wasn't a
yeah,
few
well.
years ago. Her dad, her hero. Yes.
I'd have killed you if you got that wrong.
your dad
Get
seems like a
it.
nice guy, but it's you know.
Can we
it's
make
tough.
it a full house? Andrew.
My recollection is that he just really liked the red shirt in the shop.
Red shirt.
Hey, that's a good one.
There we go.
Very good.
I have to say, I'm actually shocked at how many points people are getting through this. I thought this was going to be an absolute shit show. And it is, but just not in the way.
It could all go wrong now.
Listen, our team may be a shit show, but we podders are not.
You know what?
Speak for
These are
yourself.
Okay.
true relationships that are.
This is
formed.
true, Andrew. I'll definitely. Yeah, some shows are a shit show. This is true.
I don't know why you keep
Question
coming on with us, though.
Arsenal have been linked to a whole host of players, but which one did you say that your partner wanted to sign the most? Andy, what did you guess?
I can't remember his full name, so
Hey!
Hey!
I was gonna say the other one that we're rumored with, but then you love Granit Xhaka so much you wouldn't dare see somebody potentially knocking out.
Oh, that party guy?
Yeah. All right. Yes.
Sophie.
I hope that my answer will suffice because I've gone generic because Amanda's been banging on about it. No player, but I'm just any defender is the answer to the question.
Any defender.
Not even the right position.
Oh, for God's
Who did you have?
Arte.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Amanda loves
sake.
herself.
Listen to me.
Andrew.
I've been harping on about defenders, Bregamoto.
Yeah,
I
but
said
but
Thomas
we-
Partey as well, because it's the only one I could think of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
same.
Ah,
There you go.
I was going to say Jack Grealish, actually.
20 big ones.
Amanda did want to sign a defender, but then we signed one earlier today.
Arsenal would never sign anyone whose last name was Party. Just saying.
There's
We
an
don't
E
know
there.
how to have a good time anymore.
Party with an E, which can
I
often be
know,
expressed
I
in a
know.
party.
Saute.
Spurs just scored, but I think they were offside. VAR
Yes,
is
Son's
ruled out.
goal was disallowed. So, okay, so we're swapping the order back around. However, these questions aren't necessarily around Arsenal, but more around you and your podcast and your experiences with your partner on those podcasts. So,
Oh no.
question one.
I
know. Question one. Which moment would your partner say they wish they could relive again whilst recording a show?
Oh, recording a show.
Mm-hmm. So which
So
moment
something that we
during
weren't recording a show.
So when you were recording the podcast,
Right.
a moment that your partner would want to relive.
Oh, okay.
So while we were in the recording.
I know.
Yeah, while you were recording, yes.
So I'm answering this about Amanda, is that right?
No, I'm answering about you. Keep
Mike,
on.
would you have answered the plane?
No.
Oh.
Which moment specifically?
Relive or re-ask?
You know which guest.
Relive.
What the
A few more seconds.
I hope I'm right on this.
Awesome.
Question 2. During the recording of one of your shows, when would you say that an opinion you raised caused the most controversy with your partner?
During the
what
recording.
did you say during the recording? So, what did you say during a recording that
This
caused
might
the
be the
most
same
controversy
answer
and
for every
disagreement
single one.
and argument with your partner?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Little cheeky buggers.
Can you read that question again, Tom?
Yeah. So during the recording of one of the shows, when would you say that an opinion that you raised caused the most controversy? So if the younger person is being asked and the older person guesses, so the older person has to guess the controversial thing the younger person said. So it's something, Amanda, that you said that caused controversy on the podcast. So it might be something that Sophie disagreed with,
It
caused
could
an
be
argument.
Try everything.
When did we go at each other? We haven't gone at each other, have we?
No.
No.
I can't give you any
change
tips,
that
babe.
based on your
Just channel it. Look at me. Look at my face.
I'm channeling, but it's not.
Look at her face, not at your phone, where she's eating.
For me, 1 and 2 are the same.
This is my phone. I'm not on my phone. Look, it's there.
Question
Exactly.
3. After which game would you say your partner was closest to an actual breakdown?
Oh shit! This could be like.
Do you know what? I know which one it is for me. Weirdly, a mental breakdown. You mean like absolutely going
Yeah, like
mentally
full-on,
ballistic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna put you in a home.
There's so many.
During the lifetime of the podcast.
Yeah. So you,
Oh, right, so
you've
it's
got a
only
harder
during the
job there.
podcast.
There's 2. I'm torn between 2, but I'm gonna go.
Is this question number 2? Because I'm lost a little bit.
This is number 3.
Yeah.
I'll run through them one more time before we go through the answer.
Please do.
So question 1 was, which moment would your partner say they want to relive? So that's you, Amanda. So which moment did you want to relive? Question 2 was, during the recording, which thing did you raise or say or do that caused the most controversy on the show? And then the third one was, what game and after which game were you reacting to, talking about that caused you the most?
She's never going to get this because there's literally
I was
about
trying to break
83 games. There's loads during my
I
life.
just made a last-minute change that could cost us, a bit like Louise.
I don't even know if I've spoken to you about this game.
With David Louise and
Right, Tom, read out number 1, 2, quick, just to me.
Question 1 was, which moment would your partner say they wish they could relive whilst recording on a show? So which moment do you want to relive?
I just want to
what's
say,
number 2?
for me, it's right now, right here, right now.
Shut up, Michael. What is it, Tom?
No place I'd rather be.
Question 2 was, during the recording of the show, what did you say or do that caused the most controversy?
Do. Oh, that's a good one.
Mike's never going to ask me back. Okay, so
Actually, you're the only one that's the hosts that are acquitting yourself.
Okay, done.
Okay, so Andrew, what did you guess that James thought would be the moment they could relive again?
I said the moment during a live podcast when we had talked about Mikel Arteta being appointed manager, and then David Ornstein tweeted that it was actually going to be Unai Emery.
That I've so nearly put that. I actually put New York when we went to New York.
Oh God, yeah, that was brilliant. But we were very drunk.
Actually spent time together.
We were very drunk, so I'd forgotten that happened.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sophie's been drunk on a pod before, haven't you, Sophie?
Yes, I have.
I haven't.
Twice.
Miss Professional.
Okay, so Sophie, what did you guess Amanda would say?
So my first guess was being able to go back and ask Sol Campbell the question she really wanted. Then I changed it to Lee Dixon, but then I went back to Sol Campbell. Yes!
Nice little teaser there.
I know.
I changed it, went back. Oh,
I nearly did ask it, and then I couldn't.
Yeah.
Nice. Mike, what did you say Andy was going to say?
Doesn't Andy have to tell me first, and then I?
Well, you're older than Andy, so
you first.
Yeah, Mike.
Come on, man. This is your show.
Mike's first drunk pod.
Oh no! Why would I want to relive our first drunk pod?
Because you love bringing it up over and over. It was an absolute shit show, but you love bringing it up.
I said when we met Kroenke last summer.
But that was before recording the
Oh Jesus Christ!
maybe it was showing up in your Arsenal shirts for the press conference.
I was going to see me in Denver. I was dressed.
Does that happen very often? James, tell us, how often do people turn up to the press conferences in an Arsenal shirt?
Look, it's not conventional, but I admire it.
It was ballsy. They actually phoned me.
We'll turn up to the press conferences and eat 10 pounds of brisket.
They phoned me and said, Soph, do you think we should wear our Arsenal shirts? I said, no, don't
The
wear
best part of that, though, Soph, was when because I got lost in the LA Stadium and I was wearing the Arsenal shirt and I had the badge on. I asked the security guard, and two of them were like, "Oh, you're heading that way now," and they escorted me. And then this like Japanese NBA program who turned football for the weekend thought I was famous and like, "Could we interview you?" And I was like, "No interviews, sorry."
Oh dear.
I was not wearing the Arsenal kit, by the way.
Hilarious.
Let's go back through the reverse order. So, Mike, what did you say was the thing that Andy caused the most controversy with on the show?
I changed my answer from the Xhaka incident to Arlo White comments.
Oh, I had Xhaka.
Ah! The Xhaka shirt.
Arlo White's the commentator on television.
The voice.
I was railing on that, and you took the opposing view of it, though. So I didn't.
Do you guys not like Arlo?
Arlo doesn't like me, and I'm okay with it.
Why? Okay, another story, another day. But wow.
Yeah, that's that. Sophie, what did you guess?
I just stuck with Sol Campbell.
Oh no! Do you remember my Arsene Wenger rant?
Yeah, well, you always ranted about him, but
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
For you.
Is someone testing a moped in the background of there?
Yeah, it's weird. I can hear this noise as well.
It's James's beeper going off, or pager.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not here.
I'm sending you a fax with all the answers.
Ah, thanks.
Oh dear. Andrew.
I did
Definitely
think,
Amanda.
I did think long and hard about this and all the controversial incidents that we had. But for me, it had to be butter and jam or just jam.
Butter and jam.
Hey!
Serious controversy.
Last question. After which game would you say your partner was closest to an actual breakdown? Andrew, what did you say? Oh my God.
Wow, we're about to
Take it off. Hold on.
It's mine. It's mine. It's the fan. I don't know what.
Oh my God.
Take it off without me.
What was that noise?
It's the famous fan of my laptop.
I just said the Europa League final.
Can I mute myself? Perhaps
That is a good answer. I went for another Chelsea game. I went for the 1000th game. Was it his 1000th game? 500th game? Whatever it was.
6-0?
It wasn't good, whatever it was.
0-6.
See, the problem is I can't remember a lot of stuff after we do it. You know, we do the thing, and then they all kind of blend into the background a little bit.
It's
and
fine,
I don't
Andrew. It's fine. I get it. It's fine.
I don't remember you being on the verge of a breakdown over much. You know, you're usually so level-headed, so sanguine, so...
He doesn't remember New York.
I don't care.
He doesn't remember your podcast yesterday.
Sophie.
Okay, so because we like the drama. First, I went with the Xhaka throwing his toys out the pram incident, and the whole, that night at the Emirates. And then I realised I thought the Europa League final was really the biggest.
No. There's been many, and you wouldn't know, but it was this one. When I literally left the stadium in such disgust, I couldn't speak to anyone. I nearly had a breakdown. But if you'd have remembered, it was the Paul Gascoigne at the semi-final as well. I cried. I actually literally cried.
They showed that 4-4 game.
There's so many. I mean, you could have gone Luton 1988. We could go back years, honestly.
It was a tough one.
Or Brighton just a few days ago.
We need this, man. We got to get back in this.
Come on, Andy.
League final.
Yes.
Nice.
Any Emery match.
Any Emery.
Poor Unai.
I love that you're the only person I know that calls him that.
We're on the home straight then.
Naya. It sounds like
3 questions before the decider, if it is necessary. So, swapping round now. So we're guessing what the other partner would say to these questions. Question 4 of this round.
Quick update on the scores, if you don't mind.
You go for it, mate. It's your show.
We've got still in the lead, but it's tightening a little bit. The Arscast Extra with 100 points. We have Gooners Pod surging into second with 85.
How did I know we
Highbury
lose?
Squad 65 points after 3 out of 4 rounds. So it's all, as we like to say, up for grabs now.
Right to get in.
Which guest would your partner say they are gutted to have not been allowed more time to speak with?
Does that include people that are on this podcast right now?
She's never said that to me. She's never said.
So it has to be someone who's been on.
Yeah.
But they'd like them on more.
And Andy's guessing what I would say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing what Sophie's going to say, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah. There's loads.
No, we've had a lot of good guests.
I know.
Channel it.
This is a total gas, Mike.
Think about shit.
I'll give you a clue. It's Danny the GFP.
It's not S.L. Campbell, that's for sure. Sorry.
League gunner?
Oh, no.
The league gunner.
Question 5. If your partner could choose just one Arsenal player or manager of the past or present to have on their show, who would it have been?
Oh.
A dream guest. Dream guest.
What, Sophie's dream guest? Oh, my
Arsenal
God.
player or manager, past or present.
Oh, player or manager?
Player or manager.
Yeah.
Manager, yeah.
Player or manager.
Let's
That's
do
a
manager.
little bit sketchy behavior right there.
Woo!
I'm opening this up for a potential lawsuit after the fact.
I changed my mind there.
I didn't like how you did that. Let me just tell you right now.
Manager, yeah.
Manager, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's my first screw up of the evening. Hit the wrong button, and that's done for now. So I'm going to put a different video on because if I start that, it's going to start all over again. So bear with us for just a second. while I deal with my fat fingers there. We're going to play a quick video replay of something we played about 10 or 12 hours ago, which is the famous shootout in Denver. For those of you that are still here, I apologize for messing up that Podley WWII game here, but in any case, bear with me for just a second. And here we go. Actually, we're going to play the promo video here.
Hey Gooners, this is Alan Smith.
This is Kevin Campbell.
Lee Dixon.
Colin Lewin. This is Gary Lewin.
Charles Watts.
Dan Potts. James Benge.
Danny.
Tom from the Gooner Talk here.
Ryan O'Cross. Simon Collings. You may know me from the Evening Standard. You may know me for my time at Arsenal.
You may know me from Arsenal or even the Highbury Squad.
I'm a Birdcat Wonderland.
Being that physio sat on the bench next to Arsenal with my rubber gloves on.
The former Arsenal physio. The Emirates press box, from writing, from Twitter.
From goal.com, from Twitter, from YouTube.
Football is the beautiful game and it brings us all together.
Sometimes there are things even more important than wins and losses.
And yes, even transfers.
Every 30 seconds, someone in this world gets diagnosed with blood cancer.
The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society works towards curing blood cancers
and provides support to families currently dealing with these diseases.
Gooners vs Cancer was started in 2017
by a lifelong Gooner who lost his father to leukemia way too young.
Over the last 5 years, Gooners v Cancer has raised over $50,000 for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society.
And we need your help to match that in 2021.
Every donation helps.
Every donation helps.
Every donation helps.
Every donation helps.
No matter the size.
And every donation enters you into the Gooner raffle,
where you have a great chance to win amazing Arsenal prizes,
including game tickets, stadium tours,
signed men and women's shirts,
and maybe a retro signed shirt by yours truly, Lee Dixon.
Me, yours truly.
Yours truly, Super Kev Campbell.
So much more.
It's easy to take part.
Just go to www.goonersvcancer.com
and donate directly to the charity.
Pick the raffle prizes you want to enter to win,
and wait for the drawings at the end of the campaign.
Again, that's www.goonersversuscancer.com.
We all know that victory grows out of harmony.
Victory grows out of harmony.
Victory grows out of harmony.
With your help, we'll be victorious against blood cancer once and for all.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Thanks for your support.
Thanks for your support.
Thank you for your support.
All right, guys, we are out here at Dick's Sporting Good Field. We are doing the penalty shootout.
Thank you to the crew of Arsenal.
Thank you so much.
At NOLA_Gooners for the Gooners vs Cancer donation on GoonerAuction.com. There's a lot of other cool stuff that you can do, but you're about to see a grown man pull every muscle in his body, embarrass himself, and then I'm also in this shootout.
All right, we're gonna get to it.
Now let's just take a quick look. I just want to say, someone has.
I came prepared. You asked me to be a goalie, so I'm the goalie gloves.
And someone else
I put
has
cleats on.
Someone else has their walking sneakers and 961 pounds of weight on them. So
all I'm gonna say,
I think
Mike,
the deck is stacked against me here.
You planned this, so you could have come suitably prepared.
I might just surprise some people. You never know.
Well, yeah, I
with
know
how much I suck.
He used to play, so he's gonna do a warm up, which I'm definitely getting on camera. Then we're gonna start this shit.
I can't believe he thought I was so bad he didn't even stand in the goal.
You what?
All right, we're gonna get started. All right, first kick.
Do what the hockey keepers do. All right.
Ah!
The proof is in the pudding, and the pudding in this case is a football. What?
I like your strategy of not moving until you make sure that I am going to force you to move. Well, that sucked.
Yes. 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 That was a goal.
How did you make 2? Yeah. So I gotta make all 3 of these. I gotta make these next 2.
I'd say so. Better than this.
Ref, I need a second. Good one, Mike. Alright, do that one again.
Alright, so it's 2-2.
So do we go to sudden death?
With the 10th and final kick.
It's 2-2. I'm about to try and go upper 90 on him. Ready?
Ah! Overtime, baby! Extra time!
Booth! Eat my goal!
Do you guys know in that, like, you know, like the, you try to make your friend feel good and let them win? Yeah, I'm kind of in that mode right now. You know, I'm in the giving spirit.
In 6 kicks, it's Andy with 2 and Mike with 3. Champion of the world. All right, folks. While we wait for Fergus to come in, as the UK begins to wake up, those of you who haven't been up with us all night, I am going to replay a couple other things. We did a podcast about 3 or 4 months ago called Inside the Podcaster Studio. First of all, if you want to find out how the Podley game ended, go to our YouTube page once the show is over and check it out. It was a hilarious hour, and I'm sorry that I accidentally backed out of the studio, and I was hoping when I came back in the studio the video would still be playing, but the studio doesn't exist without somebody in it, so I screwed that up. But enjoy the introductions of our esteemed podcasters in the first episode of Inside the Podcaster Studio. And when we come back from these, we'll be on for our 7 o'clock UK hour with Fergus Keating. First in a multi-part series of very special Gooners podcast for you, our valued podcast user. I'm touched tonight to be in the presence of greatness. My name is Mike, and I'm your extremely humble host for tonight. You can call me Mike. Some people call me Magic Mike. Others call me the Magic One, the Maestro, the King of all Mikes. Some people even call me Shithead for short. But tonight, Gooner family, we go behind the curtain. We learn more about your podcasting heroes than you ever thought you needed to know. We're going to learn about your favorite podcasters' motivations. We're going to learn about who they are, not only as seasoned broadcasters, Arsenal therapists of sorts, voices of reason, but also as individuals, as people. What makes them tick?
What are their values, their inspirations? We're going to learn who they are. We're going to learn how the Dan Pottses and Danny Sweetmans and the Sophie Nicolas of the world, this rare and blessed group of professionals, go about their daily lives. How do the Tom Cantons and Lee Judges of the world go through their daily routines whilst being hounded by their adoring public for pictures, autographs, and reaches around? Sages and heroes of so many eager viewers, these are the Arsenal influencers. These are the emotional talisman and taliswoman for billions of Arsenal fans around the world, which includes both proper Arsenal fans and Americans. Multiple people here in our panel have served in the single largest community of podcasters in Arsenal world and provide proof day in and day out that old, bald, bearded, extremely sedentary men can make something of themselves in life. Others have shown that two multiple generations of eager viewers that you can overcome the stereotype. I'm clearly reading this. Overcome the stereotype of people who live in Los Angeles all being twats by being insightful, generous, and prolific. Yet others have shown that having a 57-year-old man named Steve as your beautiful wife is not something that should hold you back from living out your dreams in this life. We even have proof. We even have proof on this very panel that even though podcasting is a verbal audio art form, the ability to understand anything the person is saying is very, very overrated. And still, even others give us the greatest gift of all, showing us that you're 26 until you're 27, even if you act like you're 57. That's how it works. Gooners, we are inside the podcaster studio. Okay, one person clap. Thank you. So that was the beginning of the episode of Inside the Podcaster Studio. That was a lot of fun about 3 months ago. Again, if you're just joining us, we're playing a couple of clips while I cleaned up my mess of messing up our previous replay of the Podley game. But I am proud to announce that the clips and the replays are over. Oh, jeez. We are back to live content in our number 13 of 24. We have reached the halfway point, or we're just about to reach the halfway point, and we're going strong. So welcome to the podcast, my good friend. Oh, that's not fair. There we go. Fergus Keating. Good morning, my friend. It's bright and early, a few minutes before 7 where you are, is it not?
It is, and my voice is a little bit deeper than it should be at this time of the morning.
You only sound like this at 6:55 in the morning and when you're drunk, which those aren't mutually exclusive.
There's a blurry line between both of those times.
Exactly,
so,
but Fergus is multifaceted dude. He's the host of and founder of Guns and Yellow Ribbons.
Co-founder, yeah.
He is the monitor, the hall monitor of multiple Facebook groups, including the Arsenal Fans Forum, where he does a wonderful job allowing me to sell my wares there, and just a tremendous guy, an Irishman living in England, as opposed
got to give him something,
as opposed to Craig Scott, who's an Englishman living in Ireland. But we're going to kick off real quick before we go into what I think is going to be a really interesting hour. With a prize draw that I forgot to do before we finished off the last podcast. I was so enthralled with the last live hour that we did, which was called the Way Too Personal Game, starring Owen, Mikey Hers, and Miami John, who now lives in Chicago. That's his full name. But learned a lot about each other, and my son learned a lot about me unintentionally. But I forgot to give away this great 89 T-shirt from Fees Tees. Let me get you a close-up. If you haven't seen this T-shirt yet, it's an 89 T-shirt with the famous Brian Moore call, making the 89. Arsenal comes streaming forward. Surely will be the last attack. You know the rest from Brian Moore. One of the greatest moments of my footballing life that night. So we're going to give that away now. Now, Fergus, when did you wake up and how long have you been sleeping? Not a question I would normally care about the answer to, but in this environment, I am.
Well, after 2 years of not meeting my boss, who's a good friend of mine, I met with him yesterday, and we were spending time in Hackney Wick and meeting some clients, and then across the Olympic Park and so on. So it was a late-ish one last night, hence the deep voice. And when did I wake up? 6:30, 20 past 6.
Well, Hackney Wick near the Hackney Marshes.
Yeah, that sort of way. The other side of the Olympic Park. So it's all uber cool. I'm far too old for that area, and it clearly was. It did look that way, craft beer and the like. So
yeah, when you're our age, and you know when you don't fit into a situation anymore, and
yeah, I had red shorts on, so like and a beard, so I'm all right.
There you go. So this is where we are as far as the fundraiser is concerned. Just a fantastic lead into the fundraiser, and the first 12 hours, $4,427 of a $5,000 goal. Hopefully, as more people wake up and the content is now live again, and we have some great guests still coming up this morning, we'll be able to smash that $5,000 goal. But just a great showing from Gooners all over the world. And we're going to pick a prize now, and we'll pick one at the end of the hour as well. So here's what we're going to do. We have the 89 t-shirt, the first of 2 that we're going to be giving away on this podcast.
Can I ask a question about that t-shirt?
Absolutely.
You know, when the t-shirts came out first and you shared them on the WhatsApp group, and I sent you a message, hey, Mike, can you get me one? That's not my t-shirt, is it?
Do you think that you would fit in this?
Is it an XL?
This is a large. I have a few different sizes. See, the story behind these t-shirts and the reason that I have them. First, the maker of these t-shirts is Stephen Feely, on Twitter as Nola Gooner, great expat living in New Orleans, and he makes great t-shirts. He has a Rocky Rocastle t-shirts. He has an anti-Spurs t-shirt. Go to feestees.me. It's not .com, and check out his stuff. He sent me with about 6 of these shirts when I went over to London in March of 2019. In that
when you avoided me, that date you avoided me.
It was the day I found out what pub you went to, and I went to the opposite one.
Yeah. I remember that one very well.
He brought me 6 shirts to distribute to Amy Lawrence, Lee Dixon, Alan Smith, Kevin Campbell,
and
Perry Groves, and I forget who the other one was for. Maybe you. I'm sure it was you.
And in that lineup, definitely it's got to be me.
Yes, I was saving the best for last. In the process of almost getting to deliver the shirts for 3 of them to Amy, the day before I had lunch plans with Amy, I had to rush home and flee back to my own country due to COVID, and the trip was cut short and everything sucked. But so I had these, and I said, you know what? Instead of sending them back or mailing them to them, can I give them away for Gooners versus Cancer? And of course, Stephen was a gentleman on that. So yeah, we'll find out the size of the person that wins. I'm not going to force the person that wins to accept a large if it doesn't fit them, and we'll take care of you. So the winner, we will draw right now using our randomizer.
Has it randomized? Because the ones I saw last night on the train on the way home, it was the same person twice.
It was the same person twice, and then the next 2 prizes were the same person twice. I've tested it out. It is completely random, but it is weighted to, just like lottery tickets. If you buy, 5 times as many lottery tickets as someone else, you have 5 times greater chance of winning. So it was a random coincidence that the same person won twice. What we have done since you've been sleeping is we have established a rule that the most times you can win is 3 times. But if your name comes up now, as opposed to the last 4 or 5 hours of the pod when we have some of the big ticket prizes on, we're gonna pick somebody else so that your third prize is, you still preserve your third chance for either an Arsenal jersey, a legend signed jersey, or the grand prize, which is a team signed jersey. So the rules have gotten very complicated, but we established them when there was a lawyer on the podcast with us. So that I'm using as my excuse. So let's go to the drawing here. We have the highest level of technology on this podcast. The winner of the first of 2 89 shirts is Pietro LaMonica. Congratulations, Pietro. Now, when it says weight here, that's the number of tickets. $25 donation gets you 7 tickets. $500 donation gets you 400 tickets. $100 donation gets you 50. The more you donate, the more you get. But I'm emphasizing this right now because this goes to show that you do not need to have a significant donation in order to have a chance of winning. And I shouldn't have said significant. Every donation is significant, but you're not only going to win if you essentially buy the raffle. Although we appreciate the large donations, any donation you can win. And Pietro LaMonica, congratulations. I will be in touch with you to talk about getting you the right size shirt and getting that out to you. So congratulations, Pietro.
Well done, mate.
Yeah. So the reason that you're on, Fergus, besides being my friend, I have a couple of things I want to tell you. First of all, is this preferable to be chatting with me in an exhausted state, or a speed walking, upside down headed troll named Andy Nunn? I mean, what's the better experience at 7 a.m. in the morning?
At 7 a.m. in the morning, normally we're getting a voice note of Janet from Thanet.
That's what I'm saying. Like, isn't this a pleasanter thing for you to be doing?
It is far more pleasant, and all the wind noise and the gate noises and the dogs barking and crapping and stuff. Yeah, it's far more enjoyable talking to you, Mike.
Well, I appreciate that, and we're gonna bring in another friend of ours to kind of observe and serve as the focus is on you, but we're gonna bring in Big Stevie because now he's home. He's in his studio.
He's not Big Steve anymore. He's half Steve.
I'm still big. I'm still big enough.
You're gonna have to change that. I mean, Twitter is gonna ban you if you keep that name because you're lying at this point.
How much have you lost now, Steve?
102 pounds as of yesterday.
Wow, Jesus! Well done, mate. Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well done.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Luke. I think we're gonna see a new surge in these donations as the UK wakes up and Luke, I don't know if you're in the UK or not. Actually, I think you are. But in any case, good to have you back with us, Steve. Now, Fergus, I'm going to continue, doing the friendship equivalent of sucking you off. You've just polished off an incredible new series on guns and yellow ribbons called Arsenal History. And, I will readily admit, between recent travel to and from Florida and my crazy work schedule and planning this out, I have barely had enough time to focus on the things that are right in front of me, much less watch other podcasts as frequently as I'd like. So I'm woefully behind, but I mean it. I'm going to binge watch these 8 episodes because it's really incredible from what little I have seen, how complete and fascinating the history of the club is. And do you know you have 8 episodes in this series?
Yep.
Do you know how long the total of those episodes are?
Probably about 10 hours.
9 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds.
So I'm 6 seconds out.
You could have just stretched out the final episode for like goddamn 6 more seconds and made it a 10-hour masterpiece, the box set. But yeah, it was. I don't know what made me do that, but I wanted to kind of talk about how long it was, and then I was like, wow, that's almost exactly 10 hours.
But you know what the original plan was, Mike? They were meant to be half hour episodes. But once you get talking, Trevor, old man Trev, reached out to Mark Andrews and Andy Kelly from they're historians who have written lots of books about Arsenal, and they run the ArsenalHistory.com website. And he said, look, have you ever done anything like this before? And they went, no. I said, do you fancy coming on? Look, we're 2 guys. We have a beer and we chat Arsenal. We're not trying to be famous or anything like that. And they came along and they went, yeah, we'll give it a go. And we recorded them rather than going live. We done one live one and it didn't really work. But we recorded them rather than going live because we were more comfortable that way. And it was just fascinating. And once you sat there and once Trev got warmed up, that was it. It's just half Steve. There was just fascinating to hear and see the information they came out with. We started in 1886. the club and the podcast. The first section was done
I thought you meant
1886.
your podcast began in 1886. I was like, my God, you're older than I thought.
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah, that's just great. That's mold.
Can I actually interrupt you for a second? Because again,
Yeah.
I want to blow some more smoke at you, because before you start getting into how the podcast was created and all that, I want to say something, which is that I mean, there are a lot of Arsenal podcasts out there, and we know, and I mentioned this earlier, we know who the most watched and listened to ones are, and they deserve every bit of their fame and their leader, their followers. They put out consistent, reliable, entertaining, well produced stuff, and people identify with the folks that run them, and they want to hear more from them. So I get that. 200% deserved. But sometimes, you know, in the 489,291 amateur podcasts out there that people are, you know, kind of doing for fun or for, you know, haphazardly whenever they feel like it, or something like that. You know, there are podcasts that are very unique, have very different type of shows, fresh ideas, different approaches. And, you know, I've wanted for a long time to commend you for being one of those criminally underviewed podcasts. And I know you don't care about the number of views. We say that too, you know, but our egos hurt when we go to, you know, when we have a podcast that only 51 people watch. Fortunately, those days aren't as common anymore. But I just, you know, I want to tell you that I mean, you don't fret over not having tens of thousands of views or tens of thousands of views, but you just keep doing it for the fun of it, for the love of it, for the love of talking about our club. And you and Trev and your guests that you have on, Trev couldn't be arsed to join us this morning. He got good internet, and now he won't use it on me. But this series is this exact sort of thing that should be applauded, watched, digested by tens of thousands, if not more, Gooners around the world. Because, you know, the problem with the fan base that we have these days is twofold. I mean, there's the entitlement issue, which we see on Twitter, which I tend to think is both a younger thing and just a kind of a YouTube generation, I want everything now type of thing. It's a generational thing. And then we've got the ones who just really don't the club hasn't helped with that. I mean, they gave us 10 incredible years of football, brought in a whole new generation of supporters, and then just absolutely went to shitting the bed after moving us out of our spiritual home, promising everything in the sky, and then just absolutely sucking for 15 years. But the other is people who came aboard the Arsenal train during those successful years, you know, maybe even earlier, like, you know, in the late 90s, the Invincible years, even the post-Invincible years, who don't know enough about the history of the club, and they don't factor that into the grand scheme of their perspective and their fanship. So, you know, even those of us who came in earlier than the Wenger years, the George Graham glory years, as I did, you know, often don't really know enough about what happened with the club prior to those years. And so these types of podcasts and really these pieces that you put together of the club prior to, you know, to when many people really knew about the club are amazing. So
to be honest, thank you. To be honest, sorry, I went off camera. The wife brought me a cuppa, so she's great. The morning princess. The idea of it, the idea of it came partly from Trev, partly from my daughter. I was going to take the summer off after the year that we had with COVID and with lockdown football and everything else. I had enough, and I was talking to my daughter who had come over from Germany for a few months in the winter. And I said, "Oh, when is your next podcast, Dad?" I said, "I'm not doing one, and we're finished with football. I'm going to take the summer off." So, but you enjoy doing that. It's your hobby. And it's exactly as you said, why we do it. And she said, "Why don't you do something different? Your favorite game, your favorite player, do something different." And I went, "That's a good idea." And no sooner than we had said that then Trev came up and said, "I've got in touch with Mark and Andy." And the rest went from there. But I am one of those entitlist fans. I didn't start following the club till 1993, so I've really only seen the glory years, and it was learning so much about it. You're on mute, mate.
I said placky.
You're gonna have to explain these in jokes to people.
No, we don't. There's only 10 people besides us that are watching at this moment. Anyway.
Okay.
I don't have to explain.
Okay,
that
and I think I know most of them anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but it was it was just really really an enjoyable thing to do, and Mark was just so knowledgeable about the Woolwich years and so on. And I remember there was one particular incident where I thought I'll be clever on this and I'll ask him a question he might know about. And we were talking about Plumstead, the Invicta ground and the Manor ground, and that the way, because Arsenal was founded out of the armories and where the Navy was, it was actually quite an affluent area. Woolwich was back then, because it was like, admirals and captains and the like. And it was I've forgotten I do know him, but it's just going to have my brain now. The guy who started it all off with us as captain, he was the captain of the cricket team as well. And we were talking all about that era. And I had read on a piece that I was researching about men went into football for 3 pence, 3D, old pence. Boys went in for 2 old pence, but ladies got in for free. And I thought, football back in 1890, 1891, just as we turned professional? I said, how many women would have gone to that? And I asked Mark, I said, Mark, would many women have gone? He said, well, you obviously haven't read my book, Woolwich, the Arsenal Crowd. I think is the name of the book. He said, if you had read that, you would have known that it was 40%, 40% of the population of the crowd were women, because it was a big social event. And that was just really interesting, one of the really early on interesting facts. But of the 10 hours that we've done, there wasn't a minute I didn't not enjoy. And I know preparing for certain eras, like the era after Chapman through to 1953, because we won nothing. That was like, oh Christ, this is going to be hard work. And it was an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and 20 minutes. And there was just so much stuff in there.
Yeah.
So
you broke it into 8 different I think it was
8.
actually six different segments, if I have it right. No, 7. Plumstead to Highbury, 25 to 34, which was the Chapman era. 35 to 53, which you've just mentioned. 1953 to 1986, which I think would be fascinating. 86 to 96, the George Graham, Mike Feinberg, and Amanda era, and of course the Wenger era, 1996 to 2018, and then 2018 and beyond, which just aired this past week. And I haven't watched it yet, but I would imagine it's just an hour of the 4 of you all in the fetal position, just whinging and whining in pain and crying and vomiting.
No,
do I have that right?
No, it wasn't. It was harder to do, say, the likes of the 2018 and beyond, because it's more of our opinions rather than fact and history. So to try and keep it as a history type podcast and looking at some of the things we talked about, what you talked about, the entitlement of some fans, the modern social media fan, how Emery was treated, how Emery couldn't manage some of the characters, how the characters became bigger than the game. And then we looked at Arteta and our aspirations and what we deemed as success and progress. So we did keep it as a constructive thing rather than just a rolling around in pain sort of thing. So,
well, and by the way, Steve, if you want to, if you have anything you want to ask and interject, please.
Have you watched many of them, Steve?
Yeah, you don't have to, but you don't need to be a fly on the wall either if you don't want to.
They're all on my watch later. I don't think I've watched much YouTube since I was laying in bed with my stomach newly ripped out. I've got so much to catch up on.
This should be required. This should be like required viewing for. It's just like going to school. I mean, if you're going to be a Gooner, look, the doors are open. There's no what's it called, gatekeeping for Gooners. There should not be. I rail against that all the time. But if you really want to just understand, what the club's about, you got to learn about the history. My son Jake is in the chat right now. It's 2:15 in the morning. He's trying to get up at 7 to talk to Lee Dixon, and then he's got to go to work. I don't want him to be awake right now, but I want him to hear about this and eventually watch this video, because what he knows about Arsenal, he knows from me, he knows from FIFA. Obviously, he can look things up, but I mean that the real history, not just the dad history.
It's great hearing it from people like Trev and Mike and the guys Fergus mentioned, and of course they weren't around at the very beginning, but they've
Trev was.
Yeah, I was going to say we can't underestimate how important it is to have a guy on your podcast who was at Woolwich when the club was founded.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's great to hear it from those type of fans and those type of supporters, because not only have they lived through the majority of what they're talking about, they've been and seen other people and spoke to other people and probably started going to games with people who were around back then. So as I say, it's definitely
the oral history. The oral history just continues through generations, and you know
exactly.
This has been said in my family, because we have a very deep-seated religious Jewish identity in our family on my mother's side specifically, and there's a lot of concern as the new generations become more scattered and that sort of thing, that the oral history of our family is going to be diluted by the lack of telling stories. And we need to finish this, but I've got my mother from 5 or 6 years ago telling her story on video so that can be played for my grandchildren. And the same, honestly, not to equate the two, but the same should be the case about Arsenal. So, really, it's a service that you have done this. And I wanted to ask you, and then tell me what you were about to say. How did you know? I mean, how did you come across Andy and Mark and what their qualifications were as Arsenal historians?
I can't take the credit for that. Old man Trev. Trev follows everybody on Twitter. He reads everything. He's got every bit of Arsenal memorabilia you can find. He goes through junk shops and finds anything with a cannon on it. And his house is just an Arsenal shop. How his wife puts up with him, I don't know. And yeah, but that's a completely.
He posts nice
story.
Stuff about her on Twitter every once in a while, and that buys him more time.
Probably, yeah. But he was reading the ArsenalHistory.com. He's got their books and all the facts of who was in the lineup and who was sent off and who scored and what minutes they scored on from games back in whenever 1901. And these people have done the alchemy of Arsenal. It's unreal. And he reached out to them on Twitter and said, do you fancy doing it? And the rest literally is history. There's a clip I sent you. I don't know if you've got it lined up or anything like that. One of the episodes in the 1935 to 1953 was during the war period, where football was stopped for quite a while, and there was leagues that were played locally.
I'm going to play the video while you talk, but you may have to yourself. So actually, no, it doesn't look like it.
This is footage from the North Bank that was bombed in 1941, I think it was. And I didn't realize that Highbury was bombed. I'm looking at the footage. It's making my skin tingle right now. But this is footage of Highbury North Bank being bombed by the Germans in 1941. And what you can see about it is that the stands are actually all intact. And what it is heat damage, because the North Bank was used, because it was close to the Highbury Arsenal station, which was used as an air raid shelter. It was also, there was a load of stretchers that were stored in the North Bank, and an incendiary device was dropped. It set alight all those stretchers, and the intense heat buckled the North Bank. Now, I discovered this on Reddit, which was really rare footage from the AP news agency, I believe. And even Mark and Andy hadn't seen it. I showed them live on the podcast, and they were going, "Oh wow, oh Jesus!" And they then came out with the facts, and they talked about the West Stand being an air raid shelter. There was, I think, something with the East Stand was a first aid centre. We didn't play in Highbury at the time because it was a barrage centre and an AKA sort of gun centre as well. And we actually played in White Hart Lane for periods through the war. Sir Matt Busby, Alf Ramsey, I believe, also played for an Arsenal 11, although they didn't go down as official Arsenal players throughout that period, where you'd have guest footballers play for you, like a bit like what's that game they play where you get England versus the rest of the world, and you got Ben Shepherd does it.
Soccer Aid.
Soccer Aid, similar sort of concept, I would have thought, Steve.
We call it Football Aid over here. You don't like that word. No.
Yeah. But it was just fascinating to go through. And when it got really interesting is as we get into the 80s, like the 70s and 80s era, you could just see Andy, Mark, and Trev in particular light up because they were recalling memories of when. Like Trev was 45 going to his first game sort of thing in 71 or 1970. I think he went to his first game in December 1970. And they're talking about the double winning year. And then we went on to 79. And as we moved along, we came up into the 90s as I started following football. And we started talking about when we won the European Cup and Kevin Campbell scoring for PSG in the semi-final, and we were able to get the footage from that and stick that up on there as well. I've since been reported by YouTube for copyright.
I mean, I'm hoping that we're not monetizing this video, but I've played a few things already that are probably going to be subject to copyright strike. Hopefully they're not strikes. Instead, they're going to take all your money from monetizing. And I'm like, okay, you can have it because we're not monetizing it, but that footage of Highbury, I mean, as an American, it's just foreign to me, the entire concept, thank God, of my country, my city being like bombed like that. I mean, other than terrorist attacks like in New York and Washington that have happened, other than Pearl Harbor in Hawaii, I mean, that just the concept of living in a country that's literally being bombed by the Germans during World War II is so foreign to me. And to bring it home like that with Highbury, it's staggering.
Yeah, but that's the North Bank. That's where me and we've all stood on that North Bank.
And that's thankfully not at that moment. But yeah,
no, no. But it was little gems like that, and about the women attending football, and then seeing things that coming up and seeing the likes of Kevin scoring the goal, considering that Kevin had been on our podcast and he's on everybody's podcast. He's really good in that way that he donates his time because of the love of the club, because he's a true fan, and I appreciated that. And he retweeted and he reached out to us and said he enjoyed watching that bit as well.
Yeah,
what do you read?
It's absolutely brilliant. Stands in the house and is loving this discussion so far. And I mean, you had a comment about the issues with residents around Highbury in 1913, kind of having a lot of similarity to how it was in 2006. Tell us a little bit more about that.
My brother's a Highbury resident. My brother is a Man United fan, but he does attend quite a few Arsenal games because he's with me and stuff like that. And we go out for a few beers and pick up a ticket and go to a game.
That's why I went to the other pub. I didn't want to end up hurting him.
He wasn't with us at that one. Steve Minos, from Gooners LA or LA Gooners. I know that he sorted me out a ticket for Arsenal Chelsea a few years back, and I'm doing this communication with somebody via somebody on I'm in the Eaglet, he's somewhere else, and so I meet you outside the Tony Adams by the Tony Adams statue, and I'm standing there and hey Steve, how you doing? He said yeah, oh do us a favor, I got a new flag, do you want to take a photograph? My brother took a photograph. So what are you doing? He said, I'm waiting for some guy to pick up a ticket. He said, yeah, me too. We carried on talking and everything else. He said, I'm gonna have to ring this guy. As he rang, my phone rang.
That's hilarious. I love Steve has already won 2 prizes on this podcast already. He's won 2 prints from Ruth Beck, but it's
lucky man.
Yeah, and he's generous man. But yeah, Steve, I love Steve and saw him a couple weeks ago and a couple months before that. We're going to be neighbors next in about a year or 2 down in Florida. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, so the Highbury resident thing. My brother was a Highbury resident, and when we're building a new stadium, he used to bitch and moan about bloody Arsenal this, and my car sitting outside, and the cement lorries are sitting on Albert Park, and my car's covered in cement dust. Arsenal have to pay to wash my car once a week. They wash my windows once a month, and they just bitch and moan. He then moved from Albert Park to Highbury Hill and continued to bitch and moan, but not as bad as all the rest of the residents. But he was in the group and the WhatsApp groups and everything else, so he used to carry on listening to that. And now he lives in Colnwood, so he's the other side of the old Highbury Stadium, so he not so much. But they were talking about that in 1913 when we moved over to Woolwich. We got that ground ready and open within 6 weeks, from the moment we broke turf to the first game on the 6th of September 1913 was 6 weeks from the day we relocated. And one of the conditions that we took when we relocated to that ground, I know, Mike, I know shit I never knew before. All because of this summer. It's just I coming out with that, like,
this is great because you're now in a position to tell the story. I mean, you need to, if you're listening to this, you need to watch all 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds of the Arsenal history.
I'll stick on an extra 4 seconds just for you. A bit of extra music.
Just append the last episode and just be like, "This is for Mike. This is for Mike," and then just end it. But I don't know why that sounded like the Kit Kat commercial over here, but. Anyway, you got to watch the whole thing. But the fact that you are now able to give us the Cliff Notes version on things that you may not have been able to do just 8 weeks ago, is exciting to me because I can imagine now going to the same pub that you are intentionally and just having a chat about this, win, lose, or draw, or not even on game day, and just making the Arsenal the topic of conversation.
To finish off on the resident thing, 1913, the condition of us getting in Highbury was that we didn't play on Christmas Day or Easter. So, that's partly religious of the time and so on, but it was just the awkwardness. And when we built what was the West Stand, it was built right onto the back of people's gardens, and it was a pile of mud pushed back and then a type of retaining wall. Heavy rains made it fall in on people's on Highbury Hill on their back garden, so that created grief and aggro and everything else as well. But you're talking about rating the history and the stuff like this. My nephew's going to be 18 in September, and he's flying over from the US of A. And he's flying over from Boston.
What day in September?
He's the 6th.
Okay, but my son turns 18 on the 16th, actually. So
okay. Well, he's 10 days older than your son, so he's far more mature, far more knowledgeable.
I don't know. My son's far more mature and knowledgeable than I am. So, and I'm 40.
Listen, a fetus is far more mature than you. But he's flying over, and I've managed to get the Norwich game. Sorry, what was that comment the church said?
Church said no games on a Sunday.
Yeah, that's what I did say. That it was partly a religious thing, but also the residents as well said so. There was other things in there as well. We nearly played at Fulham. We nearly merged with Fulham FC. Norris was going to merge us with Fulham FC. We nearly relocated to Battersea. We nearly relocated to Haringey. Could you imagine being a Middlesex team? Jesus, the thought of it. So, but my nephew's coming over and we're going to catch the Norwich game, and I'm going to do the stadium tour with him when he comes in on the Friday. We'll go to the Norwich game on the Saturday. It's over 21.
The Legends one or the regular one?
The regular one, probably. I've done the Legends one before, and he's 18. He's not going to know any of the Legends, really, is he?
That doesn't matter. I would die for my son to be able to come over and listen to Perry Groves talk for 45 minutes. That's who I recommend, by the way. Everyone says Charlie George, but you got to go on a Perry Groves Legend tour.
I had Nigel Winterburn. I'll rephrase that. Nigel Winterburn took me on the tour.
Yes, it was a one-on-one situation, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was great. It was really good. I'm doing an impression of Owen. I'm Owen.
I'm taking a picture of this and sending it to him so when he wakes up, All right. So yeah, I've
got a pen. Does that make me Owen? Sorry, what's that?
What does it even mean to say that we could have merged with Fulham? I mean, explain what that means.
Well, Norris wanted to move us from Woolwich to north of the river to a better location in London with better transport links. Woolwich still to this day has got poor transport links. If they'd got their finger out of their ass and sorted out the new Elizabeth line, then Woolwich will have good connections because the Woolwich Arsenal Dial Square have got a tube station there, but it's not active yet. But at that time, the transport links to London were poor. The attendances in 1891, when we went pro and with the Invicta ground, were in and around 40,000, but they fell off over the years in the early 1900s to something like 5,000 or 6,000. So in order to get more attendances, they looked at merging with Fulham and making a big London club, and that was Norris's original one. But the Fulham were more successful at the time from memory. And Norris wanted us to basically jump up the league. But the league came along and said, no, if you merge, Fulham drop down to your place. So that scuppered that idea. Hence, then we looked at Battersea as a location. We looked at Haringey as a location and settled on Highbury. I don't know the actual reason. I can't recall the actual reason why Highbury was chosen over any of the other locations.
So, you mentioned that that this wasn't a specific area that you talked about a whole lot, but you'd wanted to talk about kind of football violence and how the mixed demographic of the Arsenal kept out the National Front. And I've heard a lot about this. There are a lot of people who know a lot more about the history of Arsenal's, I guess, resistance against firms and that sort of thing. But I am by no means well versed in that. So tell us a little bit about that and how hooliganism and Arsenal either intersected or failed to intersect.
Well, I wasn't in London at the time in the 80s and early 90s. I came to London in 88, but I didn't really get involved in football because of that. I was a young lad and everything else. But I don't know a huge amount about football violence and hooliganism. But what I have read is a lot to do with Denton and the Bear, as he's known. And Denton was a big black man with a huge presence. You had the likes of West Ham and Chelsea, which were very much a white working class sort of demographic in there. And they had a lot of National Front skinheads, long Doc Martens and stuff like that. And they used to try and come around to the North Bank and storm the North Bank. And the National Front, Trevor talked about it one time, the National Front used to be outside the ground handing out flyers and the likes. And I was just
for those who don't know, and I kind of know, but what is the National Front?
The National Front is a bit like it's a Nazi right wing sort of
like neo-Nazi type of right.
Yeah. So
not pleasant people, in my opinion, I think.
No, and nor in mine. But because of the there we go. Denton kept the National Front out, and I would have been really interested to know a little bit more and delve a little bit more about the history of that, because it's quite important how what Denton and the mix of melting pot of a central London club like Arsenal did. And I that would have been an era I probably would have liked to delve a little bit more around. Not because I was involved or enjoyed or took part in. I still like the tribalism of football. And I think that's where the hooliganism probably came from, but just went way too far.
Well, as a person whose first exposure to English football was 1988, you've got, you quickly learn about the Heysel situation with Liverpool, because at that stage that there is no possibility of Arsenal or anybody else in England playing European football. And, you're not just going to know that without trying to learn why. And so hooliganism obviously became a part of it. The suspicions early on that were quickly diffused by everybody but the police about what happened at Hillsborough, and being at Highbury the day that happened at Hillsborough just kind of shook me a little bit. But violence in football is not often associated with the Arsenal. And I think that, I don't think that should be glossed over too much, because it doesn't sound like it's just circumstantial. It sounds like there was a cause and a meaning behind that. And even to this day, while I've gone on some European away trips to various cities in the last few years for Champions League and Europa League games before we, left Europe, before we Brexited literally from in a footballing way. You see some bad behavior, but nothing of the likes that you've seen when England as a country travel abroad, or when certain clubs, and I hate to name names, but Liverpool and other fan bases that go abroad and just seem to want to propel that reputation of being proper ard. Arsenal's never really been that club. And am I just selectively
probably a little bit
to that?
Yes and no. From what I know, we did have a firm with the Gooners, and we did have a few tear-ups here and there, and we did get involved. There's always a section of football that we, there was always a section that got involved. And Stan's right. Denton was the Pet Shop Boys bodyguard. He died in 1993, I think. No, 2001, I think it was. And he was out in Moscow with the
He died well after the Pet Shop Boys' career died.
I think they were out there on some tour, some far Russian tour or something like that. But he was out there working, and he was involved in security and stuff like that. 'Cause he was a big man. He was a big man.
Well, he had to be to be able to resist that kind of organized hooliganism.
You don't have to be. You just have to be a big man in your head, really, don't you? Because even the smallest men can stand up against the biggest man. It's the bravery just to stand up
until
and
the fists start flying. But yeah,
yeah, that's true. That's true. But bigger men fall harder, don't they? Sometimes as well.
I can tell you that firsthand.
Yep.
So you kind of skipping around quite a bit, but that's just when you got 140, 150. Trying to do the math in my head. 135 years of history. You kind of skip around a lot, but George Graham, a very brief in the sense of Arsenal's entire history, and very intense period of time. Again, relating this to my own personal experiences because it's the only perspective that I really have. When I came, he was the manager. He pulled off an incredible turnaround. It had already started. I'd become aware of what happened in 86 and 87. That all led to what happened in 88, 89. But I was absolutely shocked because when I came home from England in 1990 after the World Cup, I kind of lost track of Arsenal for many years because of the complete and total lack of coverage of football here in the States.
Yeah,
you could get a score in the back page of a newspaper 4 days after the game was played, and that was about all you got. So I was shocked to find out the way that George Graham went out, and I've since talked. We've talked to Alan Smith about it. We've talked to Stuart Robson wasn't around when he left, but I mean we've talked to some people about it, and it's really just kind of a crazy story. But I know you didn't focus so much on the way he went out and more on his achievements. But if you don't know the details, I mean, not only did he end up coaching Spurs, but there was quite a bit of a bung situation, I believe, which is something that not many people talk about over here. But did he do the same thing that Sam Allardyce did, or tell us a little bit more about how that ended?
Without incriminating myself, I'm sure that it continues to happen throughout football, and that money makes the world go round. Mike, and I think the world goes round an awful lot quicker in the world of football and transfers and the like. Harry Redknapp has had stuff insinuated about him. Allardyce, there's been lots of things that have been allegedly said about various characters in the football. And George Graham, what he did and what he's guilty of is he got caught. And brown envelopes. He got caught with brown envelopes. And, isn't there talk about houses being bought and offered for family members for players like Gaza and Shearer and stuff to come to different clubs? How did Fergus feel about the way George Graham left the club? Interesting, his thoughts on the whole bung thing. The players.
Now that sounds perverted, but it's not. I mean, explain to those of us who that isn't a part of our normal parlance what a bung is exactly.
So a bung is a bribe. Basically, he would have taken a cut of money in the so-called brown envelope. So,
are we talking Rolson Yahi type of stuff here?
Similar, allegedly.
I mean, a little gerbil once told me that he was into some chicanery here. So
gerbils know everything.
One day I'll tell that story. I'll tell that story. I didn't mean we. I meant I.
Absolutely, gerbils know everything, don't they, Mike? And
gerbils have very good sources.
They do, and they're not ITKs.
No, they're absolutely not.
How did I feel about George Graham's departure? It was quite. It's a little bit. It was a bit shameful to a certain degree because of the disdain it brought in the press about Arsenal Football Club, and with all the class history and tradition that we talk about. That just put a little bit of stain on his copybook. I didn't like the fact that he went and managed Leeds and subsequently Spurs. But, he was the only man who won a trophy for them in how many years? So the irony of that he goes and wins the League Cup with
Is
Spurs.
he the last? He's not. No, they won it since him, right?
No, that was 2008, wasn't it?
Yeah, he left Spurs in 2001, so it wasn't. He wasn't the man.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it was it Ramos that won the League Cup? But yeah. But yeah, just the irony of him going to winning a trophy when they're desperate to win a trophy left, right, and centre. I just thought was quite funny. And the bungs, as I said already, I think it happens more and more often than it's been reported. He just, as I said, that he got caught, and that was the silly mistake.
Yeah, and I love what's going on in the chat right now. We've got Stan and Mass Gunner, two old school expats living in North America, I will say, because I think Stan's in Canada, but just absolutely bringing back the old memories. So this is great viewing for them and to participate in it as well. So
I recommend they watch the history podcasts, and they'll love them. And not from my knowledge, not my knowledge at all. I just host and direct it. The other three on it just are priceless.
So the best name that I've discovered in this podcast, he was on earlier. I hope you got some sleep and now you're back.
The Danish guy.
Yeah. Well, okay, yeah. The best name was the Danish guy, but for someone asking a question, the name Ask, it just can't be better. I don't know if those are your initials or if that's your name. You got to explain that a little bit and tell us where you're from. But Highbury architect was Claude Waterlow Farrier in 1913. I guess in Great Depression they spend $100,000 on £100,000 on Highbury. Does his work still there? I'm not quite sure I understand what you're asking.
I don't think he wasn't the architect. The architect of Highbury, I can't remember his name, but it wasn't that name. And from memory, the fee we spent to develop Highbury in 1913 was £20,000. So again, episode 1, 1886 to 1913. We'll tell you all about it.
Now, I don't expect anybody to write down this link, but it just go to YouTube and search for Guns and Yellow Ribbons. If you want to watch this, it's like 8 of the last 9 episodes, because I think you did a kind of a midsummer update as well.
Yeah, we did.
They are, I mean, again, it's silly for me to say they're incredible because I have not watched them yet, other than a few brief moments in preparing for this. But I can already tell from what I've watched and from just the nature of what this is, and knowing Ferguson, how he puts together a show, it is going to be sensational viewing. And I think they're timeless shows as well. They're one of the types of shows that, whether you watch it now, a year from now, 5 years from now, a month from now, it'll still be golden. Other than maybe the 2018 to current part. But frankly, the pain and anguish that I'm sure comes out of that podcast will probably still be going on for a while. But we got you a new subscriber, Fergus. Stan's gonna subscribe and watch. If you get started now, I'm not recommending this because if you get started now, you could be done by the time and we'll still be on the air when you're done. So yeah. But
are you suggesting that might be more entertaining?
No.
No.
Yeah. No. But should you watch it after us? Yes, absolutely. So
Archibald Leach was the person who designed and the architect of Highbury Stadium. There we go. And according to the infamous, famous, really, really accurate site called Wikipedia, it was 125,000. So I got the 20 right, and I knew there was somebody else's name.
Yeah. So Loki says he has a full set of drawings of Highbury. One of the things I just wanted to point out and plug, because she has been so supportive of the podcast. Now, we've been talking about this the whole time because we've been giving away these amazing prints from Ruth Beck Art. But Ruth Beck is a fantastic artist who sells her prints on Etsy. You can go to ruthbeckart.com/Arsenal. They're all Highbury related, Arsenal related, Arsenal player related, but a ton of stuff from Highbury and N5. And we've been giving these away all all morning, evening, night, whatever time it is, where
She
you
does
are.
a lot more as well. I noticed the
She
other
does.
day.
She does non-Arsenal
Yeah.
related stuff too, and
Yeah,
I mean,
I see a picture she did of Bagel Bake on Brick Lane, 24-hour bagel shop. I see that, and I recognized the art style, and I tweeted whoever it was that put it out, and I asked if it was Ruth Beck, and they were like, "Yeah, it's Ruth Beck."
Yeah,
And look, and
I
yeah,
would
it's
love to.
fantastic.
I would love to see her achieve a level of notoriety that I mean, in a positive way that she deserves, because it just there's a warmth to her paintings, and it's partly because it brings me back, but also just literally there's a warmth to the style of the painting. There are, and I'm not an art connoisseur by any means, but there's a lot of straight lines, which I like.
It's called primitive art. It's a primitive style. My wife does a lot of painting and stuff like that. But the amazing story with Ruth is I've known Ruth more or less virtually known Ruth since she more or less started. And she started doing the East Stand and a couple of Arsenal things, and I put her up on the forum and stuff. I tried to have a chat with her on a podcast, but I don't think she really wants to do that. But she injured her hand and had an operation on her hand, on this part of her hand. So that would have been what you would paint. And one of the things she'd done to try and get dexterity in her hand again was toying with painting and art, and it came out. And I mentioned to her once as well that because she does local pubs, and she's done the Woodbine for Mehole at the Woodbine. She's done the Gunners pub for the lady who runs the Gunners. And I had mentioned to her, I said, look, there's a pub that really sits well in my family's history, the Canterbury in Canterbury Square. We had my mum's 70th birthday there, a surprise party. Everybody from Ireland came over. It was fantastic. We sadly had my mum's wake there as well, but it just was a significant place. We met for Christmas, like drinks and food and that, and it was a significant place that we went and met. And I said, any chance you could do us a picture? And she'd done an A4 framed, and I sent it to my brother who had organised it all. No, didn't mention or anything, and he's got pride of place on his wall in his lounge. And she sent me a smaller A5 copy as well, which sadly I haven't put up. I've got a pile over there sitting, and she sends me like a card every now and then, going, "Thanks very much." And I've got them there, and I keep on meaning to put them in posters, and a bit like Steve Sunderland flag and in the background, you know. So
when she found out
Sunderland and Arsenal, just
yeah. Well, we could only see the Sunderland bit, Steve.
When we did our fundraiser last year, Ruth reached out, or I forget who reached out to who, but she just became, just an incredible friend, and I get these care packages with dozens of her prints. And the thing about it is, the prints, they're prints. They're not original pieces of artwork. They're amazing, but they're prints. They're not, you could go on Etsy and buy them, and it won't break the bank, which is a good promotion, because if you don't win one, it's really kind of affordable to get, and it's a very, very nice piece of art. But she does not ship to the U.S., nor should she. I mean, the shipping would be 5 times the cost that she's charging for the artwork. So one of the neat things that she'll do is she'll send me a dozen of them or 20 of them. And, whilst not everybody that wins the prints in our auctions is in America, if you are, you're essentially getting something sent to you that you wouldn't really otherwise be able to get. And it tickles me to be able to give them out. Every time we do a raffle, we give them out as a prize, along with other things that we're giving them out, and people love them. My son has asked me for one, and that took me by surprise, because he's I didn't really think he'd be too into like artwork and stuff, but he likes it because it's Arsenal related. So thank you again, Ruth. I really appreciate that, and we've got a few more of these to draw before the end of the Pod-A-THON. Any other areas because we've got to do a drawing. In fact, our next drawing is for the Ruth Beck art print. It's the penultimate one, I think. Or no, we've got 3 left. And we will do the one, because we're talking about this, we will do the one of the East Stand. And anything else you want to cover as far from the Arsenal history series on Guns and Yellow Ribbons?
No, you know what? I think it was just, as I said at the very start, it was really interesting to get involved. And I know Steve reached out and said, could he get involved at one point? But because we had set up with the 4, and I didn't want to get any busier than that, I said, Steve, we'll wait off till the new season. We'll get you back on the channel. But it was just really interesting to do, and it was just a pleasure to learn stuff I never knew before, and my head is full of really uninteresting facts. And somebody was talking about in my local pub about COPD, and I was able to tell them exactly what COPD stood for, and they go, "Shit, you do know some boring shit, don't you?" And
Is that chronic obstructive pulmonary disease? Or are you talking about something?
That's the one. Yeah. See, we're all the same. but yeah, it's just it was just good to know stuff like that, and I remember just. The ladies attending was one of the one that just stuck with me. Really, I don't know why, but it stuck with me.
I've just realized that this one has already been drawn for. Actually, I thought that I'm getting them a little misorganized around here, but yeah, we've given away 4 of them already. The first one was Welcome to Highbury. The second one was the gold trophy. The third one, I believe, was Saul Campbell kissing the golden trophy, and the fourth one was the East End. So this is actually the one I want to make it Highbury related because of what we're talking about. But this is the one we're going to be giving away. It is a bird's eye view. Let me see if I can get the light better on this. Bird's eye view of Highbury. Are there seats in there? It looks like there are seats in there, which breaks my heart. Seeing seats in the North Bank, but obviously I understand why. And it's just it's got Avenel Road alongside the East Stand. It's just a beautiful piece. And maybe
they're only £2.50 a postcard.
Maybe those aren't seats. Maybe those are the terraces, because I am still seeing those old style turnstiles that we used to walk through on Avenel Road.
They were there right till the end anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, then yeah, I don't know why those would be replaced just because the seats were. But either way, this is a really cool one. It even has some of the neighborhood across the street from Highbury. So this is the one
that road just down to the right of the marble steps. That's where my brother lives.
Okay, that's the road that leads down to the Gunners pub, is it not?
The Bank of Friendship.
The Bank of Friendship, and the next one over is the one that leads down to the Gunners pub. Bank of Friendship, very underrated Arsenal pub, by the way.
Very expensive.
Love it there. Love being out on the back patio there. It's a fantastic place. And you can
have you been there since they've done all that decking area and all the little? It's changed so much.
I was there in 2018. That was the last time I was there.
Yeah, it would have been just a yard sort of thing, but now it's all deck.
There were places to sit, and it was a night. I mean,
it's a garden now. Well, a decked garden, raised seating areas, heated areas, power for your laptop.
I believe that was already the case last time I was there. It was a nice place. It was a nice, warm place to be, and we had a really nice time there. Claude was there that night with tons of Yanks because it was an Arsenal America road trip. Claude came out and met us there.
I met you. You won't remember. I met you. I met Laurie at the Arsenal Supporters Club. Yeah. And Steve was there.
That was the day that I think I won a pair of Siad Kolasinek's practice worn shorts and promptly draped them over my head for a picture, which I regret doing that for multiple reasons now. But
is that what that mark is?
We've got a comment for you, Steve. It's in the private chat, but I'm going to read it out, and it's from Max, who's joining us in the next hour. Although I might bring him on a couple minutes earlier. Way too many.
Please don't. He's in lockdown in Melbourne, so he's going to be nuts. And has he been on the wine yet?
I believe so. It's 5 p.m. where he is. So are those half and half scarves behind you, or is it just that?
No, right. So I explain this all the time. So I'm an Arsenal fan through and through. I have been since I was a young child. But my mum's side of the family.
There's no but.
There is a but. My mum's side of the family from Sunderland.
It's much smaller than it used to be, though.
My mum's granddad, my great granddad, Thomas Reed, played for Sunderland in the early 19 whatevers. He died down the pits down there, which is why they moved down to London. My nan met my granddad. He was an Arsenal fan. My mum grew up in Hackney. So that's where the London connection is, and that filtered through to me, even though I'm from Watford, but fuck Watford. But I'm an Arsenal fan, but those are Sunderland and Arsenal, because I took my nephews to the Stadium of Light, Sunderland, Arsenal. And then when they came down and played us in the cup, I got Sunderland, Arsenal. That's what my blood is. It's Sunderland, Arsenal. So, I mean, literally Sunderland in my blood, but I'm Arsenal through and through. So if we do end up getting through the second round of the Carabao Cup and Sunderland do the same, and we get Sunderland in the draw, which I'm hoping for, then there will be another Arsenal Sunderland half and half scarf on my wall. But
I think you should bring in Max and give him a right to reply.
He's gonna kick off, but
you wanker. No,
hello boys. How are you?
Cool blimey, mate. Cool blimey. He's looking proper cockney, isn't he?
Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, do I have? Hold on, I got to put my uniform on. Oh shit, it fell down the side of my desk.
Hey, Max.
All right, let's pick the winner for this, and then we'll bring you back on.
Yeah.
So Max, hold off for just a second. I want to first say that we are.
He shot his load too early.
We're a bit closer to our goal now. Thank you, Luke, for your donation. We're at 44.77 now out of 5,000, 89% of the way there. And we're gonna now pick the winner of the full Highbury Ruth Beck art masterpiece here. Hold on, let me just mark that down. And the winner of the thingy, the Ruth Beck art drawing is Rick Hicks of St. Louis, Mizzou. A very good friend of the podcast, actually been on the podcast before. Generous donation from Rick, and Rick has won probably my favorite Ruth Beck art one that we've given away so far, just because it brings back those memories from Highbury. So Rick, the question was asked earlier tonight. We have a group of friends in a WhatsApp chat for the last 8 years called the Ponies. Don't ask, it's a long story. I think this is the first time a pony has won a prize on Gooners versus Cancer. So I probably shouldn't have given that information out without more explanation. But congratulations, Rick. Thank you for your donation, and I can't wait to get this thing over to you. Fergus, it's been a heck of an hour, man. I've loved this because, again, I want to be like a sponge when it comes to learning about Arsenal, and I can now do that for you. I'm sponge worthy. You're sponge worthy. If you've watched Seinfeld, you know what that's about. But Max, because we haven't gone to you, anything you want to say to Fergus and Steve before they ship out and we bring in Mike
clean?
Back
it's morning time in the UK.
I just wanted to say for a start that Fergus looks unseasonably tanned, and he must be doing really well in the used car trade, whatever the fuck it is that Fergus does, because he's obviously
I'm not a used car. I work in financial services.
Yeah, you work in whatever I say you work in, Fergus. And for Steve, there is never any excuse for half and half scarves, especially when you're dancing around your bedroom naked with it sort of sweetly draped across your tits.
And it wasn't in my bedroom.
No, don't do that image again.
And it wasn't the half and half. So you're triply wrong. But
if I remember correctly from those very early Guns and Yellow Ribbons podcast, Fergus, where that story came up, I was never ever sober, even marginally.
No,
sober.
that's why.
I don't think you were born pissed.
I was, yeah.
But yeah, I get the hatred towards half and half scarves, but I'm sticking by my reasoning. And
look, when you have a blood relative, a family member who played for the club, I will, and yet you're not them full through and through. You still prefer Arsenal. I think that's the one situation where we can. I know Max
Arsenal,
won't agree, but you can have you can allow it.
Yeah,
I don't even like it when players don't celebrate goals when they played for you in the past. That pisses me off. Like, you play for a different club. now. Like, you signed elsewhere. Celebrate your goal. You scored a goal, son.
So
You know, people who
you
don't celebrate
appreciated what
goals,
Adebayor
they
did.
buy half and half scarves.
You appreciated Adebayor then. That meant a lot to you as a person. Love it. All right. So also joining us for this crossover moment of pure joy is Mike Scunny from Scunthorpe,
Norfolk.
I'm Potomac from Potomac Falls, but Mike and Max have a podcast called Arse Bros. I try to find them on Twitter, and they're constantly suspended, so I don't even bother anymore. Mike's managed to stay off, but Max, how many Twitter accounts? You and Wayne Dinklage are the two people who I think have
Wayne Dinklage.
Yes,
that's
Wayne.
his surname.
VV Club Vintage Remontada. I mean, he's had 91 different Twitter accounts, although Twitter's not supposed to know that, but other than that, Max, you're the man at getting accounts suspended.
Yeah, well, it's not my fault. It's Tim Sherwood's fault. It's Tim Sherwood's fault because every one of my suspensions, Mike, have been abusing Tim Sherwood.
It's definitely awful. Like, does Jack Dorsey from Twitter like is he a Tim Sherwood fan? Is that? I mean, have you found his kryptonite?
I don't know.
It's like you and a couple of congressmen and women from over here that are like putting out bullshit about masks and stuff like that. Those are the people that they're worrying about. Max from Australia and a bunch of people who are threatening lives over here. So really,
I wonder if Mossad are tracking him.
If who?
Mossad are tracking Max.
Oh, Mossad, your next door neighbor.
Is that the
point proven?
Is that the intelligence service?
Yeah. They've put a satellite over I don't know, where is it, Brighton or Richmond? The Bower Bar in.
If there's a satellite over anywhere, mate, they're trying to find all those places in Essex with the sunbeds, and I'm.
I don't use a sunbed.
Yeah, I know how warm and sunny it's been lately, but that's not. I mean, that's not real.
It's not.
You are looking distinctively red, Fergus. To be fair, mate.
I was in the Olympic Park all day yesterday drinking craft beer, so that's why I'm a little bit red. Sorry, I was at a meeting.
That makes more sense than it being sun. Really quick, because I've forgotten about this over the last 4 hours, but I want to try to get Fergus your top four, your bottom three, and where you think Arsenal will finish this year.
I heard you doing this last night. The bottom three was the difficult one. The top four, I think, is pretty straightforward. Chelsea, Man City to fight it out for the top. And then Liverpool and Man United in the top four. Unfortunately, I don't think Arsenal have done enough in this window for us to... I think if we can get into the top six, we'll have made some progression. To go down, Palace, I think, may struggle this season. I thought Burnley, but Sean Dyche seemed to have some sort of Teflon that keeps him up. So I would go Palace, Brentford, and possibly Norwich, because Norwich are going to be the new West Brom and boing, and make the money by going up and down each time. And it seems to be, it's a good tactic. It can work.
A lot of people make money by going up and down a lot. I mean, it's a popular thing. They have a lot of them in Las Vegas. And in
I didn't make enough. That's why I now drive taxis.
Yeah, and in Thanet. And Arsenal's final position, besides reverse cowgirl?
I was just thinking... I just think that Steve and taxis. I'm sure I've seen something about fake taxis.
Fake taxis.
No, it's real. It's real. It's a real taxi. Although, cool fact. One of the women that is a regular on fake taxi literally lives around here and is at the same gym. So, I mean, when you walk through the reception at the gym and she stood there, and you just think, well, I've seen all of you. That's
a reason on a treadmill, isn't it?
Yeah. My mates. There was a trip where I was over with my friend Tom Rosenhammer and Joey Murphy. We were over in London, and it was right at the middle of fake taxi, and we were just everywhere we went. We went to a Southampton game, and we're just looking at all the businesses, and we made them into like fake whatever the name of the business was, and so and then there's a tagline to it. So it was like fake Holloway kebab. you think you're going in there for a donor, but you end up with a boner. Like fake taxi is the most hilarious, stupid thing I've ever heard of in my life. But it's so we tried to expand it into other industries and it didn't quite work. But
didn't quite work. Final position, I will go for 6th. That
seems to be the consensus of most people in here, except for JJ Garcia, who last night predicted us to finish first.
Sophie said 10th.
At what time of the night was that?
For him, he was only about 10 o'clock at night, I think, 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, he's very drunk then.
He's an optimistic. He's an optimistic man.
Yeah, Sophie said 10th.
Yeah, Soph did say 10th. I don't see how we regressed from last year, but anyway, that's another conversation. Steve, we're going to give you Sebi's spot because I forgot to ask Sebi. So, Steve, top 4.
All right, top 4, I think, is going to be Chelsea, City, United.
Stan also completed Pornhub, by the way. He told me that himself. So
yeah, but it's easy now because loads of videos got taken off. So Stan's done it the easy way. He didn't complete.
You seem to know an awful lot about this, Steve.
We had 3 videos taken off.
I'm a single 27-year-old man, Fergus. What can I say?
We uploaded 3 videos to Pornhub, 2 podcasts that Andy and I were in, and then a sexy video of me brushing my teeth, fully clothed. And that, believe it or not, that was taken off Pornhub, and my career's just gone down since then. So,
yeah. So Chelsea, City, United, and Liverpool, I think, for top 4.
I'm surprised by how many people are not picking like an outside top 4, like a Leicester or a Villa or something like that. But
Villa are the outsiders.
Bet to do that, but I'm surprised. We've got
I think Villa are a good outsider.
It's got
it kind of is at this point. Bottom 3.
Bottom 3, I think Watford, Norwich, and Southampton. Not in that order, but I think.
No, we don't have to do order.
Southampton are really gonna struggle. I don't think Watford have invested enough, and yeah, Norwich are just Norwich.
Yeah, Arsenal final position somewhere between 5th and 17th. It looks like.
I was going to say 7th. I would love us to finish top 6, but I just think I just have a feeling that we'll just miss out. And I mean, my answer could change in 2 weeks, but as of now, I think we'll just miss out. I think we'll get 7th, but I think 7th to 4th will be congested.
Yeah, kind of like it was over the last. I mean, 8th to 4th.
I mean, look, last season was crazy. 6 points off a top 4, but still finishing 8th. Nobody moved. Nobody moved in the table apart from Liverpool. But when we dropped points, West Ham dropped points, Leicester dropped points, and so forth. It was crazy last year.
And I don't think it'll be much different this season as well. So, Steve, Fergus, pleasure. Thank you for joining us. We have now crossed over into hour 14 of 24, and I don't know about you, Mikey, but I'm feeling pretty good. I did make a. Oh, okay. Fergus is gone, so I guess Steve. Now I gotta kick you out now. All right, bud. Take care. So, yeah, I did make my first technical error of the podcast, which was we were running a replay of a really cool podcast we did called the Podley game. When we do Podley Part 2, you guys are going to be brought on as a couple. It was Andy and I from the Gooners podcast, Arsblog and Gunnerblog from the Arscast Extra, and a group we probably won't be able to get on together again, Amanda and Sophie from the Highbury Squad. It was filmed about a year or so ago, and it was run like I think over in England it's called Mr. and Mrs. Here it was called the Newlywed Game. Really fun and entertaining, and it was about an hour long, 45 minutes through. I hit the wrong button on my computer and completely terminated it, and I wouldn't have been able to pick it back up where I left off. I would have started over. So my bad. I never said I was perfect. Everyone around me knows that, but now we've got the live content back. Mikey, did you get some rest? I noticed you got a different background. You said you had to vacate the bedroom.
I did. I truth be told, dude, I tried going to sleep. I tossed and turned. I couldn't. So I feel like death right now. I don't know how you do it. So it's over here midnight where I live. So yeah, ready to put in another 2 hours before.
Let's give some perspective. It's 3 a.m. where I live, but I woke up at 11:30 this morning, after not a great night of sleep, but you know, I did sleep in this morning. So it's midnight where you are, but when did you get up this morning? You're up at like 4 a.m.
2:30 in the morning.
So you're almost at 24 hours right now.
I'm almost awake at 24 hours. Yeah. So
yeah, I'm at 16 hours of being awake, and although 14 of those have been spent talking, so that's a little different. But so welcome back, Mikey. I love having you back by my side. That sounded really, really weird. Max and
better than
Scummy,
on top, I guess.
Tell us why you're here. I'm guessing it's because I asked you, but what you have in common is a show. You know, we talked about to Fergus about. There's a ton of podcasts out there. Many of them are very widely known because they put in the grind, they put in the graft. They do hard work. They put out regular content, good content, interesting content. And then there's kind of the leisurely, we pod when we can, when we want to, hobby type of podcasts. And a lot of those podcasts are criminally underwatched. Fergus's is great content. I'll put us in that category, not another podcast, Arsenal podcast. I mean, you know, but I understand why, because you're really attached to something that's on a regular daily basis. Your podcast is what I like is unique content. And I think that's a way to describe Ars Bros. But I want to hear kind of what is the show theme, and you know, let's go to inside the podcaster studio again. What is what's the word, the theme or the mission of your podcast, Max?
Firstly, to say the word cunt as much as we can in any 1 hour seating. That seems to be.
That didn't take long.
By the way, I do have.
There's a reason why he was banned off Twitter, and I think you've just heard it.
Our next guest is in the chat right now, and it's a great story. It's a wonderful story. He hasn't listened to our podcast a ton. I just want to let him know this is not the normal content. This is an hour with a guy it's 5 o'clock local in the afternoon where he is, and he's been locked down and drinking all day. So John, don't get scared away. This is not our normal content, and I hope that Max is not the other Max. Your friend's son Max is not in the room, but in any case, I'm looking forward to our chat in less than an hour. With that in mind, Max.
So basically, we set out to swear as much as what we possibly could. We set out to get as drunk as what we possibly could, especially season 1, especially before we brought on Mike and Manny, who we all met actually on Guns and Yellow Ribbons. So Fergus brought us all together on Guns and Yellow Ribbons 4 years ago, 4 seasons ago. That's where we all met. And then Toby and I, my brother and I, who were very opposite personalities. So you've got the introvert and the extrovert. You know, we would spend 3 hours, 4 hours sometimes after a game on the phone to each other, talking about the game, analyzing the game like pundits. And so we decided to put together a podcast. And then, like I said, we absorbed Mike, and we absorbed Manny, and we absorbed Ryan. For those of you who
absorbed Manny.
Basically, we absorbed these like just horrible personalities of people, 4 or 5 really horrible personalities into a room, and combined an environment with no rules, no preset agenda to what we were doing, no rules, nothing that you couldn't say, nothing that you couldn't do. And we ended up finding a family within a family, I guess. That's why we keep doing it, because we're not massive. You know, we probably sit around, we might get 500 listens and a couple of hundred watches or something like that. But for us, it was always more about having this expansive family of people from all edges of the earth. And you got people in Australia, you got people in America, you had 6 and London. I ended up, me and Darren, who's the Delhi Goon who had the Arsenal India podcast, ended up meeting, and then we did a show together, and we're now great mates. So I guess that's like, when they often say, when you say that you do a podcast, oh, do you make money? I'm like, no, it costs us money.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, why do you do it? And it's because we could pretty much any of us in this little Arsenal podcast community, where we've all been on each other's podcasts. You know, we're great friends with Dan Potts and guys like, we can pretty much go to any city in the world and put out a tweet and find someone who knows someone within our little Arsenal community. So, Ask Bros, I guess we call ourselves the degenerates, the group of degenerates. And if you're into just degenerate conversation, but I will also say this, in between all the degeneracy, I think I've listened to other podcasts who that's the only thing they're all about is the degeneracy. We are all about the degeneracy, but we're also all very, very big Arsenal fans, very tactically minded. We go into these deep conversations about football and about tactics and about strategy, and then somehow end up talking about how massive Socrates' cock is.
Yeah, I mean, when you can intersperse that with the degeneracy, as you say, but isn't that really just Arsenal knowledge? It's just inside Arsenal knowledge.
How big Socrates' cock is?
Yeah, we had Chris Wheatley on earlier today, and he said nothing about that. So you've just proven yourself. I'm sorry, Chris, but these guys have more inside knowledge than he does. It's just on the wrong stuff, I would say. So you called Ryan a degenerate. I've met Ryan a handful of times. He seems like he's persuaded into being a degenerate, though. I mean,
easily led, our friend.
Easily
Ryan.
led.
Very easily led.
Not a ringleader per se of the degeneracy, but he can swing either way, I guess you could say, when it comes to the degeneracy situation.
He can
That's
swing
what we heard
either
about
way.
his personal life.
Well, if he ever decides against Megan, she's welcome. No, never mind. That statement can't end well, considering I've 26-year marriage and 2 kids. Mikey, you're gonna check out I'm gonna put you on the spot. Have you checked out Ars Bros yet?
Yes, actually, I have. Yeah, for the most part.
Does your family like? I know you conceived one of your son to our podcast.
Of course. You
told us that, but will you listen? Will you let your family listen to the degeneracy?
Oh, absolutely not. No, this is like when I listen to Ars Bros, it's kind of like watching porn, right? Like I do it like I kid in, like not a lot of people know about it.
Up to
like
his ear.
Headphones, like it's one of those situations. But no, actually, I have chimed in the live chat before. They have another gentleman on that is very a gentleman, probably 180 right there, right? There's another gentleman on that's on a lot. I'm forgetting his name, but he's fairly hardcore judgmental of the club. Like you could feel like it's coming from a good place, but man, he's
Is
frustrated.
that your brother, Max?
That could only be Manny.
There you go.
That's Manny all the way.
Yeah. You could tell he's frustrated as hell as how like the club has been ran. But yeah, I chime in a lot. I don't often get to comment because it's most of the time during work and I'm driving around. But yeah, they pop up word times, and the very, very rare times when Ryan pops up, he makes sure to let me know. So I always tune in when he's on. Nice.
Now, Max, you joined us for the first time some months ago. Am I correct in remembering that your water's wife broke? Your wife's water broke while you were on our podcast, or it was a false alarm or something like that?
It was a false labor, but at the time of being on the podcast, we weren't aware that it was a false labor. I was on the podcast regardless of the idea that the labor was happening.
I mean, that's dedication. I've had people cancel on us because they broke a nail, and you remained on our podcast despite believing that your baby was likely to be born in your home while we were podcasting live, which was really what I was hoping for. Because we do like unique content and for things.
We could have done a real Simba moment, held it up.
Yeah, exactly. So, how old is the baby now?
5 months. She is now.
Time flies.
Yeah.
Walking, teeth, healthy, all that stuff.
Yeah, just
podcasting yet?
Just doing baby stuff, mate. Just being a baby. But there's already
that qualifies them to have a podcast.
Yeah, and Mike knows this because obviously Mike knows me and my brother. But at the core of our family unit, right, is a core of real cantankerous, disagreeable people. And she's already at 5 months showing a lot of signs of being very, very disagreeable.
You know what her first word's going to be, don't you?
Yeah,
yeah,
I
the
know.
B word.
Yeah.
I love how he just resigns himself to the fact that. Now, I want to make Max feel at home, so I'm gonna match him hat
You look
for
like a
hat
train
here.
driver.
Tit for tat, hat for hat. Except when I wear this, I start sweating because it's hot. It's very hot in this room. So, Scunny, and I just realized we've got 3 mics and a Max in here. This is very inconvenient for Max when he has to identify which mic he's talking about. But Scunny,
he's got words for me anyway. So
you can go Scunny, hers, and Magic if you want. But so, Scunny, we've talked after games a lot of the time. You've been on with us open mic and at other times, and other than people in a group chat claiming we're spending £100 million on players this summer, what have you made of Arsenal's transfer activity? Let's bring this back to kind of the fact that we're 2 days away from the beginning of the season, and we have to make something of this. Is it an abject failure? Is it a work in progress? What's the summary?
I don't know. I think with them being quite youngish signings like I don't even know his name. Sambi, I think his name is, isn't it?
Sambi Lokonga.
Yeah, Lokonga, that's it. So it's quite early here still for me. And Tavares, I think they're going to be quite good young signings. Ben White, I don't understand the signing of Ben White. You know, we had the third best defensive in the league, third best defense in the league last year. So I couldn't really get why we spent 50 million on Ben White.
Did the defense pass the eye test for you though? I mean, third best statistically fine, but like, I don't know. Maybe we allowed the third least goals, but half of the goals we allowed were just like clown show Benny Hill moments.
Yeah, I get that. I honestly get it. But I don't understand. I still don't understand spending 50 million on a player when really we have no goal scoring players.
Well, that
was my issue. That's what I was getting at before you went.
That's the thing. It's not Ben White in isolation. It's Ben White to the exclusion, presumably, of other people that are bigger priorities. But
yeah, I just thought there was 50 million probably better spent elsewhere. That's my sort of understand. That's my issue on that one. But you know, he looks pretty good. I've watched him in pre-season. He looks decent enough. But I still think there's, you know, as we're going on about the clown issues in defence, there's still plenty of it going on, and it's not Ben White. So
at least we don't have the guy that looks like a clown anymore, literally, like in David Luiz. I mean, you know, no one could argue he wasn't, you know, at least somewhat good for the team, but we need to say goodbye to the clowns. Despite a pretty shady and shitty preseason, I mean, Arsenal did win 5 Premier League games on the trot at the end of last season to vault up the table into 8th. You know, I hear a lot of people saying that we're no better than 8th. I mean, we got Sophie saying 10th. Danny the GFP saying 8th. Most people are saying 6th, but you know, we cleaned out the scum and the rats from the dressing room in January and instantly saw an improvement in this club. Now, if we're guilty of not changing things enough over the summer, then the premise should be, well, yes, other teams have gotten stronger. Well, maybe we haven't, but I don't see how we revert to 8th when we had the second best form. And I mean, it does make a difference to me when thinking about this season that we were 15th on Boxing Day and second in the league from Boxing Day on. I understand that mean, you know, that and £5 and you could buy a donor. But it still is a trend that I think is, you know, either the players bought in or I mean, it wasn't beautiful football, but it wasn't flat. It wasn't completely flat track either. So I think, you know, if that can just continue, then, I mean, maybe we're not a top 4 side, but how could we be 8th unless we really think all the other teams picked up that much pace? So Max, football related question. And I guess this will be our preview to your answer of top 4, bottom 3, and Arsenal's position. But is 8th our floor this season, and it's just about whether we can do better than that, or is it our ceiling?
I've got 6th. I've got 6th in my head is a highly successful season. I think we'll come 7th. I don't think we'll make the top 6th. You know, it's not like everyone, when they look at these things, and I mean, I took to poking fun at people on Twitter a lot throughout this throughout this
until you were no longer allowed.
Yeah. Throughout this transfer window, I've taken to poking fun at people a lot because I find it amazing that everyone thinks that Arsenal is the only team who are doing business. Everyone else is doing business as well. So if we're shifting forward, if we're moving the meter forward, then everyone around us is moving the meter forward as well. You know, you've got a Chelsea who are going to have a better manager, are going to be doing more. You've got, you know, every team essentially going out and buying people in the same vein that we are. And, you know, someone put up the other day our best 11, and our best 11 was, give or take, our best 11 from last season. So in my opinion, we really haven't moved forward in any great manner. I think when we cleared the Deadwood out, we got a little bit of a bump last year and we started to look better, and then we reverted back to kind. And I also think that the season itself, when you remove fans and you remove that energy and you remove everything that home and away has, that it brings to the league and it brings to teams and it brings results, I kind of feel like crowds coming back this year, we're going to see a bit of a return to form as far as not seeing these outside teams kind of do as well as what they had done in the past. Right now, I'm looking at the team sheet and I'm looking at, you know, a replacement left back. I'm not really that excited about Tavares. Do I think he's a decent player? I think he's a decent player.
Max, of all people, you can't call him Tavares when the pronunciation of his name is Tuvaj. I mean, I can't let you not use Vag in the pronunciation of his last name. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
You don't see. I mean, I think I've just done you a favor.
Yeah,
you've just done him for the season there.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah.
Any chance of getting back on Twitter now is lost.
You know, so basically, I'm looking at this squad: Mike, and Mike, triple Mike. I'm looking
3
at
mics and a baby.
And I'm not seeing a huge amount of improvement. And then here's the kicker, right? Here's the thing I really struggle with, Mike, right?
Oh, no.
The same guy who was playing the same boring as batshit football with the same excuses last year, right? And the same way that I saw a really great tactical podcast, and it was called The Arsenal Donut. And it was just about us moving the ball around in this circle in this donut. It was literally everything that we'd spoken about on Arse Bros for the entire season. All of our
sure it wasn't fake Arsenal podcast.
Yeah,
with the donor.
But basically, you know, as long as Arteta's there, and I said this at the start of, I said this to Mike a few weeks ago. My hashtag for the entire year is going to be "Prove me wrong, Mikel." That's going to be my hashtag. Prove me wrong, because I don't think you're very good. I don't think that you play a modern style of football. When I look at the way that other teams are playing more of a power game, moving the ball faster, progressing the ball quickly from back to front, and I watch Arsenal with this ponderous possession-based Pep Guardiola 2 seasons ago, Pep Guardiola, you know, a previous iteration of Pep Guardiola. That's what I see Arteta as playing.
Pep Guardiola when he was managing Barcelona B.
Basically.
Because that's the talent level that he has at the moment.
Well, that's the issue that I've had, and this is what I've been saying to a few people who I know, is that Mikel Arteta is playing exactly the same as what Pep Guardiola was doing a couple of seasons ago. The problem is we haven't got those type of players that Pep Guardiola has.
We don't have a single one of those type
exactly,
of players.
And this is the big
Their
thing.
worst
like,
player is our best player at this point. Well, maybe not. Saka.
There's a lot of heat on Leno at the minute, and about him not being good with his feet, and and a few other things. And it's like, well, he's not used to playing with his feet. Well, why keep trying to force this style on Leno, for example, of playing with his feet when he's not doing that? Well, yeah, that's a great picture.
Bird Leno.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, why keep forcing it? Play to the strengths of the players that you've got. And he's not doing that. He's sort of forcibly doing this Pep Guardiola-esque tactics that is just not working.
Scunny, if Leno is bad with his feet, then what was Czech?
Oh, he was terrible.
That's and that's
Czech
why
would have been better with 2 amputated legs.
But I'm just saying, it's like at what point does that excuse cease to exist? It was like, play Leno because Czech is bad. Oh, now Leno's not good. I'll go get.
No, this is what I'm saying. It's like he's getting.
You're just giving the Emmy Martinez lovers more fuel.
I'm just using Leno as an example because I've seen all the stick that he gets on Facebook, on Twitter, on everything. He's probably the most hated
he's an easy
behind
target.
Xhaka at the minute.
He's in goalkeeper. Do you know why goalkeepers are easy targets, Mike? Because everyone else on the pitch, there's a great statistic. It's like for a goal to be scored, 3 people on the pitch have to have made a mistake from front to back, right? But it's always the guy in goal who seems to cop the flack, or it's always the guy, not the guy who didn't press up the top of the pitch, not the guy who didn't do his job, not the guy who didn't pinch, not the 9 players who didn't all get to the right spot, get to position A, block off position B, stop the transition, not the person who didn't play the right pass, played the low percentage pass into the block, or Arsenal for the entire of last season, who just whipped pointless fucking balls into the box with no idea of what they were doing and no fucking target man. Also, it could just be headed out and then we could be transitioned and too advanced up the pitch. So it's like the narrative that it is, and this is why I come back to the Arteta thing. The narrative that it's always players, it's not fucking FIFA. Right? You don't just go out and say, I'm going to go sign an 88 and an 86 and he's got 92 pace. Because you know what you end up with? Fucking Andros Townsend. And no one wants fucking Andros Townsend. He's shit. You end up with Aaron fucking Lennon in your team, in your FIFA team. He's shit. Fucking Mr. Air swung for England to go out to Portugal. Don't forget that. I haven't forgotten about that. Aaron Lennon, even if everyone else has. Right? But that's what you end up with. And that's why I keep coming back to it. Right, there are so many iterations. There are so many teams in the Premier League who do not have the players who would give their left nut for some of the players who are in this Arsenal team, and yet they are better coached and better run and had a better chance, and have finished above us and have pushed us further and further down the table. So I keep coming back to it. I'm like, hashtag prove me wrong, Mikel. I think you've got enough there physically to go and get it done. There's enough players there with your ESRs, with your Sackers, with your Tierney's. I think Callan Chambers is a cracking player. I think Hector Bellerin could prove a few people wrong this year. Full season, no injury, full preseason. If he hangs around, is it possible? Yes, there's some fucking deadwood there, but go and play with the team that you've got, Mikel. He can't play another season saying, oh, I don't have the fucking 50 million pound player that I think I need to play in a very specific way. You're a fucking coach. You go and win the games regardless. Cunt.
You had to finish that.
I was going to say this is the reason. This is the reason why I don't get the. There's another thing as well with Guendouzi. There was a lot of talk about him being such a hard guy. Such a stubborn kid. But that's what I mean. If he was any sort of coach, you'd coach that out of him and work with him and move him forward because he was looking like a cracking young player. So, I just. By the way, personally, like I'm saying, I'm the same as Max. I said I was going to nick that hashtag off him and prove me wrong, Mikel, and I'm going to use the same thing this year.
I'm going to use prove me wrong, Granite. By the way, Mike Scunny, people, things in Scunthorpe are so tough right now. You cannot afford a torso. It's just a disembodied head sitting on a table.
How do you know what's going on in Scunny?
I'm just basing it on the fact that you don't appear to have a torso.
It's because my seat's dropped and I can't be bothered to stand up and put it back up.
Well, look, I mean, I'm getting concerned texts from Denmark, from Turkey, from worldwide. Like is he okay? Is the blood still flowing? Because it's like a bowling ball sitting on top of a table that we're talking to, but a very attractive one nonetheless. So sorry, I just wanted.
Yeah, sorry, my chair's dropped and that's why I'm so.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
He's bought a neck.
I just sort of slouched. What?
I said you've purchased a neck. You still can't afford a torso, but now at least you've got a neck.
Yeah, I've got a neck. Yeah.
Way to go! You've purchased a neck. Good for you. So I got nothing. Mikey, pick me up, man. That's why that's why you're here. It's the prove me wrong thing. You do want to be proven wrong, though, right? I mean, you're not Max the type of guy who. I mean, there are some people that have stuck their neck out very early. They're very thin, pencil neck that would rather, I think, at this point, because it's better for business, be proven right about Arteta being the wrong person than to end up being proven wrong. It seems like you probably would love to be proven nothing more than be proven wrong. And I think Sophie from the Highbury Squad's really kind of the same way. very, very, very strong in her opinions about Arteta not being the right person, but more than willing and hoping to be proven wrong. There's a
Mike,
difference.
I think if you're going to be on any form of platform, you're going to be doing any form of punditry. I mean, which I guess is, we laugh about it and we joke about it, but that's what we do as podcasters. We come online and we produce content and we give opinions, right? That opinion can change. My opinion on Granit Xhaka has changed 2 or 3 times over last season, where I've said he's absolutely shit. And then I've said, I can see his value. And then I've said he's absolutely shit again. And then towards the end of last season, I kind of centralized my opinions on him. And I said, he's not world class and he's not shit. He's a 7 out of 10 player who produces a lot of 7 out of 10 football and is capable of a 5 out of 10, 3 out of 10 times, and is capable of a 9 out of 10 once every 20. So does that mean
not at the left back position though? As long as he's not at the left back.
So the idea, the prove me wrong Arteta thing, it flows into our players as well. Hector Bellerin, right? I spent the entire last season saying, go, 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 go. I'm done with you. I think you're done. I think you're done. I think you're done. If you trace me back to a season before that, I was one of the people who was saying, Hector on his day is one of the best right backs in the competition. So your opinion can change. Your opinion is allowed to mold. I think this thing where people nail their colours to the mast and then completely refuse to be proven wrong. So I said on Aubameyang, and Mike will back me up here, for almost every week until the FA Cup final, I said, do not give him that contract. Do not give him that contract. It's bad business. It's bad business. We're going down the same track we've been before. He's 31. And then he goes and does what he does in the end of that FA Cup run and the FA Cup final. And Manny, top corner, Mike, let's call him Mike 2 for the sake of the 3 mics in the room. Saying Manny was like an impassioned, on ours. Even Manny, who is the hardest to change his opinion, at the end of that, the 2 of us sat in a podcast, granted fairly drunk, and said, well, he may have just earned that contract. If you were going to earn that contract in any way, you earn that contract by almost single-handedly dragging your team into an FA Cup final and then going and scoring the goals in the FA Cup final. Do I look at that now and look back on it and say, I really wish I had stuck to my guns and said, no, don't give him the contract? No, because we're football fans and we're passionate and we can change our mind and we can be fleeting. And I think that if you are making opinions and you are so worried about being right rather than it being about the greatness of your football club, then you're watching football and you're following a football club for the complete wrong reasons. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, Mikel. Make me eat my fucking words. And if and when we're in the Champions League next year and Mikel Arteta ends up being the guy, I'll be the first guy to stand there and put my hand up and say, I didn't think he was the guy.
Well, that's what you're asking, to prove you wrong. That's the whole point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like I don't think you can prove me wrong. It's I really hope you prove me wrong. And Mike and I just 2.5 hours ago were accused of being fence sitters and we are. But I think the reason I don't want to speak for you, Mike, but it's just because I don't believe that I know enough about tactical football. I don't have the nous. I gotta be careful because my whole house is sleeping right now. But I don't. There's no reason why my opinion should mean anything. When it comes to non-footballing things, I can be very opinionated and come out very strongly, as with Granit Xhaka. Where my opinion is not going to change on that. But it's not because of his football at all. It's because of everything other than his football. But you should go with what you're feeling at the moment. You can't, what I said or felt 8 months ago, I would expect and hope that would change. And I'm not trying to still fit the narrative to my opinion. The narrative should be fit to what's happening, not to the opinion that I stuck my stake into the ground and said. But Mikey, what do you feel is the background of? We were saying this because who was it? Kelly. Kelly comes out with either a all in or all out type of opinion a lot of the times, and we're just not like that. But what's your rationale? Why are you so wishy-washy like me?
I think the hope is what gets me over the line. So to say, so I'm generally a more optimistic person. Like I do look at the club, I see how the team is set up, I see how they play, and yeah, sometimes I'm like, fuck, that was bad, right? But I often do look at exterior things where I'm kind of like, we didn't get the rub of the green, so to say, right? Like, I know that we look at certain situations like last season, and we look at like the Leeds game. That was, we had like the Pep incident, the VAR decision with WWII and stuff like that, like drives me absolutely insane, right? So I kind of look at that like a little bit more of luck. We would have made top 4 because we were like 6 points off, and the perspective would have been greatly different because I think people are more result driven. So we make top 4 and automatically, it looks dramatically different, right? But on the same side, I kind of look at it kind of like similar to what you said, Mike, was a second half of the season by adding an attacking midfielder and Smith Rowe finally being healthy. He came in, took Arsenal by storm, so to say, right? Had a great breakout season and so on and so forth. I just kind of honestly believe that the team, if they remain fairly healthy this season, I just don't see as regressing as all. Like I look at Sambi as a great addition. So automatically our midfield looks in a better position than it was last year. Now, I'm not saying that I'm like happy with the transfer window as it is, but I'm one of those people that I'm still kind of convinced that there's going to be more additions. And I'm not talking about Ramsdale. I'm talking about, I really, truly believe there's going to be 1, if not 2 midfielders, be it one might be an attacking midfielder and one might be a central midfielder. So I truly believe that there's going to be another midfielder coming in. That's what I'm pinning my hopes on right now. But just looking at the squad and what we have currently, what's going on, I just kind of look at it like we have a Smith Rowe from the beginning of the season, Martinelli that I'm convinced is going to get more minutes over William this season, Saka who's booming, Pepe that's coming into form. So I kind of look at it and pin it and say there's no way that Lacazette and Aubameyang are not going to get more chances. More chances normally equals more goals, depending on the situations that are brought up. A healthy Tierney. We finally got a specific backup for Tierney. So as of right now, I'm like looking at the squad and saying it's very, very gradual, but the squad is better than it was last season. So
I think, Mike, though, the problem is that the Premier League moves so fast. And because
absolutely
everyone else is moving their dial along faster and faster and faster, and we're still fucking around in the bargain bin.
It's like Ferris Bueller said, like, life moves quickly.
But Max, can I ask you though, because you said shopping around the bargain bin. So let me pick your head and what is your perspective on this, because like I'm seeing a lot like. I never get on any pod and say I know exactly what this player is, because quite frankly, dude, I don't watch a lot of other teams. I watch teams when they pay the Arsenal. That's what I do, because I spend time watching other leagues, to be honest with you. So when Arsenal plays, that's when I pinpoint certain players. But like Ben White, I didn't have a really educated decision on him, right? I'm more of a type of fan that's like, we're going to sign this guy, hope he does well. So Ben White comes in for 50 mil, which, it's third. Is it the second highest for us? No, first highest defender. Sorry, I was thinking about Saliba as our third highest defender as far as fee. I don't look at that as a bargain bin type of buy. That was a very specific player that the club chased for a long time. That reports came out from his agent said, Brighton from the get said 50 or fuck off. Tried months, like multiple, I think it was like 6 meetings total. They bent at the will. It wasn't shopping for bargain. It was a player that they wanted specifically, and they matched the price. And then everybody kind of reacted like, holy shit, we can't spend 50 million on this guy. Now, granted, I feel like a lot of people are looking at that and saying, we spent 50 million on this center defender, so that must mean we have no more money for a center midfielder. I think that's kind of like the perspective. So that's where I'm coming from, where I'm kind of like really hell bent that I don't want to have a over the top opinion on the transfer window yet, because we could just be made to be like fools, right? But if we're qualifying just Manchester City and Chelsea, look, I don't pretend that we're even close to them. And I know that drives some certain people crazy. Like we spoke about Manny. I know Manny doesn't want to hear that. Manny kind of like we should be competing with them. I just don't see how we could compete with them. I think Arsenal are playing a very long-term game where they have to build very gradually. And this is what we're going to have to do. We are taking baby steps into becoming what I'm going to say what Liverpool was doing 2-3 years ago. And if you're looking at the overall youth in our squad,
the difference being that Liverpool sold key assets that they had for maximum dollars. They got rid of like Dominic fucking Solanke for like £30 million plus add-ons for anyone who ever got rid of him. And then they reinvested that money wisely, and they went out and identified one of the top managers in the world who Arsenal had always also identified and then walked away from after the whole City FA Cup final. So I understand that when you know, like in business and within where I work, you end up in a lot of rooms with people who use a lot of big strategic words. And because they use a lot of big strategic words and they talk about plans, it sounds like they know what they're talking about. But a lot of it's just removing decision-making, immediate decision-making that is required for growth. So when I hear long-term plan at Arsenal, I start thinking, why the fuck is the Arsenal putting in a 5-year plan where that 5-year plan started 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and now we're saying we're at stage 1 of the 5-year plan?
So
I would argue that when you're looking at an entire squad, when I talk about bargain basement, if you're talking about us getting into the top 4, getting back into the top 4, go through every single team who's ahead of us, and pound for pound, if you look at all of their teams, all of their transfers, everything they're doing, what they're doing is they're identifying who they want, and they're going out and they're getting them. And it's spread across the entire team. We're currently looking at, I'm currently looking at a handful of guys who have come from lower leagues, a load of really young kids who, even though we've spent money on them, you could argue that they're completely unproven in the Premier League. Whereas when you look at top teams, top squads, what they've done, look at the Cities, when you look at the Chelseas, they go and get top players who are Premier League proven, who they know are going to take no time to bet in. Just go get them and go put them in. They're already there and they're already done. So these are the sorts of things and sorts of concepts that I don't understand. I don't like the idea, and I'll put this to you, Mike, too.
Yeah.
If we are doing this 5-year plan, no fucking Arsenal fan out there should be pissed off if we finish 7th. In fact, finishing 6th, if we've got a 5-year plan in, should be lauded. It should be celebrated because we're doing it on less money over more time and we're building something. So everyone needs to stop fucking talking like we're somehow going to end up being the Arsenal of yonder year, bringing in, Manuel Petits and Patrick Vieiras and Gilberto Silvas and bringing in all these, because the Premier League has changed, as the world football has changed so much now as well, that you can't really go and cherry pick like diamonds out of leagues. You've got to do what we're doing with Longaka.
Sambi, yeah.
So and you've got to go find someone. And what we're doing is we are hoping he's going to be the guy. Mike, I fucking guarantee you, we play Party and Xhaka 7 out of 10 games this year. I fucking guarantee you of that.
Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. Sambi is still very young, and I don't know. He looks great. I don't know how he's going to develop, but I got high hopes. But Max, I guess where I'm in this is going to be very like upsetting, because I understand there's fans that, similar to me, kind of got into those like late 90s, early 2000s, and we're so used to seeing Arsenal at the top of the picking order, where we're kind of used to. I think the mentality is still, we're Arsenal fucking football club. And I think football has evolved so much that we're no longer that top dog. So for us to win the league again, in my eyes, we require like a miracle league, like 0 injuries and everything goes perfect for us. Like, remember, like Liverpool won the league and had like 0 injuries, and then the next season they got royally fucked by injuries, like 2-3 key players, and like everything went to hell, right? Where and just to add like perspective, and I kind of like, I understand where the frustration comes from, but let's be honest, if Arsenal qualified last season to Europa League, with a Leno header at a last minute at a random fucking game. There's be plenty of fans right now saying we got fucking lucky. So that's how Liverpool qualified for Champions League, by Alisson scoring a wild header, and they managed to get in there. So look, so to kind of, and this isn't even a question of me defending the manager. By the way, this is just for sake of conversation of how you see the team evolving. Scunny, if you want to get into this, feel free. If not, Max, you can continue on. I asked this question a few hours ago where I said, Arsenal Football Club, after this transfer window, if you're looking at the contracts and the bad eggs that are gone from this club, the overall youth of this team, and if you're looking at, we got like top quality 20 to 24-year-olds. This team now is a more appealing job for a better manager. Would you agree with that?
At this moment, for me, no. I don't think it is right now. I think the issue that we've massively got is we have got a lot of what we'd say dead wood on the books at the moment in them high wages. And I think this is the issue that we're having at the moment. And you've got to look at this in the transfer window this season, which I think is going to be what we say a very disappointing transfer window in some respects. Yes, we've got Ben White for 50 million. Unless we sell another couple of players like Joe Willock, on 25 to 30 million, whatever he's going for to Newcastle. If we get lucky with someone with Eddie Nketiah for 20, 25 million, you're not going to see much coming in either, because we've got so much high wages, and you've got to look at the size of the squad that we've got as well. In that, we've still got the likes of, Hector Bellerin, I think he's on some slight, say for argument's sake, 110, 120 grand a week. We've still got Kolasinac, who's on roughly the same sort of money. That we just can't see. Hang on, let me finish the train of thought. That we can't seem to get rid of. And the problem is no one's willing to pay them type of players those types of wages. And I think that's the issue why we haven't got them or even a chance at getting a half-decent manager at the moment, because of that reason. Because a half-decent manager coming in, for instance, is going to want some kind of transfer. He's going to want some transfers, and he's going to want some. He's obviously going to want some money to bring in his transfers. We haven't got that at this moment in time. When we start getting rid of these players, then maybe we might start looking at being more appealing.
Look at the Allegri rumors, Scunny. So Allegri was happy to come under the proviso that he had a £300 million war chest and that he could sack everyone from the backroom staff and bring in his entire backroom staff. That is the modern top four manager. Yeah. That's what the top guys want to do. They don't want your team that you built over 5 years. They don't want your fucking youth. The only thing they're interested in of your youth is how much they can sell them for, and then how they can bring in the players that they want for their system, because we will never see an Arsene Wenger again. We will never see a Alec Ferguson again. We'll never see figureheads at football clubs like we did in those glory days of the 90s and the early 2000s. That's never going to happen again. So I don't think it makes us more appealing for a top manager to come in. I think it kind of makes us appealing for a manager at Arteta's level to come in. And I mean, I said this last year over and over again. I wonder if we got the manager who's at the level that the club is at right now from board the whole way down. That's why we got Arteta, because we couldn't offer more to get a top seed person.
With the excellent points, and with the 5 minutes we have left in this segment, I have a couple things I want to do. First, Mikey, we're gonna you've been up for almost 24 hours, and we're gonna say goodbye to you until hopefully, if you're able to join. I don't remember if you're able to join us.
Just go jump in that pool behind you, Mikey, to keep yourself awake, mate.
Yeah, it'll wake me right up for sure.
That's pretty nice, but yeah, Mikey, thanks for coming back and joining us, and hopefully we'll see you a little bit later. If not, you know how I feel about you, my friend. I love you, and have a good sleep. Get some rest,
right, guys. Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
All right,
Max,
cheers,
Bunny, pleasure being on the pod with you guys. Later.
Same.
So
I feel better now, because now I feel like I'm getting double-ended by two mics.
Yeah,
even in my pornography, I find that third dick to be much too much.
Thank you.
Taxi all the way, mate.
So we got a few minutes left. What our next segment? What we're gonna do real quick is we're gonna get an updated total on the Gooners versus Cancer, and then we're gonna have a prize drawing. The total right now is, let's bring this up. The total after this is hour 14. So we're 14, or hour as we call it now. Hour 14 out of 24. We are at 4,527 out of 5,000, and absolutely getting ready to hit that goal. Hopefully, we'll do it in the next few hours as more and more people are waking up. One more prize to draw real quick, and then we're going to switch over. The final of two 89 t-shirts from Fees Tees. Stephen Feely down in New Orleans makes these t-shirts. They're great, and I'm going to send one out to the winner of this next drawing. And if I can get my act together here, I will find the right page to get to the random picker. Bear with me for a second. And here we go. All right, the winner of the 89 t-shirt, the final 89 t-shirt on offer in this competition, let's call it, is Nick Canning. Nick Canning, with a very, very generous donation before. Nick has won himself an 89 t-shirt. Truly appreciate that, Nick. Congratulations, and you are still in the draw for future prizes as well. That's an 89 t-shirt from Fees Tees with the numbers 89 created with Brian Moore's famous call of the Michael Thomas goal in 1989. Let's finish off the hour with your top four, your bottom three. Max, I know you said Arsenal 7th in your mind. Who's your top four?
So I think it will be City, Chelsea, Man U, Liverpool.
Okay, pretty popular top four there. And in no particular order, who do you see getting relegated?
I think Southampton are going to struggle. I think Palace are going to struggle. And I'm going to go with a Brentford yo-yo, straight up, straight down.
Brentford yo-yo. Only one of three going straight up and straight down. And it's really the one that you'd think would be the best equipped to make it in the Premier League, in my opinions. And a lot of people have said that. So, Scunny, your top four, bottom three, and where, if not in those categories, Arsenal fits in.
Well, my top four is going to be, I'm going to go City, United, Chelsea, Liverpool.
Okay.
My bottom three, I'm going to say Southampton, Norwich, and Watford.
Okay.
I think Brentford and Palace will struggle, but I think they'll just
one of those late season. They finally get the breathing room in the last few weeks with a big 6-pointer.
I think they'll just make it.
Yeah.
And Arsenal, I reckon I'm going to say 9th.
9th. Okay.
Yeah. I just think
I didn't get
to explain too much earlier about it, but I just think with the crowds being back in, I think like Max, I'm going to play double advocate with Max here, because Max was saying like with crowds being in, you don't think you're going to see much of the other teams like West Ham and Leicester and everything push up in Aston Villa, but I think it's going to be the opposite way around.
Well, I mean it's going to be an interesting season. Says, make sure, Magic Mike, that I win the Highbury jersey. Again, it is not a Highbury jersey. It is a commemorative T-shirt from the final game at Highbury. I just want to make that clear. But we're going to bring on our next guest. I can see you, but so give me a heads up. Are both of you there? Both of you there right now? Okay, yes. I think we do have that. So, all right. So, Max, Scunny, thank you for joining us. Where can we find you, either on Benge social media or on the YouTube channel?
So we're at the Arse Brothers. I think that's the latest one that hasn't been removed.
Yeah, that is the one. Yeah.
The latest one that hasn't been removed. I love that.
Well, we've got
podcast.
I've got 3 ghost accounts now because
I could tell by I mean, you're a guy who's notably suspended from Twitter, but you keep talking about your hashtag for the season. I'm like, is there anything you want to tell us?
And we're still to work out what we're going to do with this season with Ask Bros. We're having a chat.
There's a young man listening in right now, so just be careful with how you finish this off.
We're trying to, because last season we had 3 shows a week. Like you said, we really grounded out last season, and it sort of it took away from our enjoyment of the football towards the end of the season. We actually, all the guys on Ask Bros said it really took it out of us to be producing 3 shows a week. So we're sort of having conversations now about whether we're going to do 1 show a week or whether we're going to do 1 show a month and get all 5 of us on and bring in guests and do a nice big show. But we're going to work it out as we get close to the season.
One show a week for an hour, or 1 show a month for 12 straight hours is
who
would do a 12 straight hour podcast?
Going hard, yeah. But it is, Mike, as we've spoken about, Mike, it is
Mike.
I don't think people realize how energy sapping it is to actually produce multiple shows every week and get up for it every week. And it's hard graft. And for the guys who do actually manage to get their podcasts out there really big, the reason why they're big is because they've really put in the graft.
Absolutely. And
I'd agree with that.
You come in and Arsblog is the man, and it surprises a lot of people, but it doesn't once you really get involved and about it. But Elliot, who kicked off this podcast with us, of Arsenal Vision, they put in incredibly hard work. But when you see a podcast go from a handful of listeners to thousands of listeners at a time, the Highbury Squad and Tom Canton are the best 2 examples of that. It's because they have just basically said, this is what I'm going to do every single day now. And whether it's to build a career and build a portfolio and financial, or whether it's like with Sophie, where it's just a labor of love and something that, because she's in the public relations and media business, she's using as part of her CV. It's just fantastic, and they put in so much harder work than we do, and that explains the difference in numbers for sure. But yeah, it isn't easy. So, guys, I appreciate you coming. Thank you so much, and we will be talking more throughout the season.
Awesome. Cheers.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a free agent, so if you want to contact me, the Twitter there.
I wanted to see what Max had to say about that. All right, guys, take care.
Catch you later.
All right, we are now in the beginning of hour 15 of 24. I am. It's 4 a.m. where I am. I'm a night owl. I'm used to staying up late, but I'm not used to just talking the entire time I'm staying up late. But I got to tell you, I'm feeling really good, and it's the adrenaline and the emotion and the different topics that we've had. The last few hours have been fantastic with Ferguson, the Arsenal history. Then a little change up with a couple of goofy guys. It was actually 3 mics and a baby that were just on. So the next hour I've really, really been looking forward to. And I'll tell the story behind that, but we're going to welcome John and Max to the pod. Guys, how you doing?
Morning. Can you hear us all right?
We can hear you all right. Are you on you're on your phone? Can you put it horizontal?
Oh, I suppose I could try. Hang on. It's not going to rotate, I don't think.
Okay, if you unlock it, but because it'll be easier to see you both if you unlock the orientation. And now Max probably knows cell phones better than you do, John. So
what do I need to do? Unlock it. Oh, hang on. I'll let expert do it.
I'm done.
Oh. What, you have to just drag it down?
Hey, drag. I just want to make sure we can see both of you. So
yeah, okay, hang on. What do you have to settings? I didn't think this through, did I?
No, you told me you were gonna be on the phone, and look, it's normally it's not 2 people sitting next to each other, so we want to make sure we can see both of you. But ultimately, if it doesn't work out, we'll go back to the way it was. You guys will just have to get nice and close.
Yeah, we can get close. That's all right. I don't know how to do it. I'll give up.
Okay.
Hang on a minute.
All right, so but you're frozen now. I don't know if you're out. Okay, there we go. All right, we'll take it. We will absolutely take it.
Yeah, we'll keep warm together. It's fine.
Beautiful. So let me tell the story about how we've met and what's been going on with you guys recently. And Max, I just want to tell you, it is an absolute honor and a pleasure to meet you in person. Well, kind of in person, and you're a great kid, and I'm, as much as I know this has been a difficult time for you, you're bringing inspiration to people all over the world just by being you and by being strong. And you know, you're John is your dad's friend, your dad's mate.
I am now. We didn't know each other. We didn't know each other before all this. It's just
all right. So we'll get into that for sure. And so I know you've had a pretty whirlwind last month or so, and Max, it's a roller coaster ride. I wouldn't wish on anyone, but you know, sometimes when really difficult things happen, a silver lining appears, because you know, while things are very difficult, it's important to be able to smile. And in times when the Arsenal fan base, which you are a great member of, really struggle to find things in common, find things to be happy about on the pitch. And sometimes kind of turn on each other on social media in very negative ways. It's nice to see an Arsenal social media story that is worth smiling about. So I first came upon a tweet that you sent, John, which has now been viewed by, is it 2.2 yet, or is it still 2.1 million?
It's about 2.16 or 7, I think. So we're creeping up to 2.2 million views worldwide.
The most people I've ever had view a tweet of mine is 2.2, not 2.2 million, but 2.2 people. No, but I'm trying to find it because I do have a screenshot of it here. If I can just get organized, give me just a second. And if you're watching this, you may have actually seen this tweet. I don't know how you couldn't if you have Arsenal in your in your timeline. But the tweet from John was a tweet that went out on the 22nd of July, and in my time zone, it was 8 a.m. And it says, the boy on the far left is Max. He's 11, and 2 weeks ago, his mom passed of cancer. He's been very brave, but yesterday he missed his mom on his last day at primary school. He loves the Arsenal fans. What can we do to show him some love and support? And on the original tweet, I love the two choices you made of who to tag with the remaining characters you had, Bukayo Saka and AFTV.
I don't know why I did that, to be honest. I know I did Bukayo Saka, but the AFTV.
It was smart because you went after accounts that you knew had good following. Now, not only did you tag them, but Max, this dude knows what he's doing because these were your next 6 tweets.
Yeah.
And you know, you what I need to do when I'm publicizing the podcast, or more appropriately, the charity, I need to just base the formula that you created. I mean, I'm going to just copy that and literally
just bombard, bombard everybody.
Because then you automatically get 2.1 million things. But let's, you know, I came upon that tweet while I was driving from Virginia down to Orlando, Florida, which is about a 12-hour drive. And I was about 4 hours in. So I think I was just crossed into North Carolina. I pulled over to get gas. I look at the tweet and I'm like, wow, it just really resonated with me. I was on my way to Orlando to join a bunch of fellow Gooners who were all headed down there to see the Arsenal, except the Arsenal didn't come because of COVID. But we all went down there anyway to party and have a great time together and enjoy each other's company. So, and I was also going down there to raise money for Gooners versus Cancer because I too, Max, as you know from a message I sent you, I lost my father to leukemia, and you know, he was way too young. I was older than you are when it happened, but you know, it just really hit home. And I retweeted it and I saved it till later because when I knew that I wanted to respond in a more formal way to you. So to say that it got a bit of attention obviously is an understatement. Now, Max, you didn't know that this was going on at the time, correct?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, and because you know, later I saw a video where you kind of found out that this happened, and so tell us, and this is either for John or Max. Max, if you're comfortable talking about it, but John first, tell us what the response was, because not only was it retweeted a significant number of times and reached a significant number of people, but you know, an interesting thing started happening because there was an ask in that tweet. There was an ask. How was that ask answered?
Well, it was incredible. I think it was a Thursday afternoon or evening that I put that tweet out, and then come Friday night, it just went absolutely bonkers, to be honest. I mean, the the Friday night into the Saturday morning. I was up till 4 o'clock in the morning trying to respond to everybody that was contacting me. And, you know, when people start offering like brand new football shirts and football boots, it's completely overwhelming. And I was obviously mindful that, you know, some people might say they'll send stuff and not do it, but you know, everybody's come good and done it. And I just honestly couldn't believe the reach that it had, you know, and people just sending messages from all over the world, like yourself in America. We had another chap that sent a video from America, you know, messages from China, India, South Africa. There's a fan base in Australia actually who contacted me, who were sending Maxim stuff. Obviously, it's got a long way to travel, but it was just incredible, really. Just completely overwhelmed by it all.
The internet is a crazy thing, and you know, it's nice to see it kind of used for good at some point, than used you know, for abuse and other things. So so Max, when did you first find out that? Well, now's where you tell me kind of how, you know, how the two of you were brought together. I think maybe your kids go to school together, or what?
Do you want to answer it?
So we had, I know who John's son is from a friend, but I've never met him. So I had my last day of school, and I have a good friend called Charlie, and his dad could see, like, on the last day of school, he could see that I wanted my mum to be there. So he knows John, and Max and Charlie are good friends. So
my son is also called Max, just to make it complicated.
Oh, okay. And our last guest was named Max as well. It's the Max portion of the podcast.
Go on, mate.
Martin Park, Charlie's dad, got in contact with John and told him to put the tweet out.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Yeah, Max goes to a different school to my Max, but my son plays for a local football team with some of this Max's best friends, and the coach of the team just happens to be the dad of one of his best friends. And he said to me, look, I know you're a big Arsenal fan as well, John. Is there anything you could maybe do just to try and lift his spirits, you know, cheer him up? Maybe just a shout out from like the club on Twitter, or maybe approach the club to see if you can get something signed from them, or even better, a video message from a first team player.
And the club are very, very good at that sort of thing. And
yeah,
but sometimes it just doesn't filter through, and sometimes it does. You know.
Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, Arsenal have since then. I mean, I've just given it to Max this morning, actually, a signed first team photo that they've sent, and I think they have got some other stuff in the pipeline, but I don't want to spoil any surprises here. You know what I mean? So.
How long do you think this is going to last? We're like, I mean, Max, do you go check the post every day and just say, okay, now what's covered in today? I mean, or they all go to John and then John brings them?
Yeah, they all come to me at the moment. I can't, because I started off as like the hub, really, if you like, and I tend to be in most days. So yeah, I like to keep a track of what's coming from who as well, because I've probably had all the messages to say what people are sending, so I know who it's from. And a lot of people like to send letters as well to Max, and I like to kind of put them together so he knows what, you know, who's from what kind of thing. So yeah, but Max, this chap called Martin, who's a friend of the family. He just asked me if there was anything I could do, and I do quite a bit of charity work on the side. I've got a charity football team, so I often approach clubs hoping that they'll help us out, and a lot of the time the response can be nothing, because they get inundated, the big clubs, for, you know, asking for free stuff for good causes and that, and it can be quite a chore. So for all like the Arsenal fan base to kind of like rally around and help me out, it's been amazing. I mean, we did have some responses from David Seaman and Nigel Winterburn as well on Twitter. You know, they gave both of them, you know, passed on their best to Max and the family. I love Kevin Campbell. I just think he's absolutely top bloke. He really is, and he's always up so early as well.
Kevin's someone unfortunate. I'm
Why is he
fortunate
always
to
up
call-
at 5:30 in the morning? That's what I want to know. Every day. He's up at
Every day.
5:30.
When I go to bed at a normal hour, unlike tonight, it's 11 o'clock here in the East Coast, and the last thing I normally see before I go to bed is a happy Dickie Bow Thursday message from Kevin.
Yeah.
I've already got a text. I've already got a text this morning from Kev saying he's looking forward to coming on the show in a few hours.
Yeah.
And I pinch myself sometimes. I'm like, that's Kevin Campbell. I saw his first goal against Nottingham Forest at Highbury in 1989 or 90. I don't remember which one. In 1990.
Yeah.
And he's texting me in the morning to say he's looking forward to coming on the show later. But I asked him to do a video. Because when I was in Orlando, Everton was playing in that tournament, and they did come, and a lot of their fans were there. And Max, I don't know if you know this, but Kev Campbell was a great striker for us in the early 90s, and then he moved to Everton.
In this shirt.
In that shirt, absolutely. He won the league in that shirt, I believe, and then he went to Everton and kept them up and became a hero at Everton. They love him there as well. And so I was interviewing all the Everton fans that were down there at the pub and asking them, who the greatest Everton player was, and then punching them when they didn't say Kevin Campbell. But so Max, tell us, and then I've got the video, and if you don't mind me playing it, I'll play it. But how did you find out that John had done all this, and I mean, tell us what the scenario was.
So I was told on Thursday that I had a surprise on Saturday, like dinner time. So come Saturday, the surprise is here, and the door rings, and I see Charlie's dad, Martin, walk in, and I'm like, what? Why is he here? And then they come in and they tell me what they've done with the tweet, and then they bring this box of all things from people.
So you posted a video, John. Do you mind if I play it?
No, you go for it.
Okay, so yeah, this is the beginning of the reveal. Twitter unfortunately limits videos to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So
yeah,
but this is what we saw a few days later, and this really warmed my heart.
What your family's been going through, and so was Martin and all the other parents who your friends go to the same school. Martin asked me, because I'm a big Arsenal fan like you, and he's a big Arsenal fan like you as well. Must be something about the name Max, I think.
Yeah.
If there was anything I could do, because I'm a member of Arsenal, to try and maybe get you a shout out from the club, or maybe something signed, just something just to maybe make you feel a little bit better than you are, and just to give you a bit of positivity, a bit of comfort, because I know you're having a hard time because you miss your mum. So I'm on Twitter, right? And last Thursday I put out a tweet, and I'll tell you what I'll read it to you if that's all right. I've had so many tweets about it, I can't keep up. Hang on a minute. I'll read it to you. So it says, so I've put this picture of you and your mates on, right? You see that? It says, the boy on the far left is Max. He's 11, and 2 weeks ago his mum died of cancer. He's been very brave, but yesterday he missed his mum on his last day at primary school. He loves Arsenal, and I said, Arsenal fans, what can we do to show him some love and support? And within a week, that tweet's been out on for a week now. Do you know how many people have seen it? 2.1 million people.
That's the support of that, Max.
And I've had messages of support from America, Australia, India, South Africa. Mate, everybody's absolutely rooting for you. Yeah? All the Gunner fans, and even Man United fans, and people we don't like Spurs fans, with messages of support for you. But that wasn't it, all right? They started sending stuff for you. Presents, gifts, to cheer you up. And so what I've got for you today is only a small part of what's coming for you. And I've got signed stuff from Tony Adams. I've got new shirts, I've got new football boots, I've got footballs, water bottles, you name it, it's in the box. Rare memorabilia, and it's all for you, mate, because everybody's proud of what you're achieving and your strength that you're showing. And, us going to stick together, don't we, yeah? So, where's my magic box?
I I wish there was video of the rest of it because I would love to have seen your face while you were looking at a lot of this stuff. But Max, does your room now, like, I'm envisioning your room being like there's a bed and a light, and then it's just like you have to swim through all the Arsenal memorabilia to get to your bed at this point.
I think it's getting that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just bought him some more stuff this morning, actually.
It's amazing, and I love that people are sending you things. And there is something, and I've told John that once I got back from Orlando, which I am now, I have something that I'm going to send you, and it looks exactly like this. I know it's not Arsenal stuff, but I hope that it means something. And as I mentioned on my video to you, I mean, one of the ways when you grow up and you kind of learn that it's almost better to give than to receive when you're able to do that. I made a donation in your mom's name to Gooners versus Cancer, which raises money for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, because that is our cause. That's what Gooners versus Cancer is about. And they not only are trying to help eradicate and solve this thing so that this doesn't happen to anyone else, but they provide support to families that are dealing with it. And what you've been through and what I've been through and what so many other people have been through it shouldn't happen anymore. And you've been very, very brave. And like John said, we're all proud of you. We're all in your corner. And like I said in the video, it will never get easy, but it will get easier. And, and knowing that you have a family, and I'm not just talking about your dad and your sisters. I'm not just talking about John and his family and your friends. I'm talking about the Gooner family. You have millions of people in your corner, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was actually, when I said about even Tottenham fans, that was actually true. I had quite a few Spurs fans saying, look, we might be fierce rivals and stuff, but we feel for Max, and please pass on our best and our support. In fact, somebody tried to pick Spurs official up in a tweet to say, what can Spurs do? Maybe for the next North London derby at Spurs ground, you could put some tickets or put something on. So I mean, that just gives you a reflection of how
they'd have to provide security, but that that would hopefully be part of the deal. But I don't know, it might be too much to ask, because if Spurs did something nice for Max and gave Bukayo Saka that ovation that he had, like the rivalry might just be over at that point. It would upset the whole apple cart. But and I know you said United fans and other fans have been. I mean, football rivalries do thankfully have a point at which they end. And it's things like this where they end. And we've because of the time here in the U.S. and the time overseas. There's not a ton of people watching this at this point. I know people will watch it on replay and going back, but the people that are here, Fergus is in the chat crying his eyes out. Ray's in Jamaica right now, where it's where I think it's 3:30 in the morning or 4:30 in the morning, and chopping onions there. JW wants to show you his support. It's just
that's nice, thank you.
It's just a great story. So now I understand, and I saw this on Twitter. There were a slew of offers for game tickets that came in. So I know you've got one game coming up that you're going to, but have you been to the Arsenal, Max?
Yeah, we went just before COVID, February, to watch Arsenal versus Newcastle, and we won 4-0.
Beautiful. I was at the last game played before COVID, the West Ham game, and I was supposed to go to 3 more, and they were canceled. But
well, I had tickets for Arsenal versus Norwich because my father-in-law is a massive Norwich fan, and I thought I want to take him to the Emirates before they get relegated, because they did get relegated. And it was on hold, kind of would it happen, wouldn't happen, and then obviously it was cancelled, so we never did make that. But now Norwich are back up this.
Yeah, you got another chance.
Yeah, we go. I think they play quite soon. Actually, I think the tickets might be available this week, so I might see if I can get some again and see if we can give it another go.
But you're going to be at the first. Is it the first home game? Is it?
Yeah, it's the first home game against Chelsea. Yeah.
Fantastic. And do you want to give a shout out to where those tickets came from, or I mean, do you know, or?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a top lad called Adam, I believe, off Twitter. I mean, I was contacted by a lot of season tickets holders offering tickets and saying, you know, we're happy to give up our season tickets for any game that he wants to go to. And I couldn't keep up with all the offers in the end. And then I think Adam made, because then Max's dad appeared on Twitter, and I think Adam went even further and contacted Max's dad and said, you know, this is what I've arranged for you. And obviously they've gladly took him up on the offer. And Max and his dad, so I'm told, are going to meet Adam down near the Emirates and have like a beer and that with him. And actually, me and my Max are going now, because I phoned the box office the other day. I've actually never managed to get to a Category A game before. It's normally always, you know, the Category C matches like Aston Villa and Crystal Palace that we generally go to.
Category C anymore, but
because overall, how it works over here is you have to go on that ticket exchange thing, and the prices are astronomical for Category A matches. But actually, this time we've managed to get in, and it's a fairly reasonable price. So I'm pretty chuffed to be going to watch Arsenal Chelsea. I mean, I don't know if you probably didn't see the Chelsea match last night, did you?
Last night?
Yeah, they played in that
the Super Cup.
Yeah,
no,
they won it.
I've been on the air for 15 hours, so I didn't
I
happen
didn't
to
know if
see
you'd
it.
had it on in the background or something. But yeah, I mean, they look like a fairly decent outfit at the moment, Chelsea. I mean, I couldn't believe they brought Kepa on for the penalty shootout, and then they saved 2 penalties and won them the bloody trophy. Is
that how it ended? I actually heard something about Kepa coming off the bench to save the day or something like that.
Yeah, they took Mendy off with like 1 minute to spare in extra time, and Kepa came on, and everybody was like,
Tim Krul. That's pulling a Tim Krul, but
yeah.
Fergus is, I believe he's talking about the Norwich game is on, and that's actually true, because I was going to do a Gooners versus Cancer event that day, so that it is.
Yeah, that's it.
11th of September. Yeah, that's a date that I don't forget very often. So, let me see. We were going to have a very special guest that was going to join us for the second half of this segment. Unfortunately, and it's Ryan Rocastle. But I have to say that Ryan ended up having to switch to a later time today. I asked him. I said, you know, because Max, do you know who Ryan Rocastle is, or do you know who David Rocastle was?
Absolutely. Rocky Rocastle.
Oh yeah.
Rocky Rocastle. Yeah, it's his son. It's his son, isn't it?
Yeah, Ryan is Rocky's oldest, actually only son, I believe. He's got 2 daughters and a son, and they are an amazing family. Rocky Rocastle was my favorite footballer for Arsenal and ever. I was fortunate enough. I mean, I'm a 48-year-old guy who was born in Virginia in the USA, but I lived in London from 1988 to 1990 and went to almost every home Arsenal game at Highbury in a year where they just did a magical thing. I hope you've seen the '89 movie and stuff that's been made about that, Max. But I got to see him play in the flesh, and there was no one like him. And tragically, he passed away from lymphoma, a form of cancer, of course. And it's just it's a very sad story. Ryan was 9 when that happened. He was Arsenal through and through. After the fact, he wasn't really that much into football, but he really, after his father passed away, he was embraced by the Arsenal team. He was a ball boy for a while, or not a ball boy, but a mascot that would come out with the teams. He was kind of adopted in a sense by a lot of the players like Alan Smith and others. And Ryan is now, I think, about 30 years old, and just an absolutely brilliant, wonderful, warm guy, and I'm so sorry that he couldn't join us during this hour. But you know, me and Ryan would had a lot in common, but so you're going to the Chelsea matchup, and you're opening an Arsenal memorabilia store at this point, I think. But anything that you want to say with regards to the Arsenal fan base and kind of, you know, what you think of Gooners, because I one of my missions in this podcast is to try to be positive, not necessarily about how Arsenal are playing on the pitch, but about, if the only thing you like about being an Arsenal fan is winning, you're missing 95% of what it means to be Arsenal. And I know John knows that, but Max, I mean, if you don't know that by now, I think if you didn't already know that, you know that by now. But I mean, is there anything you want to say or express about how the fan base has treated you?
I want to thank everyone who's sent like kind support on this tweet, and people like Tony Adams and Kevin Campbell. Like Tony Adams sent me the things. Kevin Campbell sent me the video. David Seaman. Yeah, just everyone involved is amazing.
Yeah, and you'll always have that. I mean, no matter what happens from here on out, you'll always have that, and you'll always be part of this community that you were already part of, but now you really know how real it is, you know, and how far-reaching it is, and we're all intertwined together. You guys want to talk about the Arsenal? I mean, you know, we have an opportunity until Mike come on at what'll be 10 o'clock your time. We have a guy named Arsblog and a guy named Gunnerblog coming on next, but we've got some time to chat. So, I mean, Max,
Mike, can I just, before you go any further, can I just also, just on the back of what Max has just said, just say a massive thank you to everybody that's contacted me on Twitter, yourself included. You know, we didn't know each other before this, and I feel like we know each other quite well now.
Yeah,
given
I
how
feel
much
like we're mates
we
now.
chatted over Twitter and stuff. You know, it's amazing to know that we've got the support of you guys over there in America, even if it is 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, 4:30 now. It's just been completely overwhelming. And the one thing I would say is, you know, I know that a lot of times people say that Arsenal have got a toxic fan base, and you know, some of that it could be attributed to the people that I tweeted in my original tweet, but this just shows the best of them in my opinion, and you know, it's humanity at its best, and I can't thank you know, all the Arsenal fans enough really for what they've done for Max, and it's given so much, you know, happiness, not just to Max during what has been a very difficult time in his life, but to me as well, just to kind of see that during what has been quite a difficult time in life generally on the back of COVID and everything. I just think it's been amazing, and just paints our club in such a good, true spirit, and that's what it is to be a Gunner, in my opinion.
It is, and you know, the concept of paying it forward, which is a phrase that means don't wait to respond to somebody that does something nice to you. Do it first, pay it forward, and then enjoy watching the people or that you paid it forward to paying it forward. And it just keeps going forward and forward until eventually it comes back around and you're paid forward. And I truly believe in that. You know, I've seen it from the Gooners versus Cancer experience. I mean, raising money for a cause that's important to me because of my dad. And you know, last year feeling very, you know, as COVID started, and we run this charity campaign in earnest really from about June or July to October. And, you know, last year in late May, mid-June, I did not feel like doing the campaign. I felt, you know, COVID was closing everything down. All of the opportunities that we had in 2019 for in-person fundraising were not going to be happening. I felt there were other charities, other situations, healthcare workers that were in greater need of funds that we might be raising. But I was talked into doing it, and we trebled. I have a bell that I say anytime I say something English that we normally wouldn't say over here, like trebled instead of triple, I ring this bell. Except my whole family's sleeping right now, so I shouldn't be doing that. We trebled our previous best year from the year before because of the generosity of Gooners, and it keeps growing. Then we have people who want to come and set up their own events that are affiliates of Gooners versus Cancer, and I just feel lucky that something that was important to me is being adopted by other people, and it's the same concept, and that's why your tweet resonated to me, because you know, I saw you reaching out for support for a very good situation, and I saw how much attention it was getting, and I'm like, this is a great story. I didn't immediately think, hey, let's get him on the podcast and talk about it, or you know, and I certainly didn't mean to be exploitative. I just thought,
no, we know that's not the case.
If you know about this story, you love it. If you don't, you should. So you know, it really is a unique supporter base. I really don't think and maybe I'm just biased, or maybe I have selective attention, but I really don't think that every fan base in the world of a football team is like Arsenal when it comes to paying it forward and treating each other with respect and love when it really comes down to it. Look, if we have a difference of opinion on Mikel Arteta, so be it. And sometimes that gets toxic, but the toxic fan base label drives me crazy because I know just how non-toxic our fan base could be in situations like this.
Yeah. I mean, it did make me, one thing that made me chuckle throughout all this was obviously we had all the messages from Spurs fans, Man United fans, Man City, Leeds United, but then I had one guy that came forward and said, I support Northampton Town. So I thought that was quite good. He was only one Northampton Town supporter contacted me, but I thought that was pretty nice, to be fair.
I'm close with a team of bloggers from Sutton United. And if you remember Sutton United, Max, you might have been maybe 4 or 5 years old, but we drew Sutton United in the 4th round, not even the 3rd round, but the 4th round of the FA Cup. And Sutton United at the time were in the Vanarama Conference League, which is the 5th level. They're non-league footballers, and if you recall, they had a goalie who looked very much like me. Wayne Shaw, who called himself the roly-poly goalie. And I fell in love with the situation. I'm like, they got a goalie who literally looks like me. Not like I did when I played football as a teenager, but me now. And they're a great story. And so we talked to their bloggers. I've since been to their stadium 4 times to watch games. I even have a scarf. I felt safe because they weren't a football league team. Well, they got promoted into the football league, so now they're in League 2. They just started their season. And I should have reached out to them because that's even more obscure, I guess, on the pyramid than Northampton.
I remember that match. It was a little bit touch and go as to if we were going to win it at one point. I think.
Yeah, until Theo scored the goal.
3G AstroTurf pitch, wasn't it? Is it still the case? Is it?
No. When they got promoted, they had to replace the 3G pitch. And okay. I've seen pictures of the construction that went on there over the summer, and I mean, it's amazing. They're a football league team now for at least a season, hopefully more. But the reason I brought them up is because you mentioned Northampton Town, and I'm like, they're even further than that. So Darren is in the chat. Darren's a good friend of mine, and he's been on at various times. He's saying good morning. Zach came in. Zach's been in the chat in and out. I love seeing England waking up. Ryan Fletcher's wake, Matt D'Souza, and let's see. Zach says, "Well said. Great to see such support. We're all fathers, sons, brothers, wives, daughters, sisters in the same family. Come on, you Gunners."
That's what it's all about.
True. So with the time we have left, I'm gonna ask you a question about the Premier League and how you think that all the teams are going to sort out and finish. But before we do that, Max, I got to get your opinion on Mikel Arteta. Are you and I'm going to give you 3 options because most people only talk about 2 options, but there should always be 3. Are you Mikel in, Mikel out, or let's just give the guy a chance and see?
Mikel out.
Oh, that was not what I was expecting. All right, you're entitled to that opinion. Can you tell us why?
Well, he's nearly had two years now, and I don't think we've improved on Unai Emery. We sacked someone who finished 5th and got us to a European final, and we've sticked with this guy who's made us finish 8th first and get knocked out of the semi-final.
Did win us the FA Cup, though.
Well, do me a favor, Max, please, and tell me you don't listen to Lee Gunner, because it sounds a lot like his viewpoint on it. But look, that's a bad joke. You know what? You're entitled. There are a lot of people that feel that way, and I think you and all of them are entitled to their opinion. I mean, we the results have not been there with Mikel Arteta for one reason or another, and I'm not so sure Unai Emery was the right person either. And I think what often gets forgotten about or overlooked when people talk about results is the fact that his players didn't believe in him anymore. It quickly unraveled from getting to Baku in that final. And I think by 4 months later, with an overhauled squad, and by November of that season, he didn't command the respect of his players anymore. And once that happens in sports, it's hard to recover from that. But Max, who would you replace him with at this point, and when would you replace him?
It's a difficult question, isn't it? That's the big question. I don't see that.
Don't say Jose Mourinho, please.
No way.
We need to get at least Europa League football back this year.
So if we don't, then you're sacking the guy.
The thing is, there's a lot of better teams than us. Liverpool are better than us. Chelsea are better than us. Man United are better than us. Man City are better than us. Leicester are better than us. Arguably, Aston Villa are better than us.
I don't think you can't pin it all on the manager, though. I think somebody said in the build up to this that he's working with a lot of dead wood, isn't he? And I mean, I watched Hector Bellerin the other night, and against Tottenham, I just think he just needs to go. He can't string a pass together. I don't even know how he ends up on the pitch half the time.
Max, do you play football? Have you played football?
Yeah, I do.
Have you ever had a game where you had 2 foul throws?
No.
Yeah, and you're 11.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Hector Bellerin is 26 years old, and I think he had 9 foul throws or something in a season. So yeah, we're in a difficult situation right now, and Max, if you're like John and you've seen the club in its good days and its bad days, you kind of know that it comes around. You've only known Arsenal in a kind of a struggling period of time, I would imagine. When did you first start following the team? How young were you?
Well, it was it was probably the England 2018 World Cup that got me into football.
Okay.
So I was about 7.
Did you think it was coming home?
Yeah, and then obviously the season started again, and my dad's always supported Arsenal since he was like my age because his uncle supported it, and his other family weren't really into football. But yeah, I just got into it, and then I got my first Arsenal shirt for my birthday in January, 2019.
Beautiful. And you saw your first game a month later. Should Harry Kane have, speaking of the 2018 World Cup, should Harry Kane have squared the ball? I mean, come on. And he did it again in this World Cup. But yeah, people ask why,
Sterling probably would have missed.
Yeah, maybe.
I've always annoyed my my American mates here because I'm an American who's an Arsenal supporter who loves the English national team, and most American Arsenal supporters and many English Arsenal supporters really don't support England because Harry Kane, and I mean it's everyone. No. It's barely other than Bukayo now.
He's not the problem.
Thing, but having lived in London during 1990 when the World Cup was going on, that was the final month I lived in London before I came back to the States, and getting to the semifinals that year, just like we did in 2018. And I say we because I identify with the team. That was just such an experience for me. And man, this Euros was tough when that happened. I was devastated, and for it to happen to Bukayo Saka the way that it did, again, it's one of those situations, kind of bringing this full circle where something awful happens, although in a footballing sense, not in a life sense. What happened after that was more of in a life sense, and I don't want to really harp on the abuse and that sort of thing, but the silver lining is that he has the love and appreciation. That video, have you seen it, Max and John, where he's looking at the wall of thank you?
Yeah, I did saw it the other day. Yeah, that's amazing for him because that the whole Bukayo Saka thing, for me, that was either a make or break for him. Really, the reaction that he received on the back of that would kind of shape his future, and I'm so pleased to see that. All right, he had some idiots on Twitter, as did Sancho and Rashford, saying some unsavoury things, but and nobody wants to see that. But the overwhelming support for him has been positive, and I think that will actually help him to become a better footballer. Because I mean, I love Saka. Saka is everything Arsenal. You know, he's not interested in his image or stuff like that, like Hector Bellerin off the pitch. He is all there and all about the football. You know, he's come through from you know, the Colney days and stuff like that. He's come straight through all the academies and stuff. So and Tierney as well. I mean, they're probably my two favourite Arsenal players at the moment. Just not because they're both great footballers and they're young, but they've just got the spirit of Arsenal. You know, and it goes back to what David Rocastle said. I might not got this in the kind of right way, but he say, remember who you are, where you come from, and what you represent, and that really should, and it is pretty much adopted as Arsenal's motto, isn't it? Really, and I think that both those players really stand for that. You know, I'm not into all this kind of off the pitch, fashion shoots and all that rubbish. It's all about the football, and it should be at a club like Arsenal.
Yeah, and this would have been so perfect if Ryan was here, able to be here. But remember who you are, what you are, and most importantly, who you represent. David Rocastle wasn't the first person to say that, but he really that quote is identified with him. I think maybe Pat Rice might have been the first person to say that, but he lived that, and a lot of Arsenal people live that, and you know, not as much as in the older days, but again, this is a classy club, Max, that you've become a supporter of. I mean, we've talked on the podcast a few hours ago about some of the negative sides of football, especially, you know, 20, 30, 40 years ago with violence and hooliganism and stuff that we'd rather not really focus on. But, you know, not that we are completely immune to that, but Arsenal has always been a club that really kind of fought that off as opposed to participated in it. And, you know, I didn't know this when I picked Arsenal simply because they were on the Piccadilly line and I lived on the Piccadilly line, and it looked, you know, I actually looked at Tottenham Court Road tube station and thought that's where Tottenham played. And I was like, oh, that looks really, really close. It's right in central London. And then as soon as I learned that would have been a disaster. As soon as I learned that wasn't actually where their stadium was, I said, okay, well, Arsenal's on the Piccadilly line. It's about 15 stops away. That's where I'll go. I had no idea of any of this. But we won the league that year. I felt literally embraced by thousands of people on the North Bank standing there. It was a formative experience. And only later did I really, truly understand how special this team is, and the family of people are. So it's absolutely phenomenal. Before I forget again, and we've got everybody waking up now in the UK saying hello to each other. I appreciate it. Ray Anderson said something that Ray's in Jamaica, and he said, I can't contribute money, so I'm trying to keep up with Magic Mike. He's been here. Ray, have you been here the entire time since we started, 14 hours, or for most of it? I can't tell you actually how much that means to me. You know, not everybody can donate money. A lot of people are charitable to other causes. It's great if you can donate money, but you're showing support in a different way that really actually touches me. I really appreciate it. And Ray, you're a top man. I think
must have a lot of coffee on the go.
I'm sorry?
He must have a lot of coffee on the go, I think.
Yeah, you know, it for me it's Red Bull. For him, I don't know what it is, but I there was something I saw earlier. I think it was from Darren. Yeah, question for you, Max. If you were to play for Arsenal, what position would you prefer to play?
Attacking midfield.
Are you a number 10?
Yeah.
All right. Do you play now for your school or for a?
I play for a team like a village just outside Grantham, called Ancaster.
Okay, and are you up in? Forgive my. Are you up like in Lincolnshire that area? So I mean, or are you closer to London?
No, we're in Lincolnshire in Grantham, which is kind of, well, it's just east of Nottingham. But the good thing about Grantham is it's on the main line, so you can catch a train from Grantham. It's one of the fast ones, and within an hour you're in King's Cross, and then you can catch the tube to either Arsenal.
For some reason, I thought Lincolnshire was further north. Is Lincoln further north?
No. It's about 100 miles. Well, to be honest, I've driven from Grantham to the Emirates before, which was the biggest mistake I've ever made to a match. I mean, I'll never do it again because it was just crazy. But it's a pretty much a straight 108 miles, I think. But, you know, only an hour on the train. I mean, we have a lot of people who live in Grantham who work in London because obviously the house prices are much cheaper up here, and you can catch the mainline train straight into London as well. You know, it's an hour. It's an hour on the train in one direction. So a lot of London folk live up this way, and in Peterborough as well, which is 30 miles down the road. So
I don't know who would ever drive into or out of London if they can avoid it. I mean, the trains are so wonderful over there.
It's I'd never drive to a home game again. It was crazy. And of course my oldest son needed the toilet really badly, and we got stuck in traffic, and it's just easier to go on the train. You can have a few beers as well if you know what I mean.
Has anyone offered you guys to like helicopter you into the Emirates? And like I mean, the number of things that are happening. I mean, some helicopter company.
I'm up for it.
So I mean, that'd be exciting. All right, so let's talk results here, because we're getting the opinions from everybody, and I want to make sure that I get them from you. Max, we're going to ask you about who you think the top 4 in the league are going to be, the 3 teams that are relegated, and I don't know if you need the table in front of you or not, but and what position you think Arsenal are going to finish this season.
Okay, so I'll start with relegation.
Nice.
Go on then.
So I think Brentford will come last.
All right.
I think.
Are we going to start them off on that tomorrow, or?
We hope so.
Yeah. I think Norwich will come 19th.
That's very precise.
And I think Southampton will be relegated as well.
Very popular pick for a team that hasn't been relegated in many years. That's a very popular pick, Max. I think you're spot on.
Because they've just lost Danny Ings. I know they've brought Adam Armstrong in, but he's played in the Championship. He hasn't proved himself in the Premier League yet.
Do you know how many players they've lost and still managed to stay up? I mean, it's rather amazing. I think half the players in the Premier League played for Southampton at one point in time, or something like that. But Max, your top 4?
I think City will win the league again. I think they're too strong. Chelsea second. Man United and Liverpool.
Yeah, I think that's probably realistic.
I think United third, Liverpool fourth.
Okay, and where are you envisioning Arsenal being at
Sixth.
the end of the season?
Sixth.
Sixth. All right, that's been the popular opinion here. Now, before you give yours, if you're in the chat, and the numbers are growing in the chat as people wake up, but if you're in the chat, you have any other questions for either John or Max, there are a number of people who I think have come in since we started the show, so I'm going to kind of do a quick recap of the background of the story and all that. But if you have any questions for John or Max, whether it's just a general questions about Arsenal or about their roller coaster of the last few weeks, please put them in the chat now. John, your top 4, bottom 3, and Arsenal finishing position.
The top 4 is easy because I mean they're miles ahead of everybody else in terms of where they are as clubs at the moment. Yeah, I would say City will win it again, certainly now after signing Grealish. Chelsea are looking strong, certainly after last night. I think Thomas Tuchel's done a wonderful job there at the moment. They're proper united and going forward really well, which is slightly hurtful. So I'd say they'll be second. Liverpool gone a little bit quiet, but I still think they'll be up there. So Liverpool third, United fourth. United is still looking half decent. Bottom 3, and I want Norwich to go down because my father-in-law supports them. And I think they will, but I don't think they mind that so much, to be fair. I think Burnley will go down. I think they're long overdue a relegation, and I don't like Sean Dyche anyway. I'd like to see him disappear.
There have been 3 kind of long-term Premier League teams that people are identifying as going down, and Burnley's one of them, Southampton's one of them, I'll hold the other one until you give your third, just in case. But
yeah, I think the other one will inevitably be Brentford. I don't think they're quite good enough for the Premier League yet. Yeah. And Arsenal, I'm nervous this season. I'm nervous about all this talk about Aaron Ramsdale, because I just think he's an absolute jinx. Whatever team he seems to be associated with seems to get relegated, and all this talk about
he wins Player of the Year for those teams as they're getting relegated. So it's interesting.
I just get a negative vibe from him. I don't want to see him at the club. I still don't understand why we didn't go back after Matty Ryan, because I thought Matty Ryan was pretty decent.
Yeah.
And he's gone off to Real Sociedad now, apparently, from what I understand.
I think it really was his desire to have first team.
Yeah.
Now,
well, I mean, this might be slightly controversial, but I would have preferred Matty Ryan to be number one over Leno. I just thought that when he played, he looked the complete picture. He could deal with crosses and stuff, unlike Leno, who is just really a shot stopper. He just doesn't fill me with confidence, Leno. I mean, obviously, in hindsight, Emi Martinez would have been the one to keep, given how he's performing now. But I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? But so Arsenal, where do I think? I think we'll come lower than 6th. I would think probably 8th, mid-table. I would probably go as low as 10th. I'm sorry to be negative. I want to be positive.
I mean, it's what you think. I'm surprised given how strong we finished the season last year. Now other teams have gotten stronger around us, but given that you'd always think that
I'm worried about we seem to be having a goal drought now. It's like Aubameyang is just anonymous in a lot of matches at the moment. It was odd, wasn't it? A couple of seasons ago, we couldn't stop scoring goals, but then we couldn't stop letting them in. Now we've stopped letting them in, we can't score them. So it's like, it's a never-ending cycle in some respects. Yeah. So maybe I'm going to be positive and say I think Aubameyang's saving all his goals for the season.
Yeah, let's hope so. I'm not so sure I buy into that, but it is positive thinking. Assuming our one of our two next guests gets in here in the next couple of minutes, he may have some good news for you on the Ramsdale front. He broke it on Twitter yesterday, but we'll leave that for James when he comes in. John, question for you from Darren. Who was your most favorite player growing up?
Well, it's got to be David Seaman, because I was a goalkeeper back when I was Max's age, and my first ever goalie shirt was the goalie shirt that went with this top, which was the one that David Seaman really started wearing when he joined Arsenal in 1991. But yeah, David Seaman. But I absolutely love Ian Wright since then. Not only was he a great player, you could just his kind of whole spirit and attitude towards life. I think we all need a bit of that. And whenever I feel a bit fed up on that, I always have a look at Ian Wright's videos on their YouTube and stuff. He's just such a positive guy, and I just love his vibe. It's very similar to like Kevin Campbell as well. You can't help but smile when you listen to Kevin Campbell or read his stuff on Twitter. They just got such a good kind of positivity about them. But yeah, got to be David Seaman for me. I say I had the goalie shirt, I had the matching goalie gloves. I wanted it to be David Seaman. Obviously I didn't have the mustache then because I couldn't grow one, but absolutely David Seaman every day of the week.
That's fantastic, and it's great that David Seaman is one of the guys who's really chipped in and helped make this last few weeks a little bit easier for Max. We're gonna have a little bit of crossover here because one of our next guests is in, and Andrew. Many people may know him as Arsblog. Welcome back to the podcast. It's been a while, mate.
Hey, how are you?
Doing lovely. What is this about to be? Hour 16 or hour 16, as we say during the transfer window.
You certainly look very fresh, I have to say.
I've had people telling me it looks like my eyes are closing, and I'm like, no, this is just what I look like.
Yeah, I can confirm that. I've seen you in brighter times, and that is exactly what you look like. Yeah.
Well, and I've seen you with your eyes literally closing, and we won't talk about that anymore. But but Andrew, John, and Max are here. I don't know if you're familiar with the story of their recent social media travails, but Max very sadly and unfortunately lost his mom to cancer about a month and a half ago.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. And
he posted a John, who is let's just say a family friend, posted something on Twitter that was really inspirational. I'm looking for it again now, but posted a tweet on Twitter that got almost as many views as every tweet that you send out did. Close to 2.2 million views about giving Max some support over his bravery and of course missing his mom as you would so soon after such a tragic loss. And the Arsenal community just came together and absolutely masterfully just showed Max what Arsenal supporters do. The non-toxic fan base that Arsenal really are, when you really peel away the layers of the onion, and I've really enjoyed talking to these guys for the last hour.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
And I was gonna see if James was gonna log on, because you were just complaining about Aaron Ramsdale, and I think James broke some news recently that that deal might have fallen through, but you never know. Do you know anything about that, Andrew, or is that?
I only know what James reported, and it does look as if they've reached an impasse with that. So I guess they're going to have to look elsewhere for a goalkeeper.
Oh, what a pity!
Oh well, look, I think there's been a few deals like that this summer, hasn't there, with Xhaka and with the goalkeeper and things like that, where maybe what the club wanted to do and what actually happened were different from what the fans were thinking. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, but they need to get somebody in pretty quickly, given that we've only got Bernd Leno as an acceptable goalkeeper for the Premier League. So I don't think anything is going to happen before tomorrow night. So I guess they have until the Chelsea game to get that issue sorted.
Every time the ball is in our end of the pitch, not even in the 18-yard box, but just in our end, we're going to be holding our breath. Like just don't. Is Okonkwo the guy that you would rather bring in than Runnerson tomorrow, if God forbid something happens?
I mean, I'd give Max a game before I'd play Runnison, to be honest. But
I'll go and goal. I used to be a goalie.
Yeah, John used to be a goalie. Yeah, it's absolutely so.
Maybe the chance is there for you.
Well, I can hope. I can only hope.
And then, or you could just put me in and just literally go for like the clog the net, like hermetically seal the net, the strategy. So. Anyway, the chats absolutely love you, John and Max. You're absolutely awesome, says Darren, and you absolutely are. And it's been a pleasure to finally get to talk to you in person. And I'm interested in staying in touch with both of you, Max. I want to follow your Arsenal fandom through the year. Let us know how the game against Chelsea goes from a personal.
Yeah, we definitely will.
I'm thrilled that you get to go to it,
Mike. You don't forget about my little gift. That
yes. We have a giveaway to do. We have a giveaway to do, and then we're going to break some good news to you. So we are giving away you describe it, because I've been calling it a Highbury shirt, and people think I'm talking about.
Well, it is technically right. So on the last day ever at Highbury, when Arsenal played and beat Wigan, and I believe Thierry Henry scored a hat trick, didn't he? And then kissed the ground. Arsenal put on all the seats in the stadium a load of T-shirts, the red ones and white ones for all the fans to wear. And this just happens to be one original, still sealed in the bag, from the last day at Highbury.
15 years later, and it's still in the bag.
And I've donated it. And it's a size extra large, and it's in very good condition. And I'm donated it for you guys to as part of your giveaway.
Well, and we truly appreciate that. We're going to give it away right now, and
I will post it for free to wherever it needs to go.
Well, let's find out who wins. This is prize number I think 14 out of 8, or no, about 12 out of 18, and the winner is Eric Schlackman with his second win of the podcast. He is in New York, so
that's all right. If somebody can get me his address, I'll send it to him.
That's wonderful. Congratulations, Eric. Thank you for your generous donation, and you've won a one of a kind. Well, it's not one of a kind. I guess it's maybe 40,000 of a kind, but to be in this kind of position,
in the bag.
Yeah, to be sealed in the bag, it's fantastic. So, John, Max, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for reminding me about that.
Much.
And much love to you and the family. Say hi to your sisters and your dad for me, Max. Okay.
Will do. Take care, Mike. All the best, guys. See you later.
So you guys said you'd never come back on the pod, but then I'm like, we're doing this thing for cancer, and you know, I guilted you into it, didn't I?
Very skillfully done.
I mean, that's actually why I created the charity. I mean, I do have this personal connection to raising money for cancer, but it was really more to just get people on the podcast.
Yeah. You're shameless, really. With your good causes and worthy helping people and stuff.
So
like that.
Transparent, Mike. So
transparent. I really, but my true colors are shining through, and they're not pretty. But this is the second time you guys have been on the podcast in the last 3 hours, because the one non-live bit that we did today was a replay of the Podley game,
in which we were triumphant, I believe.
You were triumphant, although in my stupor of hour 12 of the 24-hour podcast, I hit the wrong button while I was replaying the podcast.
What video did you show, Mike?
No, it wasn't one of those switch over things to Pornhub. It was just, I ended the video, and if I were to restart it again, I couldn't start it at the same point. So we got through about 40 of the 60 minutes of it. You guys were in the lead. Spoiler alert, they won, as anyone would expect. And the other two podcast relationships have just gone to shambles since then. The Highbury Squad pairing has not remained together. Andy never shows up for our podcast anymore. So, I think it's a curse, and I'm just thrilled that you guys have managed to keep it together.
So far, so good. No divorce proceedings as yet.
None. And I know how much you claimed that was an idea that would never work and that you didn't enjoy it, but I saw you smiling a lot during that podcast, Andrew. So you can't fool me. I know that was the most unique and greatest experience of your life.
It sure was.
Yeah. So
it definitely wasn't James sending me WhatsApps during that with jokes. I promise.
He was just swept up in it, the romance of the occasion.
Yeah. I mean, it was fantastic, and I think the star of the show actually was Tom Canton, considering that he came out and hosted it like no one else. But but if you want to see the last 15 minutes that I deprived people of earlier today, you go on to the Gooners pod and do that. We are just to remind people why we're doing all this. We are raising money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. We're doing it because we all hate cancer. We hate what it does to families. And this helps raise awareness for it. For this particular POD-A-THON, not the summer as a whole, but for this particular effort, we are now up to $4,527 raised,
nice.
With a goal of 5,000. As Europe wakes up gradually, we hope that number goes up. We need a little bit more help to reach our goal. We want to try to smash it. And we really got some great guests coming up to help incentivize you. I'll remind people of something, which is if you want to come on the air and ask a question or make a comment to our guests, you are welcome to do that. And the way that you do that is by simply coming to GoonerOpenMic.com. Now, I will generally keep it to people who I have a feeling will not go overboard and put you in jeopardy of this. Hold on.
The internet.
Yeah, we don't want anything such as this happen. I can't find my stupid thing on. Anyway, we don't want anyone getting canceled. But yeah, you can come on, ask a question of James, ask a question of Andrew. I completely forgot because I got thrown off when we had to do the prize draw for the T-shirt. Right before you came on, James, John, who was our previous guest, was fretting over the potential of Arsenal signing Aaron Ramsdale.
Right.
Now, whilst we were on the podcast yesterday, earlier today, whatever the time was, with Chris Wheatley, he broke the news that you had broken the news that the talks have broken down. Is this a reason to rejoice, or is this Arsenal just drawing a hard line in the sand and waiting for Sheffield United to come back and say, we didn't really mean 30, we meant 20?
Well, I think it's actually quite an interesting sort of case study in terms of the degree to which we trust the club or not. It seemed to me that, there were stories put out there from the Sheffield United end saying this guy's going to be, the price is going to be 35 million or even 30 million. And I think as fans, our worst fears are kind of play out in front of us and we think, Arsenal are presumably going to pay this money, but the reality is they never were. They always had a very different structure of a deal in mind. And I guess we have to say that processes worked here. You know, they went into this negotiation with a price they were prepared to pay. Ultimately, they thought they could bridge the gap. Sheffield United, it hasn't proven to be the case. I think the only troubling thing is quite how long's been spent on it. I mean, Arsenal have been talking about Ramsdale and to Sheffield United regarding Ramsdale since before the Euros. You know, this goes back a long, long way. And he's been so clearly the focus of their attentions that you do slightly worry, you know, how much time have they left themselves to sort a replacement. But hopefully they'll get someone in quite expediently. I think it will be someone probably quite cheap, probably on loan potentially.
Johnstone in the mix, or
I'm not sure about that one. I think his Englishness, his age is 29 or 28 maybe. I think his Englishness means the price will still be quite high, but they would only ever see him really as a number 2. I mean, that's the thing about Ramsdale,
it's
is
not
that
Engliosity.
Engliosity, yeah, it's worth something. But I think when you look at the price tag for Ramsdale, clearly the plan was for him to eventually be the number 1. I think Arsenal will now make a kind of strict number 2 signing to kind of fill that gap behind Brindle, and then probably look at the situation again next summer.
Breaking news: Arsenal are going to make a number 2. Is what I'm hearing. So I
know a lot of fans thought that Aaron Ramsdale would have been a clear number 2 signing, but it seems they may not have to worry about that anymore, unless there's a dramatic change in Sheffield United's position, which I don't preclude, but I think it's probably quite unlikely.
I don't know. I think they probably. I mean, there's no other market for Ramsdale, so I can see them come back and say, "Okay, would you take 20? Would you give us 20 for him?" I think it's a smart move from Arsenal. I was getting very disconcerted by the fact that they were seemingly still interested despite this ridiculous price tag on him.
I think it was sort of a game of bluff, you know. I mean, Sheffield United kept saying 35 or figures in the 30s, and I think Arsenal kind of, I mean, I guess they've kind of called their bluff now and said, well, no. So yeah, let's see if they come back. But from everything I understand, I mean, Arsenal have had to move on now to other targets. It's not really one they can afford to let run much longer, because ultimately they do need a keeper in before the end of the window.
Absolutely. So on the off chance that you're one of the literally 3s upon 3s of people who listen to our podcast and not yours, we want to share your opinions. Andrew, are you freaking out about the lack of overhaul? Are you feel? I mean, the recurring theme that we've had on this last 13-14 hours is, in my mind, we finished 8th last season, but really it was a tale of 2 seasons from a trend standpoint. We haven't improved the team very much. The others around us probably have improved their teams more than we have. But, I mean, we can't finish worse than 8th, can we, this season?
I think we can if we want to. I think nothing is out of reach when it comes to what this club can do or what it might do. I think, look, you know, the second half of last season, if you want to do that thing, is a valid point of view. But it's also fair to point out that we've lost, or we go into the season without Martin Odegaard. We go into the season without Dani Ceballos. Now, I know he wasn't a huge contributor. Nevertheless, he has been replaced, I suppose, by Lokonga in that sense. But, you know, from an attacking point of view, which is where the issue was last season, we haven't brought in anybody different. There's nobody new. And it doesn't look, based on preseason, like there's anything particularly groundbreaking going on to get more out of the players, you know, that we've got. At the same time, Saka has only just come back. Gabriel Martinelli will be coming back in as well after the Olympics. So there are players that we can add to the mix in that sense. So look, I'm as anxious as anybody else out there for us to do a bit more in the transfer market. I do think it is possible to get a bit more out of some of the players that we have. I think, you know, why were we frustrated with finishing 8th last season? It's not just because we finished 8th. It's because we know that the players we have are capable of better than that. You know, Aubameyang is capable of more. We could get more out of certain individuals. So I think there's room for improvement. As difficult as it is, I think we have to kind of look at August 31st as the real marker as to what we're going to be able to achieve next season. In an ideal world, you get as much done before the start of the season as possible. This is not an ideal world, far from it. So we have to look at the deadline, August 31st, see what kind of a state the squad is in on September 1st. And for Mikel Arteta, he's got to kind of he's got to surf the waves of pressure that are going to come in these first 3 games, because Brentford, Chelsea and Manchester City represents a difficult start to the season. If it doesn't go well, the pressure is going to be enormous. But ultimately, it's what we do between now and May that will decide Mikel Arteta's future, not these 3 games. So as frustrating as it might be, I think we have to take that into account as well when we rationally and calmly jump to conclusions.
Yeah, Arsenal are not going to sack Mikel Arteta after 5 games, even if we have 1 or 2 points after those 5 games, which is gonna it just will be a very toxic environment, unfortunately. And unless there's been a players' revolt against him, which I can't see at this point happening at the beginning of a season like that. But I don't think that's going to happen. I have a concept that I want to run by you guys. I didn't get to it a couple of hours ago, but it's better for the 2 of you, because Arsenal is in a cycle right now where they are just being taken, and I see signs of this changing a little bit, but they're in a cycle where they've been taking advantage on both the buy side and the sell side of transfers. We've sold so horribly. We've mismanaged our players. We've killed their value. We've possibly bought some players at too high of a price, like Pepe, and some would say Ben White, although he hasn't kicked a Premier League game ball for us yet. It takes years in my mind to break out of that trend and to start being respected in the market. We look at Liverpool, who sold players that no one's ever heard of for 25 to 30 million pounds, or Rian Brewster, and who was the other one that was sold for 25 or 30 million? Solanke.
Jordan Ibe went for about 15, I think, and Dom Solanke was another.
And you can do that when you are seen as shrewd and in the transfer market and not necessarily needing to sell. So this is going to be a little not complicated, but controversial. I almost think that when you look at Liverpool, they had to sell 2 of their assets within 4 years of each other that were at the absolute peak of their market value, and then reinvest the money smartly. Do you think, and I'm not talking about Arsenal going from 8th to 6th, I'm talking about Arsenal breaking into that top 4. Do we almost need to completely get ourselves out of the deadwood, whether we lose money on these teams or not, on these players or not? And I'm talking about things like Kolasinac, like the remaining deadwood that we have, Bellerin. Flush all those bloated squads out, and then, and this is the controversial part with one of our significant assets who might actually have a bidding war over him, like an ESR or Saka. Bring in that potentially at that point £100 million plus offer, and invest wisely as a Liverpool did in 3 or 4 different players in key areas in the squad before we can actually get back to that point where we're competing. No one wants to sell Saka or ESR, but they're really the only assets that we have that are going to get silly money from a team that's willing to pay for it.
I'll let you deal with that part of it, James. Just one small point I would make is that, like, this idea that you get rid of the deadwood, I get it, but it's not to say that you won't have more deadwood in 2 or 3 years' time. It's not like a complete clear eye. Like, those are the players we don't want. Now they're gone, and we'll only ever have players that we want. The way it works is that, guys are going to come in, signings might not work, players will decline, someone gets injured, and all that kind of stuff. So the idea that you can exist without any deadwood in your squad, I don't think is realistic. Even if I can see what you're saying, and
you're right. It's just that there's 12 of them, or there were 12 of them.
There's a lot at the moment. There is a lot. I mean, I think you can probably reduce the amount of deadwood that you have, but you're always going to have some. So now I'll let James deal with the horrible situation of selling our good player.
I'm not saying I want to, by the way. I'm just saying, like, it's almost the formula for whether Leicester selling Conte and Chilwell and Drinkwater. or Liverpool doing it. Tottenham, an example of how not to do it the correct way, although they're about to be given a second chance. I mean, I almost feel like it's going to happen, and there are only a couple players that fit that mold.
I share that suspicion that it may be inevitable. By the way, I keep shaking my camera. Apologies. All the comments are telling me to stop moving my camera.
And I have just done something absolutely by accident. Darren, I just somehow blocked you from the chat. Darren is the nicest, most wonderful person. He has kept the questions coming, and I meant to highlight his question, and I've just blocked him, and I don't want to do it. That's awful.
Yeah,
if you're able to listen
sorry,
to this,
Darren.
I am so sorry. I'm going to figure out how to undo that. That was not intentional.
I requested that Darren be blocked.
No,
My initiative. I said, get that Darren out. He's a problem. I'll let you work on trying to free him from his prison mic. But yeah, I kind of fear that if Arsenal don't sort of organically get back into the top 4 in the next 2 to 3 years, that something like that becomes a bit of an inevitability. And that's partly just because of, say, someone like Saka, the sheer level of talent that he has. I just find it impossible to believe that someone like Manchester City won't come knocking on our door eventually. And and we know they have the financial wherewithal to make it an impossible situation for us. And actually a situation that, as you suggest, might maybe something that we can capitalize on and use to launch a rebuild. I hope that isn't what happens. I hope we get good enough to keep him. But I just think if we don't, then unfortunately something like that begins to feel somewhat inevitable.
Yeah, I think that's true. And the bottom line is that unless you can play at a level where your best players feel like they want to be, they're always going to leave. And you think back to, you think back to players like Cesc, think back to players like Robin van Persie, Samir Nasri to an extent. Not that he was ever one of my favorites, but it was that kind of dynamic where much better Arsenal teams and much more competitive Arsenal teams that were playing in the Champions League could not hold on to their best players because we were like maybe that far away from being as competitive as we want to be. The classic, we're just 1 or 2 players away from being a title contending team again. We're a lot further away from that right now. And unless we can bridge that gap, then you are going to look at situations where the best young talent you have, which is also very valuable, is going to be coveted by other teams. And maybe the financial realities of existing outside Europe, outside the Champions League, outside even the Europa League, force the club's hand in that sense that you don't have any choice. The players will want to go. The money's too good to turn down. And I think there's a utopian idea that if that happens, you could reinvest that money really smartly in the kind of players that could get you back in there. What it could also do is just cement your place in the middle of the pack as well, unfortunately. So, like James, I'm really hopeful it doesn't happen. And if we get better, we've got a much better chance of continuing to get better. We have to make the trajectory that way again.
Yeah, and just to jump in, I mean, Maxwell in the comments said the issue is, do we trust in Edu and company to spend the potential Saka money correctly? Yeah. I mean, that is what it all comes down to ultimately. I mean, Liverpool's success is not because they sold Coutinho, because they sold Sterling. It's about how they recruited. And, I think there are indications that things are improving on that side of the club, and there are a few things that give you a little bit of hope. But I'd like to think we'd have a bit more confidence in the people making those decisions if and when that moment does come to pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, if anybody in here, I know we have a couple fellow podcasters who use StreamYard in here. If anybody in here knows how to unblock somebody, please let me know. I am literally because the last person I wanted to block was Darren, and I just don't know how to do it.
Is there no obvious way to do it? I mean, was there a big block button that you pressed to block him?
It's complicated. Look, I've been up for 24 straight hours. I've been doing it. I can't do it. Andrew, there is a press conference getting ready to start, and I know that normally you would choose me over the press conference, but because it's the first game tomorrow, I know this is important. Do you have to jet right now? Do you have 1 minute to give us your top 4, your bottom 3, and your final position for Arsenal?
Top 4 in the Premier League?
Yeah, no, in the Turkish Super League.
All right, okay. Galatasaray, Fenerbahce,
No,
yeah,
Premier
no,
League.
I think it's going to be Manchester City, Chelsea, Manchester United, and Liverpool. The bottom three. Let me see.
Order.
No particular order. Okay, I would say that going down. Norwich, Burnley, and I think someone surprising, maybe like could be like a Newcastle, somebody like that. So I'll go with that. Arsenal final position. I'm gonna go with an optimistic, an optimistic sixth. I think we're just going to do that. So,
James, are you able to stay with us, or you have to be?
Yeah, I can stay with you. That's no problem.
I love it. All right, Andrew,
I'm going to
thank
go
you so
and
much
listen
for
to
joining
the
us.
manager
Appreciate it.
talk
Take
about
care,
the transfers. Take it easy. Good luck with the fundraising. I'll throw in my contribution now after the press conference. And well done for doing this and for what you're trying to raise awareness and funds for. It's really important. And there isn't anybody out there who hasn't been in some way impacted by cancer in their life or in their family. So well done. It's great work.
Well, I appreciate it and truly appreciate your support. So thank you so much.
All right. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Andrew. Take care. Now, James, I want to talk to you about something that's near and dear to my heart, because as the last human being to see your live show in Soho, which is whilst there were other people in the theater, I like to act like there weren't.
It was a one-on-one private show.
It was, yeah. Well, it was a private show, but a private show in Soho probably isn't a good thing to be talking about. But I do want to spend some time talking about your book. It's out, and I listened to your chat with Andrew about it last week, and it's just it's a really, really cool story. And it's an adaptation, I guess, of your stage show, but in an expansive way. And so tell everyone who's listening to this and watching this, kind of including Darren, who I hope to be able to have back onto the stream so he can listen back to this. I don't know if he's able to listen, but just not comment in the chat. I hope that's what it is. But Darren, I love you. I miss you already, and it's my fault. James, The Boxer was the show.
Yeah.
It's a story about your grandfather, American Olympian until we figured out he wasn't American.
Basically, yeah.
Which, we can't afford to be turning down boxing champs in America. But to tell us a little bit about how the story and how the show became, and then how the book came out of the show.
So yeah, my grandfather was a guy called Terry Downs. I got in a lot of trouble with somebody because apparently on the Arscast edition, I didn't actually say his full name at any point. I just kept saying Terry. Lots of people be Googling Terry McNicholas and being very disappointed not to find him. But Terry Downs, my mum's dad, and he was a kid who grew up in Paddington, West London, not too far from where Bukayo Saka and his family are from. At the time, it was quite a rough part of the world, and he had a pretty crazy life story. His sister joined the Ringling Brothers Circus in America. She was in an accident while with the circus where she lost an arm. He went out to be with her in America as a teenager, wound up joining the US Marines, boxed for them, as you say, basically blitzed through the Olympic trials, but was then sort of pulled up on red tape, came back to the UK, turned pro, and ended up being the world champion at middleweight in 1961. And very nearly was a world champion at light heavyweight as well. Lost on a very close fight in his final fight after going up a weight. But it was an incredible kind of rags to riches tale. And after he died, I sort of decided to make a show about it. But it wasn't just about him. It was kind of about me too. I'd sort of alternate between doing like his life and then doing kind of stand-up about my own life. And the book kind of does a similar thing in some ways. It kind of compares and contrasts us. It tries to bridge that generational divide. I always say, like, I reckon everyone's grandfather was like tougher than them, probably in the modern world, but he was just the most extreme possible example of that because he was one of the toughest people on the planet.
My grandfather was a caterer at a Jewish deli in New York City, so I mean, you got to be kind of tough, I guess, for that.
Yeah, I reckon you do. But no, I think it was a harder time, and I've always felt sort of slightly self-conscious about my relatively soft, comfortable existence. And I guess the book is kind of an exploration of that, as well as kind of telling these two different stories. So it's been a real pleasure to work on something that's, very related to my family and, my own personal life. And it's been really lovely as well, hearing all the responses and people enjoying it. So thank you very much to everybody. I'm really grateful.
Yeah, Zach says he's got the audio book, which I think you said is about 10 hours long.
Yeah, yeah.
But now we've got 20 hours of stuff to do because we're talking about Fergus and the Guns and Yellow Ribbons podcast with their excellent series about Arsenal history. It's an 8-part series that's 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds long. They really cheaped out on the last 6 seconds of it, but
shame. I mean, if you want, I could just read the book now and it will just see you through to the end of the live stream. Just the final few hours is just me boringly reciting out a book.
What I said to Fergus was, and I'll say the same thing now because I think we're right at that point where if you listen to the audiobook, maybe on 1.5 speed, you can listen to it and then come back for the final prize drawing before we're off the air. I just can't believe we still have that much time in front of us, but yeah, the book looks fantastic. It does. Is it a similar theme to kind of the posters and the hold it up again?
Oh, here, yeah. So like this book, actually, what it is, that's me there, and that's my grandfather Terry there. I sent them a load of like vintage boxing posters that actually are real for the time, some of which I've got up on the wall. And they came back with that design. And on the back, there's like kind of our vital stats, where 5'10" of muscle against 15 stone of flab. I think it's pretty obvious which I am. But yeah, I think it's been a great thing to do. Like 15. Really satisfying.
Yeah. Now, this might come out sounding the wrong way, but
okay.
In the book, are there pictures of you without your shirt on, like there was in live action? I mean, again, being without your shirt on in Soho, maybe not the best idea, but I'm pretty sure I saw that. So yeah,
there are a couple.
Do we get to see the pastiness?
You do get to see the kind of, is it Marshmallow Man in Ghostbusters? This big white chunky figure.
Yeah, the Pillsbury Doughboy, I believe. Or the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man or something like that.
Yeah. You do get to see that as well. And if that's not worth the price, I don't know what is.
Were those photos, I mean, the questions are just flowing now. Were those photos from like a specific photo shoot? Like when you write a book about yourself and about your family and stuff, the topic is you. You're not finding pictures of like World War II battleships in the South Pacific. You're like, this is about James McNicholas and his grandfather, and how much of a non-boxer you are, which is fantastic. And by the way, I'm writing a book starting tomorrow about a man who accidentally banned from the chat a mate of his named Darren, and victoriously and triumphantly allowed him to return to the podcast.
I love a happy ending
with the help of 40 different people, including Danny, the GFP, who ultimately was the one who helped me back. So welcome back, Darren. This is the saga that people will remember from this pod-a-thon. But so is it just like a photo shoot? Like, okay, I'm going to the studio today. We're doing a photo shoot. Okay, James, take your shirt off. Look tough. look wimpy. Look, I mean, like, was that how it works? Because that's how I envision it works. That's how I envision it 24/7.
Kind of. I mean, basically, when I did the show, we did a load of publicity photographs for the show, which I've sort of been able to repurpose.
I work this or something like.
Yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. Lots of like, and maybe do that. Now try and look a bit tough. Now try and look not tough. But the topless photo.
Try to look not tough.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry,
if it doesn't come naturally to me.
My acting abilities only go so far.
They came to take pictures in the theatre. A newspaper came down to take pictures in the theatre for an article they were doing about the show. So then I was able to acquire the rights to those photos. Is this interesting? Yeah. He's nodding. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, look, I'm fascinated by how the whole process works. I mean, I don't know a whole lot of people personally who have written books.
It's mad. I mean, the maddest thing is like, the typos and stuff. I mean, it goes through so many. I almost can't bring myself to read the book because I know I'll find an error in it and it'll drive me insane.
Well, not only that, but I mean, it's been spoiled for you already.
That's true. It has been spoiled. Yeah. I know what happens. I know how it all ends. Yeah. But I recommend it. It's a good thing to do. But it's they are long books. Turns out they're really, really long, longer than an Athletic article even.
Yeah, I mean, well, and does the book have like a paragraph and then the paragraph fades into, and if you'd like to read the rest of the article,
yeah, it's like a pamphlet, and that you get and you read it. I'm enjoying this, and then it's like, if you want the rest of the book, that's going to be, a tenner a month or something like that.
If you can't read the book during the free preview period, then I got.
But don't worry, because like Mr. Arsenic and Gooner Gurgit or whatever are going to tweet out the book. They're going to tweet all the salient points from the book for you, so it's exactly
fine. Yeah, James McNicholas said. I found that whole interchange. Speaking of which, fascinating, with Mr. Arsenic tweeting a bunch of stuff, and then you retweeting the bell. Showing some respect and deference to my fellow athletic interviewee. Looks like you were sucking up to the bell a little bit.
Well, I'll be honest. What happened was I went on the Arsecast and said what I said about James Maddison, that I was a bit dubious about the degree of Arsenal's interest in him. And I just had an absolute torrent of people saying like, you're calling out the bell, are you? You're calling out Chris Wheatley.
Feels like, but I can only imagine.
It was like, oh, so you're trying to start something. Didn't you see what the bell said? And I was like, listen, good luck to the bell. The bell are doing some good stuff. I'm sure the bell have their sources.
The bell put the gerbil in the mud, by the way.
Yeah, he bodied the gerbil.
Yeah, the gerbil got put in the mud by the bell over the over the Partey deal. The gerbil ended up becoming being a fraud, as it turned out, and that story didn't end well. But
so it becomes this thing as well. Sometimes you're on a podcast. I mean, it's probably happening now, and you say something, and when you're on a podcast, especially when I'm on Arsecast, I'm not really thinking about it loads. I'm sort of talking off the top of my head, and then suddenly you get all that written down. And you're like, careful. I was just talking,
I didn't mean that. Yeah, exactly.
Freely. I was, and I was giving you sort of, I wasn't, if I'd been writing for the Athletic, say, I probably would have been more careful in my wording. But that's okay. That's the way it goes. It was just a sort of lesson learned of like, oh, be careful with your words. But I actually stand by what I said about James Maddison.
I heard that you were taken out of. Now, I didn't hear the portions of what you said on the Arsblog that morning, but on the Arscast. But it was said that you were perhaps taken out of context a wee bit.
Well, the only context really regarding Maddison was that I was like, I can never say this deal won't happen, because ultimately there are people with a vested interest in making it happen. There are people who are putting 2 and 2 together and seeing Arsenal need a creative midfielder, and James Maddison would like a nice big move and a nice big salary, and trying to broker that agreement. But what I can say is that isn't coming from the Arsenal side. And maybe on deadline day, Martin Odegaard's told Arsenal where to go, and they panic and they have lost their first few games, and they go, oh, okay, we'll do James Maddison, maybe. And I wouldn't be upset about it. But I'm just saying that for now, that they're not the ones pursuing that. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. And if they were pursuing it, I think we'd be hearing a lot more about exactly how they were pursuing it. I mean, we were hearing about how they were pursuing Ramsdale. When there's smoke, there's fire there. We haven't really heard the interest from the club on Maddison, although we kept hearing that there is a target for their, for the Partey partner. Has the U-turn on Granit Xhaka, which wasn't really a U-turn, it was more just of a lack of someone.
I think it was reverse, wasn't it? Just slowly reversing back the way you've come.
Has that changed the Arsenal's desire to buy another, like a number 8, or someone to I mean, because that sticks in my craw if that's the case. Because I mean, Can Xhaka not just be a squad player for another year and then we try again? I mean, when the market's better.
I know exactly what you mean. My impression is that it has changed things. That Lokonga was kind of one we were always going to do as like a prospect for the future and fill in that squad position. But that if Xhaka went out, we would have looked at a significant upgrade. You know, we know the names that were in the mix. Locatelli was always unrealistic, but the club did actually really try on that one. Ruben Neves was very much in the mix as well. Yeah, well, I think it's because of Xhaka ultimately. And I have to be honest, that's not a U-turn that I fully understand at this point or have my head quite wrapped around. You know, obviously Roma didn't put the money up and I get that. But to go from, okay, I guess we can't sell him to, okay, here's the new long-term contract, is quite a big leap. And the only way I can explain it is by thinking Mikel Arteta probably never wanted to sell Granit Xhaka. He was probably respecting the player's wish. And now that that's fallen through, he's like, great, I'll have some more Xhaka. Because we know how highly he does think of him, whatever we may think.
Yeah. And you know, I think the one thing you have to say about Granit Xhaka, like him or not, like his football or not, like his personality or not, and I don't mind his football. I don't like his personality at all. But you know, he's good around the dressing room. That much seems clear. You can tell he's got leadership qualities. And so I think he just, you know, if he stays in the dressing room during the games and just waits for the team to come in at halftime, and then stays there and waits for them to come back after the game to give them a nice pep talk, I would be fine with that. So
yeah, if he plays like he did in the second half of last season, I think we'll all be happy enough with it. But it does kind of,
as long as it's in the midfield and not at left back.
Yeah. And also it leaves that problem, you know, to be solved still. You know, sooner or later. I mean, neither Xhaka nor Partey are getting any younger, so Arsenal will need something else in the middle of the park. In fairness to Lokonga, he does look quite exciting and quite interesting. So maybe in 12 months' time, we'll be saying he's the heir apparent to one of those guys. I certainly hope so.
You know, that would be great if we can have that. I mean, we kind of thought that was going to end up being Guendouzi, and if Lokonga ends up being that player, then by all means, I'll be glad that we didn't splash 50 million on a player that, you know, that may or may not have worked out. So everyone in the chat, just want to remind you that two things. We are raising money for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Please go to goonersvcancer.com. We have prize giveaways at the end of each hour between now and the end. At the end of this hour, we're going to be giving away one of these Gooners versus Cancer t-shirts. At the end of the next hour, we're giving away another fantastic Ruth Beck art print. This one of the outside of the ticketing area at the Emirates. Then we got some amazing prizes coming up. A Lee Dixon signed retro shirt when he's on with us in a couple hours. A new personalized Arsenal kit of your choice. A Kev Campbell signed retro shirt. Another new personal Arsenal kit, personalized Arsenal kit, and then a team signed shirt from the FA Cup winning 2019-2020 squad. So if you don't enter, you can't win. And of course, your entries go towards a great cause, which is helping to try to find the cure for blood cancers and supporting families. So we're very close to our goal, just over 4,500 of 5,000 for this day of podcasting, which is 90%. So please, if you haven't already, please help out the cause if you're able to. And either way, we appreciate you being with us. So what do you expect then for, and the other thing is, by the way, if you're in the chat and you want to ask a question of James, you know, not just in the chat, but live on air, please come to GoonerOpenMic.com. I promise not to accidentally block you. And if you come to Gooner Open Mic, we'll bring you in the studio and you can ask James a question directly. So your top four for the Premier League. What do you think?
Oh yeah, better do that. Is it in any order, right?
Top four we'll do in order, and the bottom three can be in any order.
Top four in any order. I think Chelsea will win the league.
Okay, yeah.
Then I think
we've got half Chelsea, 49% City, and then our friend JJ, who believes that Arsenal is winning the league and Tottenham's getting relegated.
I like that guy.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
super.
I think Chelsea, Man City, Man United, Liverpool is my top 4.
Okay. And bottom 3 in no particular order.
Yeah, bottom 3's hard, I think Norwich for sure, because as far as I can see, they've come up and immediately sold their best player. They have done some interesting stuff in recruitment, but I'm going to say Watford. It's my hometown club, but they always feel like sort of just a ragtag collection of players slightly thrown together because of their ownership model. And I'm not sure if I see that surviving in the Premier League this year. And then I will say, with a heavy heart, I'm going to take a leap on Crystal Palace.
Yeah, a lot of people have gone for Palace.
Have they?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think even the most passionate of Gooners, I don't think thinks Vieira is a very good coach.
Right.
And the history has shown that. I mean, they might have well brought in Gary Neville to coach the team. They might have well have brought in Aaron Neville to coach the team, I think. But
I just think like a lot of the time you get these teams who are like really solid, not spectacular, kind of like Stoke were in the Premier League, but they survive. And I feel like often they get higher ambitions and they want to be more expansive and play more attractive football, and it can end in disaster. And I slightly fear for Palace in that respect. But they've made some interesting signings. So, if Vieira does know more than maybe we think, then they could be all right. But,
Yeah. So one thing I do want to, while it's going on, I do want to talk about the press conference that's going on. I just looked for Andrew's. Andrew doesn't seem to be live tweeting it out, but our good friend Chris Wheatley is, and he's got a lot of quotes from Arteta. And I think just given our discussion about this, I think it would be relevant to doing that. I'm not complaining about this, but I'm surprised you're not watching the press conference given your role in the media. I mean, I will watch it. To this time, then realize the press conference was here, and then
they moved the press conference. The press conference was going to be later today, and the last night they moved it back.
And you didn't text me and say, "Hey, I've got a reason." I mean,
it's fine. I'm very lucky. Art de Roche is covering the press conference right now, but I will be catching up with it. Don't worry. I need to shoot soonish, though. Actually, I need to go pretty soon.
Well, and we're gonna finish up in just a bit. But do you mind if I kind of share some of the comments from Chris's reporting, because it's obviously pretty interesting to find out what Arteta is saying in the very last press conference before the season. So what I'm seeing is, and let me just enlarge this a bit. In this first period of the window, I think we've done a few things that we wanted to do. There's still a window to go. So I'm sure that things will happen either way. That's kind of Wenger-ish. Let's see. What do we have next?
He was quite interesting on Joe Willock. I don't know if you can see.
I'm going from oldest to newest. So on how many players could be brought in, I cannot tell you today. I have no answers to that. Okay, that's Arsene Wenger. Willock, the situation is that he's our player. We've had some conversations. What he's done is put himself in a strong position where he can choose what his future could look like. That's what we're trying to define right now. I mean, he's mastered the art of saying nothing while saying something, right?
He learned from the best, yeah.
He did. I mean, this is Arsene Wenger 2.0, and that's not going to make people happy. But, he's given Aubameyang a wink and a nod and saying, you know what, I'm going to back you publicly. Obviously, the questions are coming about the transfer window. I mean, we're not learning really a whole lot new here from Arteta, but that is the goal when he comes out there, isn't it? To really not tip
straight back. Yeah, I think as well, something I've said several times in this window is that there was kind of always going to be two phases. There was going to be the business Arsenal could get done relatively early, and the business that was going to happen right at the death. And clearly, one phase of that is over, and we're entering the next phase now. Look at that quote from Mikel Arteta there. Sometimes what it's not possible to do on the 12th of August is possible to do on the last day.
And we've seen that there is truth to that. It's just so aggravating to know that, these players that do come in on the last day are just not going to bet in the way that they would if they joined the team in July.
Personally, I liked the window being, before the end of the season, before the start of the season, rather, the deadline day. I thought that made a ton of sense. But the clubs did not want it like that. A lot of clubs for various reasons, and certainly like agents didn't want it that way. And it seems to be that we've gone back to this model. So, it's going to be a chaotic few weeks, but we love it, don't we? I mean, we'll be eating it all up all over Twitter like everybody else.
I'll tell you, if in 40 years Mikel Arteta looks like this, he'll be in good shape. He's certainly acting like it already, but if he looks like that,
he'll be a happy man.
More attractive or less attractive than Arsene Wenger without a shirt on in 40 years? Toughest question I'm sure you've ever been asked in your journalistic career.
I think he's going to be. I don't know if he'll be in that nick in 40 years.
Is he going to hold up, or like do we know what his dad looks like? Because that's
great question.
About,
I don't know. I can't imagine him without that perfect hairline and chiseled jaw.
Yeah, you end up looking like your dad, and right now I don't even look as good as my dad, and that's actually a really disgusting bit of comedy, considering if you know why I raise money for Leukemia and Lymphoma Society.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, all right, so let's make sure to get you off on a high note. For me, anyway, not for you, but we're giving away a Gooners versus Cancer shirt, whatever size you are. We had a bunch of them printed up, and then we're going to, later on, we're going to get into some really good giveaways, but we want to share these shirts. We'd love if you wore one, but we're going to give one away now. Let's see, again, check in on what the total is at the moment for the fundraising. And we are at, has it gone up? It has $4,577 of 5,000. So we're at 91% of our goal, and we're going to draw the prize, and then we're going to let James go on his way with much appreciation for joining us. Working on this really quickly. All right, here we go. The winner of the second and final Gooners versus Cancer t-shirt giveaway is Nick Canning. Thank you, Nick.
Congrats, Nick.
We have a lot of double winners here because, again, it's a weighted lottery. So the more you donate, fortunately, the more tickets you get. Nick has won 2 t-shirts today, the 89 t-shirt as well as the Gooners versus Cancer t-shirt. So I will now save on shipping because I get to send them both to one place.
Great news.
And that is the best news of this. I mean, the fact that we've raised this money is nice, but the fact that I get to save on shipping is James, it's been a pleasure. We got to talk in a very short period of time. We got to talk about Arsenal. We got to talk about your book, your fantastic book. Please tell us where you can buy the book in audio format and in written format.
Audio, it's on Audible, it's on iTunes, everything you'd expect. There's a Kindle format as well if you want to read it on your Kindle. It's out in hardback too. I think the best thing to do if you go to my Twitter account and look at my tweet about it, so I think it's my pinned tweet on Gunner blog. There's like a link tree there, and there's got different links for different countries and stuff like that. But you can basically get it anywhere, free postage and packaging. So do it.
Do you actually send, do you put them in the envelope?
No. It's through a company. I don't know. I have no part in it myself. Fortunately,
I believe that this is.
I save on postage, Mike.
Exactly. I mean, we'll send all the books that are going to America to me, and you'll save on postage, and then I'll make sure to get them out to everybody.
That would be ideal. Thank you.
It's a little side business for me. All right, James, truly appreciate it. This is the link tree right here. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to have you on again soon. You've always been very generous with your time, and I appreciate your friendship.
Cheers, man. You too. This is a great cause. Keep it going. Keep the stamina up. I'll be watching here and there.
I've just ordered on Instacart more Red Bulls, which will be arriving here in 3 hours. So I think we're going to make it.
All right, man. Take care.
Take care. Bye. All right. So here's what's going to happen. We are approaching the end of the 16th hour, which, if you were here with us 8 hours ago, YouTube only archives 8 hours of footage at a time. So what I'm doing is we're switching to part 3. We really, really hope if you're here now, you'll continue to be here with us. We have the following guests coming up in hour 15 through 24. I know this is kind of small, but we've got Mark Brindle, who is the Arsenal supporters liaison. I would love to have some Q&A for him in the chat. If you're an Arsenal supporter from in London, if you go to the home games, if you go to away games, let's not have an interrogation, but rather a Q&A as to how the supporters clubs and the supporters experience will go. Mark is the one and only guest from the 24 hours coming from within Arsenal, and we appreciate him coming. Then it's a raft, as it's said, of incredible Arsenal journalist and ex-player guests. We've got Lee Dixon, James Benge, Charles Watts, Perry Groves, Sophie and Super Kev from the Highbury Squad, with a possible appearance from Stuart Robson, and finishing off with the same old Arsenal, Lee Judges, Dan Potts, and Harry Simia will be here. I think Craig is going to be at work, but we're going to play a fun game with those boys, and then finishing up the final hour, which will just be me crying because I'm so happy that this went well and that I'm almost done. But what you have to do to join us in about 5 more minutes, I'm going to take about a 4 or 5 minute break, but at 6 a.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. UK time, you have to go to the following website, which is www.gvc3.football. Of course, you can also go to our YouTube and just search for the Gooners podcast. It's the 3rd part of the series, but you can get there directly by going www.gvc3.football. And if you want to join us in those interviews live, you can still go to the same www.gooneropenmic.com and do that. So I'm going to take about a 2-minute break. Rejoin in about 2 minutes. Thank you for all the support, and I will see you over at www.gvc3.football. And for now, I shall say, come on, you Gooners. See you in a minute.